Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes genius hacker? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku can admit that he had a lot of time on his hands. It helps when his mother was far too interested in staying as far away as possible from him and that his dad just didn't care. No, that wasn't an exaggeration. He set off for a fantastic new job opportunity the second he found out his Quirk status. Izuku doubts that, if asked, the man could even tell someone how old his son is now. He probably tells them he doesn't even have children with a sarcastic laugh that he hopes isn't too fake to be seen through. That's just fine with Izuku. More time means more planning. And he has quite the plan in store. See, it's a plan he concocted at the ripe age of 9. When his mother called for the 12th time in a row to say, in a very monotone voice, that she wasn't able to come home. Due to another triple shift, she had said. So it began, a carefully concocted plan full of anger and betrayal and hurt. Step 1 of his plan was to gather a bunch of materials to enact his plan. These materials included library books and various article printouts of how to. The topic of those books and how-tos? Hacking. He pores over the written words of how to get into the digital world. A week before his 10th birthday, he finally feels like he's ready. The very first thing he had ever hacked was his mother's computer. Well, it wasn't really hers anymore. If you never use it, does it really belong to you? Besides, it was always referred to as the home computer anyway. The point being, he was always told that he wasn't allowed to use the computer without her permission. When he was a younger child, that was no big deal. She was just doing it to protect him and make sure the sites he was on were safe for kids his age. More often than not, asking to use it would garner an immediate yes, especially if he told her what he was going to be doing on it. After his diagnosis, it was the biggest deal. He wasn't allowed to use the computer anymore for anything even though his mother wasn't home half the time anyway. He wasn't able to use it even for slight bits of research for his homework or projects. He was always told that he needed to go to the library or use the school's computer lab to get that stuff. It doesn't make sense to clog up the home computer for such useless things anyway, his mother would say with a wave of her hand. He knows she's talking about him and not what he was going to search up. He hates her for that. He's come to hate her so much. Which is fine because she hates him too. It takes him a solid 2 hours and 45 minutes and he nearly tears his hair out in frustration, but, eventually, he breaks the password on the computer. The swoop of pure satisfaction that fills him is almost blissful. He takes another 3 hours refitting the computer with a new password, one that only he knows and his mother will never be able to figure out, and getting a coding and programming software setup that's not too overly complex for him. He was 9 and just starting out, give him a break. He didn't go for too simple either. Just enough complexity to give him a challenge. After that, for a while he just explored the new territory that spanned in front of him. An odd thing to say perhaps. But the syntaxes and command prompts and feedback loops just called to him in a way that made his logical brain light up in glee. He doesn't do anything life-changing that night. Of course not. He's just getting into it. Just a bit of playing with codes to start getting into the swing of things. By the end of the night, he's pleased with his progress and eager to try more things tomorrow. Back to the current day and the matter at hand though, Izuku has quite a lot of time on his hands. He's not surprised by the amount either. It's been several years since that day when he was 9. Now he's 13 and so much has changed. For one, he's free of his mother. How? Long story. One he'll tell another time, perhaps. It did involve a lawyer and a court though. He's got a steady amount of cash now too. Where did he get it? Cryptocurrency. Turns out his mind is really good at figuring that stuff out and he's sitting on a nice pile of cash in a bank account to prove it. Stocks are also being invested in as well. Izuku's very careful about who or what he invests in. He looks at all companies he invests in both morally and financially. Never know what a big-name place hides in the shadows. He doesn't go to school anymore either. Well, not public school at least. He switched to online classes shortly after getting free of his mom. Again, long story. He's very far ahead in his classes, at least 3 or 4 months ahead. With very high grades. So he's not really worried about it all that much. His setup is now much different too. The old home computer has been replaced with a hand-built computer processor of his own design. It can run an entire office's server almost single-handedly through its one tower. It's placed in the living room where the TV used to sit. Izuku didn't watch it outside of Hero News anyway, so it was no big deal to get rid of it since he can just read that stuff on the internet and watch hero battles from there. There were 5 screens hooked up to it, each one delegated to a different thing Izuku needed. A long speaker sits at the bottom of them. His keyboard, mouse, and even a small touch tablet were wireless and far more advanced than the ones hooked up to the old computer. A nice printer and set of headphones too. Both are also wireless. And his cell phone. Oh, it's the piece de resistance, in his opinion. A highly souped-up model of a new touch phone that has nearly the processor power of his computer at home. And his own little surprise on it was wonderful. A hand-built and hand-coded personal assistant with just enough AI technology to be self-sufficient in its tasks. He modeled after a cat and named it Catra, short for Computer and Technical Real-Time Assistant. Surprisingly, the name came after he made her a cat. He had to use cat somewhere in the name. It wouldn't have felt right to him otherwise. Where was he going with this train of thought? Oh right. Free time. Lots of it. With this free time, he decided to try his hand at something a little on the newer side. He's never really done something like this before. See, he came across a new crime syndicate in the making the other night while scrolling through some of the street cams around the city. He was able to identify several of them using a facial recognition program of his own design and utilizing public records to match them. The Quirk registry database was a lifesaver in helping him formulate plans and hero matchups on how to coordinate their capture. He was even able to track them to their hideout and tag several of their vehicles in case a few of them got away somehow. Then he ran into a problem. The problem? This information was meaningless to him. He couldn't do anything with it. So the solution was to get it to someone who could use it. He turned his research into the local police headquarters on who was the best person to send it to. They were the best people to be able to follow the plan he made. But he had to make sure it got to the right one. He looked at all the profiles of all the detectives and sergeants, even the chief of police himself, seeking anyone who would be fair and take his information seriously without thinking it was a joke from some nobody just trying to get a laugh. He came across the profile for a detective, Tsukachi Naomasa. His record and psychological profile were exactly what he was looking for. His quirk too ensured that he would more than likely be fair. He went out immediately to purchase 3 things for his small mission: a flash drive big enough to hold several gigabytes of video footage, a small box used for shipping, and a printable label. He loaded up the flash drive with all the evidence he had on the crime syndicate and its members off of his computer. He typed up a quick note and printed it out. When he looked at it, he realized that it probably needed a signature. He couldn't use his name though. That would lead the police right to his doorstep. So with his left hand and as many jagged lines as possible, he signs the note as being, "With love, from Binary." He packs the flash drive and note into the box, then seals it up. He prints the label with the address of the police force headquarters and addressed to Tsukachi Naomasa. He slaps it onto the box with a satisfied sound. Now, how to get it to him? He's tempted to just mail it, but that's a lot of opportunities for the police to find their way back to him again. Also, who knows how long it would take even with express shipping to get it to him. No, the postal service couldn't be trusted with this. So, he'll just have to do it himself, he supposes. It is midnight now. He's got the cover of darkness to help him not be spotted, so. Wait, darkness. That's it. He grabs a black hoodie out of his closet and his backpack. He throws the hoodie on, then packs the box carefully into his backpack. That way he wouldn't be spotted by any cameras as carrying it. Then he heads out of his apartment. He takes random pathways all the way to the police force headquarters. He sits on a bench nearby but not too close to the entrance. He makes a show of waiting for several minutes calmly before looking around for anyone nearby. When he sees no one, he pulls out his phone with a confused face. He sighs as he taps a couple of things on the screen. To most it just looks like he's trying to entertain himself while he's waiting. Instead, he's executing a few commands from his phone with Catra's assistance. In an instant, the lights in the area about 5 blocks wide in radius start to flicker. He makes another small show of looking around confusedly before another tap on the screen makes the lights go completely out. He smirks. Power grids are far too easy to get into these days. Under the cover of absolute darkness, with no lights or cameras working, he pulls the box out of his bag and rushes over to the entrance of the police headquarters. He sets the box down precisely in a place where it will be easily seen by the front desk. He returns to his bench and ensures his bag is zipped and that he's sitting in the same place and position as before. With a couple more taps on his phone, the power is restored. It comes on with a large hum of electricity. Izuku makes another show of looking around at the return of the lights. He waits patiently, watching the entrance of the police headquarters out of the corner of his eye. Eventually, a small mousy-looking woman, quite literally, she had a mouse mutant quirk, steps out to look at the box in confusion. He gives it a few seconds so it won't be obvious before creating a false incoming call to his phone. He puts it up to his ear, talking in a normal-sounding voice, "Mom, where are you? I've been waiting in front of the police station like you said I should, but the power just went out and it was really creepy. Are you close? The woman glances over at him as he bounces his leg in nerves. He grimaces, what do you mean you can't pick me up now? You said you would. Gymnastics class ended over 20 minutes ago? No, I guess I can walk home, but, yeah, I know. Love you too, Mom. See you later tonight. He stands up and slings his, now empty, backpack over his shoulder with a deeply exaggerated sigh of annoyance. He fakes tensing up at seeing the woman. She's watching him with an expression on her face that can only be sympathy. He thinks of the most embarrassing thought he can that forces a blush onto his face while scuffing his foot. He gives a small bow to the woman as an apology. She just waves, calling out to him to have a good night and to be careful on his way home. He mumbles out a thank you to her just loud enough for her to hear and takes off down the street in a rush. Hopefully he looks like a frightened and embarrassed kid just trying to get home quickly and not a suspect trying to run away from a crime scene. When he's a good distance away from the station, he smirks. Perfect. That went exactly how he planned it. He'll have to figure out an alternate solution in the future though. He doubts he'll be able to pull this stunt off again if he finds any more pertinent information to pass along to the detective. Maybe he can find an email address? Emails are much safer honestly. Aizawa Shouta is having an average patrol night. Nothing too out of the ordinary has happened so far. He honestly thinks it's going to go smoothly enough that he'll be able to leave on time. Which is why he knows he jinxed himself when he walks into the police headquarters and Tsukachi comes rushing up to him. That usually means a case, but the amount of urgency lining the man's face is certainly concerning. We may have a problem, is the first thing the detective says to him when he approaches. OFING hell. Can he have just one night? He sighs out deeply through his nose but obediently follows Tsukachi to his office without complaint. As soon as the door closes, he asks, what's going on? Has something happened? The detective walks over to sit at his desk, a box sitting open on top of it. This box was sitting outside of the front entrance last night after a freak power outage occurred that was about 5 blocks wide all around headquarters. The secretary on duty thought that maybe it had just been dropped by the postal service and kicked into the open by someone passing by in the sudden darkness, so she brought it in. It was addressed to me. Okay, and? He prompts. The contents were somewhat shocking. Tsukachi holds out a piece of paper. He takes it and looks at the contents on it. Thought you could use this, detective. Try not to wait too long to follow up on it. I don't know how long it'll be before this info isn't valid anymore. Have fun. With love, from Binary. Who's Binary? He asks. Don't know. Never had any contact with them before this. That's not what concerns us, concerns me, though. He turns to his computer and types at the keys on the keyboard. He also clicks on something before continuing. In the box along with the note was a flash drive. The content in the drive was especially interesting to us. The underground hero raises an eyebrow as Tsukachi motions him around the desk. Aizawa rounds the desk, leaning against the top of it with one hand to look at the screen of the detective's computer. His eyes slowly widened at the contents. Is that Dash? The Yamaguchi brothers and their new syndicate? Yep. One of our tech guys verified that the videos and photos are legit and the flash drive it came on wasn't bugged or filled with viruses. It contains their hideout location with visible landmarks around plus coordinates, some photos of some of the crimes they've recently committed, and even photos of their cars' license plates along with who owns them. There's also a list of identities and known quirks amongst the group as well as the best heroes to bring to apprehend them. This Binary managed to solve one of our highest profile cases in the course of a night as well as put together a practically foolproof plan to apprehend them. And all of it is legit? Every single piece? Nothing's been tampered with at all. When the detective hums an affirmative, Aizawa furrows his brows. Well, that's too convenient. Anyone spotted after the box was left? Nope. Just some kid waiting for his mom to pick him up after gymnastics class apparently. Secretary on duty said she felt bad for him because apparently his mom couldn't come get him and he had to walk alone in the dark. Said he was pretty freaked out about it but got embarrassed when he noticed her. Also, Tsukachi reaches over and grabs something off his desk. He passes it to Aizawa. We did a bit of digging and found that the power outage that occurred? It was planned. Something pinged in the system at the same time that the power went out. It was gone by the time the power was back on. Sounds like a hacker then. So, whoever Binary is, they found out information on one of our most dangerous criminal groups, Planned A, however large wide 5 blocks is on either side of the station, power outage, and then, under the cover of that darkness, place down a box of sensitive information addressed to you specifically so that the police would get it. He reads over the report from the power company, noting that the foreign intrusion on the power grid was only there long enough to spot it but not track or trace. Binary wasn't just good at what they did, they were phenomenal at it. Probably had years of practice under their belt. Tsukachi nods, seems like it. Can't confirm if it's a hacker with a quirk for it though. Could possibly be someone with an intelligence one that picked up hacking as a form of entertainment for themselves. Can't confirm anything at all until we can find an identity for them, right? Correct. I was also questioning myself as to why me. The detective leans back in his chair. Why you? What do you mean? Yeah well. Why address the box to me? Was there a reason? Is it random? Should we expect the MO of them to be that they'll always contact me somehow? Either via a box or otherwise? Or will it go to anyone in the station? Tsukachi questions. And what other information will they be sending? Will it all be major crime group info like this, or will info on petty crimes or even info on a list villains come through as well? Aizawa adds, puzzle pieces appearing in his mind but none of them lining up with each other. Tsukachi grins up at him. See, this is why I wanted to consult you and ask if you wanted this case. Do you want it by the way? Aizawa sighs as if being put out. Yeah, I'll take it. I'm sure I can find out who they are eventually. Maybe get a meeting with them and talk them out of their hacker ways. Thanks Eraser. The grin then drops from his face into a frown. What about what we do when we find who this is? Don't know. Offer them a job as a tech analyst for the police? Aizawa gestures to the monitor with his hand. This is good info, after all. Especially for a freelance hacker. Haha. The false laugh is accompanied by a deadpan stare. Tsukachi sighs deeply before shrugging. Guess we'll just have to wait and figure it out when we catch them. I don't think a job will be an option though. I don't know if jail time would be either though. Maybe just a fine for hacking into the power grid and traffic cameras? Oh well, I'd better get started on the Yamaguchi brothers' arrest plan. Tsukachi turns back to his desk, picking up his phone to start coordinating the necessary heroes for the Yamaguchi brothers' case. Aizawa mentally catalogs all of the evidence about Binary that they've already collected. He'll get a physical copy anyway, but it's good to commit it to memory in case he needs to recall it at any point while he's investigating. He moves his gaze down to the note in his hand and he glares at Binary's name. They better watch out because Aizawa's about to start hunting them down. Izuku lets out a snort as he comes awake suddenly, shooting up from where he was slouched against the coffee table. Goosebumps ripple all along his body. What the F? He mutters to himself, looking around for any kind of danger. His brows furrowed as he didn't see anything immediately around him that was wrong. Am I missing something? Did I forget to do something? Did I forget to do my English essay that's due tomorrow? He looks down and thinks. Then pouts to himself, no wait. I did it back when it was first assigned at the beginning of the year. I even went 3 pages over the required limit. He shrugs dismissively after thinking about it a bit more. What the hell ever. I'm going to actual bed this time. He stands up, grabbing his phone. Catra, get the lights please, he calls out in a yawn as he slinks into his room. The lights to the apartment cut off behind him with a small meow sounding after he closed the door to his bedroom. Izuku yawns widely while sitting at the kitchen table. He blinks heavily and takes a sip of his specialty iced coffee. An iced caramel latte with just a shot of both vanilla and chocolate syrup, extra whipped cream and ground chocolate flakes on top. Freshly delivered from the little homebrew shop down the road from his apartment. He's so grateful that he found them all those years ago. There had been many times where it would have seemed impossible to function without the sweet cup of nirvana in his hands. With the owner of the shop also knowing his favorite order by heart too, mornings were nothing but bliss for him now. A loud ping from his phone causes him to jump a bit. He glances at it to see the screen light up and a green graphic avatar of a cat appear. Oh, it's just Catra. He supposes he should explain her purpose a bit more. Izuku developed Catra to help him with menial hacking tasks as well as keeping up with things like schedules, alarms, or lists of tasks he needs to do, since he had a tendency to get SCKED into things and forget about the outside world. He gave her a bit of AI tech to ensure she could communicate with him about anything he asks her to do. And he was also kind of lonely, so it's nice that she can talk to him on a more menial level as well. She can also move between his phone and his computer setup. Depending on what he's asked her to do at any given time, she may need the extra resources of his computer setup versus just his phone. She's actually basically been hotwired into every electronic device in the apartment and has functionality over all of them. Which is also why she can turn on and off the lights. She can also use items like the microwaves and oven, even the toaster, if he forgets to turn them on or off. He made her a cat because he likes cats. Does he need a reason other than that? Izuku-kun. She calls in a sweet, feminine voice. Good morning, Catra, he mumbles to her, taking another sip of his coffee through his silly straw. What? Silly straws are fun. That's why they're silly. The cat blinks at him, head tilting to the side with a confused-sounding feline noise. The time is currently 1300 hours. Calling out a "good morning" is incorrect, Izuku-kun. Meh, I just woke up. So it's morning for me, he responds blasely. Illogical. When one wakes up does not make the time automatically morning. Time does not stop or change for a single human being. Why did I have to make you so uptight about the rules of the universe? He groans to himself while tossing his head back. He turns back to the screen with a, fine. Sorry. Good. Afternoon, then. What is it? There seems to be someone searching the internet and the Quirk database system for binary IP address pings them as being from UA High School. I felt the need to tell you since that's what you signed your note to Detective Tsukachi as last night. Izuku blinks. UA? Who could possibly be looking for binary from UA? Not to mention this soon. It's only been a night. He gets up, snatching up his phone as well. He moves over to the couch and pulls his keyboard and mouse into his lap. His phone is placed on the coffee table. He picks up the signal that Catra locked onto and starts working on hacking his way through the firewall. It's much stronger than he normally deals with. He'll give UA and more specifically Nedu that, but it's got nothing on his years of practice with hacking things like this. Once he's in, he secretly turns on the camera for the computer making the search. On screen is a black-haired male with equally dark eyes. He squints at the monitor and types something else in as Izuku watches him. Why is this man searching for Izuku's new alter ego? Better yet, who is he? He's a hero for sure. Only heroes teach at UA. Which one though? Catra, run facial recognition on him. The cat avatar shows up in the bottom corner of the screen that has the man's face. A green box appears around him as various data boxes light up the screen. A bell-like sound chimes as the recognition software gets a hit after just a moment. The information details transfers over to one of the free screens. Catra meows, sounding pleased with herself. He has been identified as Aizawa Shouta. Age hero alias, Eraserhead, the Erasure Hero. Hero section, Underground. He teaches hero law and ethics at UA and is also the homeroom teacher for Class 1A of the Heroics course. Married to one Yamada Hizashi. Ah, Eraserhead. Should have guessed. Get me as much information on Yamada that you can find as well. I'm probably going to need a shock factor. He types up a few commands on his keyboard. He pulls on a headset with an attached microphone. He then uses a program software to mix a couple of pitches and tones on a soundboard. He presses the record button with it on, testing, 1 2. His voice that comes back through his headphones is highly distorted and sounds much older than he is. Yep, that'll do just fine. Showtime, he mutters with a grin. He filters the modifier through his headset's microphone and gets to work on hacking just a bit deeper through the firewalls. Then he takes control. The man, Aizawa Shouta, jumps back, eyes squinting in suspicion as his screen lights up in various distorted colors of green, ranging from dark to neon. You seem to be looking for something there, Izuku says, a bit cautiously, to him. His voice comes through on the computer's attached speakers. The man's eyes trace the computer monitor before narrowing further. What the hell? What's with that look? You seem to be searching for me. I thought I might do you a favor and let you talk to the real thing instead of whatever it is you would have found on the internet. Would have been nothing, by the way. I'm too new for that. A blink is the only sign of confusion from the man. Izuku will give it to him. He excels on keeping his emotions on the back burner as only an underground hero can. Aizawa then raises an eyebrow at the screen. You're binary then? Correct. Congratulations. You win. He plays a sound off the digital soundboard of a game show's winner sound. I take it you learned of me from one Detective Tsukachi? He's the only one I've contacted with my debut. I hope he liked my present. Yes, he appreciated the information you found. And he asked me to find out your identity. Good luck with that, he chirps with a grin. You're going about it the wrong way after all. You're not going to find anybody like me in the Quirk registry database. So you saw me checking around in there. Why do you say that though? Aizawa prompts. He waggles a finger at the screen even though he knows the man can't see it. I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me to tell you things about me but it won't work. I'm smarter than that after all. Aizawa clicks his tongue in annoyance. Listen, I thought we could maybe do this peacefully but if you won't cooperate, then I'll have to go about it the hard way. My. That sounds like quite a declaration of war against me. I wonder what the hard way entails. So color me intrigued. How about I help get you started then? I'll tell you why I picked the name Binary. It was spur of the moment when he did pick it but now that he's really thought it through, it's a good name. Especially for him. Aizawa raises an eyebrow warily. Smart of him. Go on, he says. Binary code is a series of zeros and ones strung together in a specific sequence. On paper, it's useless. Annoying. Worthless. But put that same string of zeros and ones into a computer, and suddenly it's a language far more complex than the human mind can comprehend. I was the same way. The world decided I wasn't good enough in the physical plane, so I went digital. That's why I chose the name binary. And you should be very, he smirks at the underground hero on screen, very afraid of the reach I have here. Aizawa Shouta. Aizawa's jaw loosened a bit as his eyes widened. It's as good of a jaw drop as Izuku's going to get from a man like him. His voice is hard as he attempts to ask, how did you dash? Oh, it was almost too easy. Identities these days are so simple to find. Like I said, be afraid. He smirks at the neighboring screen that Catra had pulled Yamada's information onto. Give your husband, Yamada-san, my warmest regards. He looks like such a kind man. And he's such a good hero as present Mike. Bye now. Aizawa's further widening eyes are the last thing Izuku sees as he cuts the connection. He pulls off the headset and places it and the keyboard on the coffee table. He lets out a gasping breath that's closer to a sob. He can't believe he just did that. He talked to an underground hero. He talked back to them. Oh God, he's going to be in so much trouble if they ever figure out it was him. Izuku-kun? You are upset. What's wrong? Catra asks him. I'm going to be in so much trouble. He moves his hands up to grasp his hair tightly. Oh God, does talking back to a hero make me a bad person? I already know hacking their information and the information of their loved ones does. But does this make it worse? Please calm yourself, Izuku-kun. Aizawa-san cannot trace our signal, not even Nedu-san can. He made an attempt to, but I ensured that he failed. No one shall know you are binary without you approving it first. The algorithmic cat's tail sways as she attempts to settle his nerves. Right. It's fine. Everything's fine. I need to be more logical about this. He takes a deep breath in and lets it out slowly. Nervously, he asks, seriously though, can extra years be added on to a jail sentence for back-talking a hero? He expects Catra to tell him that continuing to worry over it is illogical like she did with him saying good morning in the afternoon. Instead, Catra just blinks before reporting to him, there are no known or documented instances of jail time being increased due to back-talking to a hero. It makes him laugh oddly. Catra probably figured out that was the best way to quell his worries. She's much more intelligent than she seems, after all. He programmed her to be that way with the added plus of constantly learning from the things around her. He gives Catra his thanks before moving back to the kitchen to finish his coffee. He also needs to go find something for breakfast too. He has Catra add to his list of things to do that he needs to place a bit of a bug on Aizawa Shouta's phone. Can't be too careful now that someone's trying to find his trail. It's a sentiment that he would happily reiterate louder if he knew that the man was still staring at his now black-screened monitor with a mixture of anger and something akin to fear. Izuku doesn't go outside often. Not really. People of the outside world aren't kind to people like him. But he's not a shut-in. He does still leave the house when he has to and has no qualms or fears about it. Today is one of those days. He needed a new SD card for some of his hacking projects. He's whistling as he's on his way back from the tech hardware store in his neighborhood with the new SD card in his pocket when Catra pings him. He pulls a wireless earbud out of his pocket to slip into his ear. What is it? He asks. There seems to be an altercation occurring nearby, she responds, her voice coming out of the earbud. That's not a surprise. Catra has a secondary function of hacking the street cameras around him when he's on the move to see if there's any danger in the direction he's headed. What kind of altercation? Heroes? Gang fight? If so, he'll need to find an alternate path to make sure not to draw attention to himself. It's just after school and he's not wearing any kind of school uniform. He'd rather not have any questions directed at himself. No. It seems to be between several students from Nabu Middle School. It seems 3 are ganging up on a single classmate. They are beating him. Oh. That's not good. He pulls up the cameras around the area with a bit of hacking. Sure enough, in a nearby alleyway, 3 students wearing Nabu Middle School uniforms are wailing on another student. The poor thing just cowers against the wall while covering their head as their classmates laugh and hit them. Can you get me facial recognition on them? He says as he switches over to the actual camera app on his phone, switching to the video recorder as soon as it's open. One moment. I have recognition of the 3 assailants, but I cannot catch the victim's face to get recognition. Assailants have been identified as Ide Akihiko, Seiki Kid, and Ishikawa Kazuki. All are in their 3rd year at Nabu. Gotcha. Back up yourself and this video I'm about to start recording to storage. Just in case my phone gets broken in retaliation. Catra nods, understood. I will also continue to attempt to get facial recognition for the victim. He rushes into the alley, starting to record. He stays quiet for a moment, just getting a nice recording of these three boys beating on the poor student. When he's got a good minute of endless assault recorded, he stops it and shouts, "Hey! What the hell do you guys think you're doing?" All three boys jump at the sound of his voice. They turn to him and stare with wide eyes. Eventually, the apparent ringleader of the group grins at him sheepishly. "Hey man. Don't worry. We're just doing the world a favor and keeping this villain from committing any crimes." The distaste in the other kid's voice makes Izuku's lip curl up in a sneer. "Villain?" He scoffs. "Last time I knew, villains obviously don't wear middle school uniforms. Nor are they committing a crime by sitting fearfully in an alleyway while people beat them up." Two of the boys flinch at the sass he gives back. The ringleader scowls. Obviously he's a villain. "Look, you don't know him. But we do. He is a villain. We go to school with him. It's his quirk. Brainwashing. He's destined to grow up to be a villain because he can control your mind." "Really?" he says in a fake nice voice. He then hums out a long sound. "That's weird. Because the last time I was aware, your quirk doesn't automatically make you into either a hero or a villain. It was your actions that caused you to be a hero or a villain. You're acting more like a villain than he is after all. In fact, I think that the only reason that he would even become a villain," his stare becomes harsh, "is because of people like you." The ringleader is shocked at his words. Izuku sees out of the corner of his eye that the victim has peeked out of the safety of his arms up at him. It's a bright splash of lavender hair and a violet-colored eye. What he can see of his arms and face are mottled with bruises. That won't fly, not for Izuku. He's going to ruin these bullies. The ringleader's friend comes up and places a hand on his shoulder. "Hey kid, maybe we should just go?" Seiki kid, apparently, shrugs his friend's hand off of him, stupidly, in Izuku's opinion, to scoff, "Like hell man. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm going to be a hero after all. Heroes stop villains. Even ones in the making." "A hero in the making, huh?" He plays the video recording and turns it so the boys can see it. "Would heroes or the police agree that this is a future hero in the making? What about your hero school of choice, Do you think they would accept someone who does things like this?" All the boys watched with wide eyes as they mercilessly beat on the other boy, faces smirking tauntingly as the clear victim of assault cowered helplessly against the wall. He stops the video but keeps his phone visible as a warning. "Now. Here's what's going to happen. You three are going to turn around to him, apologize to him for both beating him up as you did and calling him a villain, then you are going to run home to your mommies and daddies, not mess with him anymore, and pray that I don't make good on my threat of releasing this video. Got it?" The three nodded in understanding. They then turned and bowed to the other boy, apologizing to him. Then they ran off with Izuku watching them with harsh eyes the whole way. He smugly puts his phone back into his pocket. Job well done. He then steps over to the boy and crouches down next to him. The poor guy flinches away from him, as if expecting Izuku to hurt him as well. His face doesn't fully come out of his arms and knees either. "It's okay," Izuku says to him softly, "I promise they won't bother you again. I'm sorry I didn't get here quicker. Maybe I could have stopped most of the damage if I had gotten here faster." It's quiet as they stare at each other. The other boy slowly raises his hand in a dismissive wave. Izuku tilts his head, worried that maybe they damaged his throat. "What's wrong? Did they injure your throat? Is that why you can't talk?" A slow head shake is his response. Still no words though. Izuku waits, hoping that he'll explain if he's patient. His eyes meet and dart away from his own a few times. Then his shoulders untense minutely and he sits up fully. Izuku inhales sharply as he finally sees why he can't talk. A muzzle. This kid's been muzzled. "Holy shit," he yells, reaching up to see if he can get it off. The guy flinches but doesn't back away as Izuku's hands touch the back to try and find a buckle or clasp. His fingers come across a latch but they also come across something much larger. Izuku leans up further to see it. It's a padlock. "Are you f***ing kidding me?" he murmurs, mostly to himself. Purple-haired guy's eyes fall to the ground in shame. Izuku holds out a hand. No. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at whoever put this thing on you. They're absolutely insane." Two slow blinks and a nod in understanding. Izuku pats his pockets down to see if he has anything he might be able to pick the lock with. He comes up with nothing though and groans in annoyance. Of all the times for him to leave even his small screwdriver at home. He'll just take this kid home with him. Wow, that actually sounded creepy. He'll help this kid at his home. Yeah, that sounds a bit better. Okay. So, I don't have anything to get that off of you with me, but I should at my house. Would you mind coming with me so I can pick that padlock on the back? Wide violet eyes blink again, this time in shock before nodding again in acceptance. Great. Let's get going then, Oh wait. I don't know your name and you can't tell me. He places a finger on his lips to think then face palms himself. He has Catra. Duh. He pulls his phone back out and holds it out. Here, hold this for a second. The boy takes it curiously as Izuku grins at him. Catra, facial recognition on the victim now please. A thin eyebrow raises in confusion before blinking in shock as Catra appears on screen with a meow. His eyes seem to light up with a sparkle as Catra chirps, through the phone speaker this time, "One moment please." He smiles as the boy becomes enraptured by the green cyber cat. Recognition found. She purrs out happily, bowing her head slightly. Greetings Shinso Hitoshi-kun. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Shinso, huh? Nice to meet you then. I'm Midoriya Izuku. And the cat on my phone screen is Catra. You seem to like her so you can talk to her more when we get that muzzle off of you at my house. Izuku smiles in a way he hopes is comforting to Shinso. Shinso can't exactly smile with the muzzle on but his eyes do scrunch a bit in what Izuku assumes is a bit of a smile. Shinso nods again and, with Izuku's help, finally stands up. It's slow going but the walk home is quite peaceful. It probably helps that Catra was giving them directions to ensure they didn't run into anyone on the way. Izuku really didn't want any questions as to why he was helping a heavily bruised and muzzled boy his age back to his apartment. When they finally get there, Izuku unlocks the door and calls for Catra to turn on the lights. His computer setup also hums to life as the lights in the house all turn on. Izuku helps Shinso over to the couch, gently lowering him down onto it. There you go. Okay now, Izuku turns to the coffee table and sifts around through the stuff on it. It's not here. Ugh. Catra, where did I leave my bobby pins container? I believe I last saw it on your dresser in your room. Perhaps behind one of your textbooks, the cyber cat replies, now appearing on one of the computer screens. Izuku mumbles a thanks, racing into his room to search for the container. Just as she said, it was hidden behind one of his textbooks for his online classes. He first started using them when his hair got too long when he was younger. There was a time just after getting free of his mom when he was still really scared to go out alone. He let his hair go and it got too long, falling into his face every time he was trying to do something. So he ordered the container of bobby pins, the same one now in his hand, to pin his hair back. When he got his confidence up enough to go out and get a haircut by a professional, he still kept them in the event that he accidentally locked something without a key and needed to pick it. He really needs to remember to find a way to keep them on him at all times. Never know when you're going to need them out in the field. Like today. He runs back into the living room, skidding to a stop in front of the coffee table again, back. He snatches up a small screwdriver sitting on it and pulls one of the pins out of the container before moving behind Shinso. Okay, it might take me a minute but I should be able to pick this lock and get that thing off of you. Is there anything I can do in the meantime, Izuku-kun? Catra asks. Yeah, Izuku says, not looking up from his work. Start compiling evidence against those boys as well as Nabu Middle School and anyone else you can find who's made attacks or discriminatory actions against Shinso-kun. Pull cam footage in and around the school, if you can, to see what you can find and keep anything that flags. Verbal and physical altercations both. Once you've got it all nice and neat in a file, load it onto one of the empty disks. I haven't had a chance to go out and buy a new flash drive. So I'll just have to waste a CD. Also print a label and write up a quick note of our findings for Tsukachi-san. We'll stick it in a box with the muzzle and deliver it to him again. Shinsu's head WHPs around to him in clear shock, causing his arms to bend at an awkward angle to keep hold of the padlock. Whoa, whoa. Hey, don't do that. This isn't exactly comfortable. Shinso quickly turns back to face front with wide eyes. Izuku sighs in relief as the painful stretch lets up in his arms. He then smiles at him over the top of his head. You can tell me what's so shocking when we get this off. Okay? Shinso gives a minute nod and Izuku gets back to work on picking the lock. After several frustratingly long minutes, the lock gives. Izuku makes a sound of triumph and carefully pulls the strap loose. Shinso gasps out as if he's finally able to breathe when the muzzle is pulled off his face completely. Thank you, he says sincerely, voice gravely from disuse. Of course. Izuku rounds the couch and crouches in front of him. He winces in sympathy. Ooh, the muzzle cut into your cheeks. Not to mention those bruises. Let me go get the first aid kit. And some ice. Izuku is quick to move away from him again, going to get all the things he needs. He gets the first aid kit from the bathroom first, then moves to the kitchen to make up a couple of bags of ice. As he's in there, he hears Shinso ask Catra, why did he help me? I mean, he made you so his quirk must be amazing, so why did he help someone like me? Why didn't he just walk away like all the others with super amazing quirks when he heard that I have a villain's quirk? Izuku stays quiet and smirks. He knows Catra will sort him out. He gave her a special coding strand that makes her abhor quirk discrimination. She lets out a low growl at the questions. Firstly, Hitoshi-kun, no quirk has ever been categorized based on whether or not it is a hero's or a villain's. There is no such thing as a villain's quirk, just as there is no such thing as a hero's quirk. Every quirk can be used for good or for ill, just like anyone can use a knife the same way. Secondly, Izuku-kun has no quirk. Because of how he's been treated just for having an extra bone in the smallest toe on his foot, he absolutely does not tolerate anyone treating someone differently based on the quirk that they do or don't have. Izuku chooses that moment to rejoin. Then, she's right, you know. No one should hate you based on what kind of quirk you have. I mean, at least they have one at all. You wouldn't believe the kind of stuff I had to put up with sometimes from the school, teachers, and students both. But you don't anymore? Shinso asks, confused. Nope. I started online school a few years ago. Izuku grins then shrugs, it's better for me anyway. Regular school didn't give me the freedom to work at my own pace, which I desperately needed in order to strive. Really quick, I'm also going to take a picture of your injuries as they are right now. Just to let you know. Izuku quickly pulls out his phone and snaps a picture of Hitoshi's face and arms to note the injuries, then he places one of the bags of ice on his heavily bruised wrist before pulling out a cotton ball and some antiseptic. That sounds nice, Shinso says quietly, wincing when Izuku dabs as carefully as possible at one of the cuts on his cheek. Your parents must be amazingly supportive. Oh, I don't have those anymore either. Shinso makes a noise of confusion. Izuku gently applies a bandage to one of his cheeks, answering him with, parents. I don't have parents anymore. What? Then who do you live here with? Like, another family member or something? Nobody. I live on my own. Have since I was about 10. He moves over to the other cut, repeating the process. It was a whole legal thing, but basically I proved my parents were both horrible people who weren't doing anything to raise me anyway, and that I could live on my own just fine without anyone to constantly supervise me. And that it was safer for me to be on my own. It was kind of like American emancipation, but not quite? I don't know, you'd have to talk to my lawyer to get all the ins and outs of the legal stuff. He explained it to me once, but I was 10 at the time and didn't really get it. Probably would get it now if he explained it again though. You have a lawyer? Another bandage is applied to the other side of Shinsu's face before the second bag of ice is placed over his eye. Aha, Izuku hums, I don't know how much you've figured out about me, but I'm a hacker, in case you didn't know. Yeah, I figured that out, Shinso says, or at least had a guess that you might be based on Catra. Izuku grins at him before sobering back into a more neutral facial expression. So anyway, back when I was first getting started, my mom, who was awful by the way, decided that she was going to stop sending money to the house to help me pay for food and other things I needed. Her reasoning was something like I wasn't worth it, maybe? I don't remember exactly. In order to feed myself, I offered my hacking services to the public if you knew how to find me. Well, a lawyer, Iwai Fumio, reached out to me about his firm partner. He had concerns that his partner was forging evidence to get guilty clients who paid him a hefty enough bribe out of prison time. He was. I found out how in all the cases he had done it for, as well as how much he was paid for it each time. Iwai-san brought it to public light and the guy went to prison for it, with all assets from their shared firm now solely in Iwai-san's name. He insisted we meet in person so he could thank me and deliver my pay to me. I agreed because I really needed the money and was worried he would keep the money from me if I said no. And he found out when you two met? Pretty much. I was a 10-year-old who just showed up to a cafe to meet with a lawyer to get a paycheck for hacking his ex-partner's records and cases to find out if the guy was committing fraud. I'm sure you can imagine how surprised and shocked he was. He asked me questions about my home life and I told him. Shinso gives him an, "Are you stupid?" look. Izuku waves him off as he's putting the first aid supplies back in the kit. Yes, I know. But I was 10. It seemed like a good idea at the time for a 10-year-old me. And it turned out it was. He got me out of my parents' custody and proved in a court of law that I was better off living on my own based on how the system treats people like me. Someone still had to be listed as my guardian, which Iwai-san listed himself thankfully, but it's more of an, in case of emergency, guardian. What happens if someone comes along and wants to adopt you or something? And it is a really good fit for you? An odd question from Shinso, but Izuku's heard weirder. I mean, yeah, I guess they could. Izuku shrugs. He takes a moment to snap another quick set of photos of Shinsu's now treated injuries. There's nothing saying that if someone suited to raise me the rest of the way to adulthood came along that I couldn't be adopted by them. I think I'd have to talk to Iwai-san to know for sure. Now you though. Me? Shinso points to himself. Yes, you. There's too many questions that I have to ask. Especially if I'm taking all this to the police. You're actually going to the police with it? I thought you told those assholes that you wouldn't tell on them if they apologized to me and left me alone. No. I was always going to the police with it. I just said that to make them listen to me and let them think they had a chance. Anyways, the muzzle? Where did it come from? Shinso stays quiet, eyes downturned. Izuku waits patiently for him to pick the conversation back up, knowing it might take him a little bit of time to get his thoughts in order. Shinso's voice is quiet when he finally does speak. The school puts it on me. They think my quirk is a villain's quirk too, so they make me wear it during school hours. Less chance of me taking control of people that way. And your parents? What do they think of this? Shinso chuckles, but it's bitter. Foster parents actually, they're the ones that supply the school with them. Anytime it breaks, they buy a new one to donate to the school. They have one at home too. In case I get too aggressive towards them. My social worker doesn't care either. She thanked my foster parents for coming up with the idea and said that if they ever gave me up she would start supplying them to all my new homes. Less of a risk that way, she said. Izuku takes a deep breath to stave off the overwhelming rage he's feeling. I hate people, I swear. Catra, ignore everything I said about the label for a box. We'll have EY take everything since it's clear we'll have to get him involved. Okay. So, I'm going to have you record everything, and I mean everything, you've gone through on a sheet of paper, in writing. And we'll send that in too along with the video evidence. But there's also no way in hell that I'm letting you go back to that foster home, so, Izuku thinks for a moment before lighting up with a bright smile, so you'll just stay here. Stay, here? Yeah. With me. The apartment has 2 rooms after all. Oh, but the second room doesn't have any furniture in it right now, so I'll have to order some. But we can make it your room. Shinso blinks. You would? Want me here with you? Even knowing what you do about me. Well, yeah. You're not going back into the system. Not if I have anything to say about it. Izuku moves to his bedroom, leaving the door open so Shinso can still hear him. I'll get you a piece of paper or 5 and a pencil. As soon as you're done writing everything down, and again I mean everything, then you can come in here and catch some sleep. You look like you need it. What about you? Don't you need to sleep too? Shinso calls back. Yeah, but I won't be able to for a while. I've got a lot to do. Don't worry about me though. I'll be fine. I don't have to worry about any new assignments for school until next semester anyway. He tears several sheets of paper out of one of his unused notebooks and grabs a pencil. He brings them out and hands them to the purple-haired boy. Besides, I've got to call Iwai-san so he can start making a case for you. I'm sure by the end of this week or maybe the end of next week at most, we'll have you living here full-time. Iwai-san doesn't play when it comes to the safety of kids. You really don't mind if I stay? If I live with you? Shinso's voice sounds rough as tears well up in his eyes. Of course not. I'd be happy to have you here. Izuku smiles brightly at him. I know. We've just met, Shinso-kun, but I've been through what you've gone through. Maybe not to your level of extreme, but I know what it's like for people to treat you differently because of something you can't control. I wished more than anything during that time that someone would reach out and help me, but in the end they didn't and I ended up having to help myself. I want to be that someone who reaches out to help you. So you don't have to find a way to help yourself like I did. I've always wanted to be a hero. Let me be yours, Shinso Hitoshi. That's all it takes for the dam to break. Shinso curls into himself as he sobs, one hand raising to cover his eyes as the ice pack that was over his black eye falls into his lap. Izuku easily moves his hands over to rest on the other boy's back and shoulder, offering him some comfort without crowding him. He knows Shinso probably has never had that before and doesn't want to overwhelm him yet. Maybe at some point in the future he'll be able to offer more than just this. Perhaps a hug and a shoulder to cry on. For now, he'll have to let Shinso get used to his presence as something not out to get him like he probably expects from every human he comes across. When the tears finally cease, Shinso starts working on writing down his statement of everything that's happened to him, both at his foster home and at school. Meanwhile Izuku pulls his keyboard into his lap and gets to work, himself. First, figuring out again how he's going to get all this evidence to Detective Tsukachi through Iwai-san without raising suspicion. Then he's got a lot to do to ensure Iwai-san's job is easy with his new upcoming case regarding Shinso. Izuku will take much joy watching all those wretched people burn, legally, that is. When Hitoshi wakes up, he's peaceful. Which is nice. There isn't someone screaming at him to get off his lazy butt and get ready for the hellhole he calls school. He wonders for a second if he's in a new foster home and that's why everything's so peaceful. Then the memories of the day before come back to him. The muzzle being placed on him, a normal occurrence these days, the kids from school following him, them dragging him into an alley to beat him where it can't be seen, and then a sassy green-haired kid showing up to completely save him in every sense of the word. He gave him a guaranteed new and safe home. He feels tears well up in his eyes again. How long had he hoped for this? Prayed for it? Months? Years? Hitoshi-kun? Hitoshi jumps at the call of his name. He looks over to see a monitor hanging over a dresser that he hadn't noticed the night before. Catra blinks. Do cybercats blink normally or even need to blink at him before purring happily? Oh good. You are awake. Yeah, he responds, sitting up heavily while rubbing his eye with a fist. He yawns loudly before asking, where's Izuku? It felt weird calling the other kid by his given name, but it felt even weirder to call him Midoriya. Catra reaches up and rubs a paw over her head. Is that another thing that cybercats need to do? Or like to do? He's so out of his depth with her not being a real cat. She's still cute though. Izuku-kun is in the kitchen, she tells him. Has he slept at all? He stands up from the bed unsteadily, still fully waking up. Unfortunately not. He was working on finding evidence for your case for Iwai-san. Then he found some villains in a nearby area and has been working on getting the necessary info to turn it into the police. Does he do that often? He finds the slippers that he wore the night before and slides them on his feet. It is a new development with him. His ability with quirk analysis and hacking is useful for finding information about criminals to pass on to the correct authorities. He realized he could help while not getting too involved or in too much trouble. He doesn't put himself in unnecessary danger this way. Hitoshi hums in understanding as he heads for the bedroom door. Catra disappears from the hanging monitor. Hitoshi guesses she's moved back to Izuku's phone. He walks out and heads for the small kitchen area he saw yesterday afternoon. Sure enough, Izuku in all his green glory is sitting at the table. There's multiple sheets of paper and a notebook in front of him. His phone is propped up as well. He seems to be constantly rewinding and fast-forwarding something playing on it. As he approaches, he hears the boy mumbling, if Edshot is there, injuries would reduce to a 16.5% chance and casualties would reduce to 8.3%. But if Best Jeanist could be convinced to go to the apprehension instead, injuries would be drastically reduced to only a 9.4% chance with casualties reaching an all-time low of 2.9%. He scribbles something down in his notebook. Izuku-kun, Hitoshi-kun is awake. Catra pipes up from Izuku's phone, like Hitoshi expected, stopping the boy in whatever it is he's doing. Green eyes look over a shoulder at Hitoshi. A smile then accompanies it with a, oh, good morning, Shinso-kun. He's about to respond when Catra beats him to it. That's illogical again, Izuku-kun. The time is now 13:09. Just because Hitoshi-kun woke up a few moments ago, does not make it morning. With the way Izuku rolls his eyes, Hitoshi can tell this isn't a one-off conversation. His mind is stuck on one thing though, it's after 1 in the afternoon? I'm so late for school. No you're not, Izuku says calmly, scribbling something else down in the notebook. Hitoshi makes a noise of confusion. What does Izuku mean? The genius of a boy raises an eyebrow while glancing at him again over his shoulder. Really? Why would I let you go back to the place that's been one of the main causes of your abuse? Besides, I can't let you go back anyway. Iwai-san is going to make it a place of interest for an active case of possible abuse, negligence, and discrimination, your active case. As the victim, you can't go back until the case is resolved if you go back at all. There's a chance they might try and get you to drop the case against them with coercion, bribes, or threats if you do. Okay. I guess the same rules apply for my foster home. Hitoshi asks, starting to catch on to what Izuku was saying. Izuku nods with a smile, correct. A trusted officer and a member of Iwai-san's staff will probably take you to pick up your stuff from there later, but other than that you're free to stay here. My offer still stands for you to stay here for as long as you want. If you want to leave after the case is done, that's fine. But for the time being my place is basically your safe house while you're in protective custody. Since no one but Iwai-san knows where I live, it's the safest place for you. And no one would suspect that I was living with a kid I just met on the street yesterday. It's ingenious. It's my specialty. The smirk Izuku gives him is devious. He ducks his head down to go back to scribbling in his notebook for a few minutes more before he closes it and smiles, much gentler this time, at him. Want some breakfast? I want coffee more than food, Hitoshi gripes. That can be arranged, Hitoshi-kun, Catra chirps before adding in a stern voice, but I must insist that you also select something to eat. Preteen boys of your age need at least 2,000 calories a day at minimum. Up to 2,600 if you are more active than most other children your age. You'd think I programmed her with a maternal instinct, but surprisingly she learned that on her own. Izuku shakes his head with a shrug. He then picks up his phone, closing whatever he was looking at, then taps an app on the home screen. Here, he tells him, holding out the phone. Hitoshi takes it and looks at the screen. It's some kind of ordering app for food delivery, but it's selected to order from a cafe-type restaurant that Hitoshi doesn't recognize the name of. He asks Izuku about it as he scrolls through the menu. They're just down the street and know how to make my coffee exactly how I like it. Plus they don't deny me or charge me ridiculously high amounts for what I order just because I'm quirkless, Izuku tells him. Hitoshi's head shoots up at that. That was a thing? People could refuse this green bean of a boy service, just because he didn't have a quirk? What the F dash? Izuku notices his expression and chuckles. I know that look. You're shocked to hear that people can actually do that and wondering if it's true. The answer is yep. They absolutely can. They can consider our money as just as worthless as we are to them. The whole country thinks that quirkless people are just as protected and equal as the quirked ones, but they're wrong. Or lying to themselves. We're treated as if we're subhuman. There's no way we can be as strong or as smart or as fast as the quirked humans. So in the eyes of all the horrible people of the world, we must just not be human at all. Hitoshi lets that sink in. Then he's filled with an unimaginable rage. What the F dash, he shouts, clutching the phone in his hand tightly. I thought I had it bad being called a villain at every turn, but F. I've never been denied anything because of my quirk. You mean besides basic human rights? Like a loving home and a school where you never have to worry about who's going to treat you like shit? Or not being muzzled like you're a dog? Izuku asks him sarcastically. Hitoshi blushes at the truth of the statement. No, that's not. I mean dash. Izuku waves him off. Look, I get it. What I was meaning by that was that yeah, my life SCKS, but it's not all rainbows for you or others either. Our quirk-based society is screwed up almost beyond repair. People forget that humans started off with no quirks at all and that the first ever documented quirk was the ability to glow. The first quirk was a useless one that wasn't even thought of as being for heroics because there was no such thing as heroes. At the same time, it wasn't thought of as weak either, it was thought of as too strong because humans didn't have quirks. Does that make sense? Am I making any sense here? No. I mean dash. Yeah. You're making perfect sense. I get it. I understand. Hitoshi smiles slightly before looking back at the menu on the phone. So what's good? Practically anything. I'm a fan of their full English-style breakfast. It's eggs, sausage links, 2 slices of bacon, 3 pancakes, and 2 slices of toast. It's delicious. And keeps me filled up until dinner time when I wake up later in the day like you did today. Hitoshi knows he's staring at the other boy with wide eyes. He knows and he doesn't care. Where do you put that much food? You're tiny, he flinches, realizing how that sounds. No offense, of course. At least you're not saying I'm small because I don't have a quirk, Izuku shrugs nonchalantly. He then motions back to the phone. Go on and pick whatever looks good though. Some coffee too. Don't worry about the cost or anything like that. I've got plenty of money. From what? Like, child support or a trust fund? He passes by some waffles covered in fruits and syrup. His mouth waters. Yep, that's what he wants. He taps it to add it to the cart. Nah. Cryptocurrency. Also stonks, Izuku smirks. Hitoshi's finger stops as he's browsing through the specialty coffee. He looks up at him with narrowed eyes. Was that a pre-quirk meme? Maybe. The smirk sticks to his face. Hitoshi rolls his eyes with a groan before going back to the menu again. He finally selects and customizes his coffee of choice before passing the phone back to its owner. Catra chirrups a meow as her current location is given to Izuku. I've gone ahead and added your usual to the cart, Izuku-kun. She says happily. Izuku thanks her and pays for the order. He tells Hitoshi that it'll arrive in 20 to 30 minutes. Izuku opens his notebook back up to start writing in it again. Hitoshi sits there awkwardly, unable to entertain himself since his foster parents or social worker never got him a cell phone. He tries to keep up with the scribbles and mutterings Izuku's making but he can't. It all goes over his head and sounds like mumbo-jumbo to him. He knows their calculations, but how is he making them that fast? And what kind of formula is he using to get those numbers in the first place? Izuku must notice his struggle because he smiles softly and closes the notebook again. Come on. I can do this in the living room, he says, picking up the notebook and cell phone before standing up. He heads out of the kitchen with Hitoshi scrambling to follow him. When they arrive, they both take a seat on the couch. Izuku leans over, picking up a tray with a keyboard and mouse on it, then hands it to Hitoshi. Hitoshi holds it securely as if it was a child he's afraid to drop. He is quite afraid to drop this. It kind of is like Izuku's child, after all. Izuku leans back into the arm of the sofa, opening his notebook on his knees and calling out, Catra, bring up a streaming service so Shinso-kun can find something to watch. Alert us when the food has arrived too, please. Certainly. The 5 monitors in front of them come to life. The largest one, that looks more like a TV than a computer monitor, pulls up a popular streaming service. Hitoshi relaxes back a bit and starts sifting through the options with the mouse and keyboard. He whispers over to Izuku, "You don't have to call me Shinso, by the way. We're going to be living together for the next while. Just call me Hitoshi. Please take care of me." Hitoshi then. Now watch something and relax a bit. Catra will let us know when the food gets here. Izuku snuggles down a bit deeper into the arm of the couch, picking back up on his project. Hitoshi smiles and selects a feel-good movie about a cat to watch. He can do that. He really can. Tsukachi Naomasa liked to think of himself as a good detective. He tried to be kind, fair, and overall unbiased towards the people involved in his cases. This included coworkers, victims, and heroes alike. He also tried to get them solved in as timely a manner as he could. He knows that the one thing victims and families of victims hate is waiting for justice. The one thing about his cases that he couldn't stand was the unknown. He hated coming across cases he couldn't solve or evidence pieces that didn't fit. Suspects that were completely out of the blue or lying witnesses trying to save themselves or their friends. So naturally he had quite the dislike for Binary. Now, Binary behind the screen could be a perfectly kind individual. But someone who hides so deeply behind a false identity also hides many secrets. Tsukachi hates secrets with a passion. Not to mention Aizawa's report of speaking with their elusive hacker. They hacked into Aizawa's computer at UA. How? How did Nedu not even catch it? To speak with the man, and what the Erasure hero told him left him a bit on the shaken side. Binary knew things about Aizawa that weren't public knowledge. His name being the biggest one. Since he was underground, his name isn't public and shouldn't be known by the general populace. Yet Binary found it faster than anyone he's ever seen. Not only that, but they figured out that the man was married. To present Mike. That's one of the biggest kept secrets of the police force. Hell, not even other heroes really know that they're married without Aizawa and Yamada approving of them knowing. Where did they find that information? It just doesn't make sense. He puts that aside for now and heads out of his office. One of his lawyer contacts set up a meeting for him this morning, and he'd really like a break from the Binary case anyway. He approaches the front desk to where a tall and lean man with two-toned black and blonde hair was waiting. He was wearing a fashionable suit and was busy checking the black watch on his wrist. There's a box being carried under his other arm. Silvery eyes with slitted pupils dart up to him as he approaches. A fanged grin stretches across his face. "Tsukachi. Nice to see you again, detective. Wish I could say it was under better circumstances." "True. Iwai-san," he greets the man, "to what do I owe the pleasure of a meeting today?" Iwai holds out the box to him. "Got a set of evidence for a case I'm working on. Child abuse and neglect from a set of foster parents and a middle school. They claim it's because the kids got a villain's quirk. I call bullshit and think they just don't care as a whole. Was also hoping you'd assist by interviewing them, since there's less of a chance of them slipping away by lying with your quirk." "True." Tsukachi takes the box. He sets it on the desk to open it. On the top is a packet of papers. Upon reading them, he finds them to be a handwritten account of pretty much everything the victim of the case, one Shinso Hitoshi, has gone through both at home and at school. It's even signed. There's also several photographs, both before and after shots, of all of Shinso's current injuries and how they've been patched up. The dark bruises and deep scratches on his face break Tsukachi's heart a bit. Poor kid. There's also the lip of a large plastic baggie, sitting innocuously under the papers and photos. He pulls it out and feels his heart skip a beat at the contents inside it. It's a blood-splattered muzzle and a padlock. He gives his best, "What the F dash," look to Iwai. Person who found him said it was locked onto his face. Iwai says with a sad shrug, "They managed to pick the lock to get it off of him, but, as you can see from the scratches on his face, the damage was already done." Kid said it wasn't the first time he had been locked in it either. "True." Tsukachi shakes his head. Sometimes he doesn't understand how people can be so cruel. This was a child, not a dog. He sets the muzzle aside and checks the box for anything else. There's also a disc sitting in a case at the bottom. He picks it up and holds it up to Iwai. "What's this?" Video footage of the kid's most recent attack. From the closest location security cameras, they were happy to give it up with the case at hand, and a first-person video account of the kid who found him. Kid was being stalked by bullies on the way home from school. They pulled him into an alley to avoid actual people seeing, but luckily didn't think to look around for cameras. "Thank heavens for that. Makes our jobs easier," Iwai replies. "True. Alright," the detective says and packs the evidence back away in the box. "I'll get a head start on getting this processed so that the case can fall into your hands in court." "What about the kid? Is he safe?" "He's staying with someone I know. Only I know where they live, so he'll be safe there, don't worry." The kid's also been told that under no circumstances is he allowed to go back to his old foster home or school for the time being until the case is resolved. We also told him that an officer and one of my workers, maybe even myself, would escort him to the old home to collect anything he might want at a later date. True. Well, that's good. They don't have to set up an elaborate witness protection order for the kid. Just file it so that he's marked as safe in a relatively unknown safe house. For some reason, he can't help but be reminded of another case similar to this one a few years ago. What was the name of the victim in that case? Didn't EY also represent them for that case too? Oh well, he'll look in his past case files later. Either that or he's sure he'll remember it at some point. Well, provided the interviews go well, and they should by what you've told me, you'll be in for a swift win. Another mark of victory for the snake of the courtroom. He jokes. Excuse you. EY scoffs good-naturedly. I'm the cobra of the courtroom. Named after my Quirk, remember? The misrepresentation from you, I swear. EY laughs loudly, showing he meant no harm in joking back with Tsukachi. The detective lets a small smile grace his face when he sees the man's fangs again. He can still remember the first time they met when EY resolutely would not laugh or smile, would even keep his lip curled over his teeth while speaking so they wouldn't show, because he was so often judged by people just by the sight of the cobra fangs. He's glad things have changed enough that the man feels comfortable with his own quirk now. The other man checks his watch again. Oops. Gotta run. I promised the snakelings I'd make Takikomi Gohan tonight. I need to get the ingredients for it. What's the occasion? Tsukachi asks as he picks the lid of the box up. EY smiles proudly. Shika got the lead part in the ballet recital. I'm so proud of her. Oh. Congrats to her then. I'm sure she'll do great. Yeah, the smile on EY's face softens to something somber. Her mother would have been so proud of her too. She would have been, Tsukachi nods. He never got to meet EY's late wife, but from the way he talked about her, she was an amazing woman and an even more amazing mother. Her wrongful death and the case that ultimately resulted in her killer getting away is what made him go back to school to become a lawyer in the first place and start his own firm. Anyone who inspires that much conviction in someone must have been incredible. He would have been honored to meet her, but unfortunately, that just wasn't in the cards. Anywho, I should get moving. EY says, let me know if you need anything else and I'll contact you when the victim is ready to go get his stuff from his old foster home. Alright. Thanks EY-san. He puts the lid on the box and picks it up just as EY gets out the front door of the station. A second later his head pops back in as he shouts at Tsukachi's back, Tsukachi-san. He looks over his shoulder back at the lawyer. EY is staring confused at something just outside the door. As soon as he notices that he has the detective's attention, EY hesitantly asks him, did you know there was a box out here with your name on it? A what? He stiffens up as his heart sinks to his stomach. Does it have a return address on it? Tsukachi queries. EY takes a moment to respond, not that I can see. Should I be worried that this thing is a bomb? Sounds more and more like binary again. He winces and passes the box of Shinso's case to a nearby officer, asking them to take it to his office. He then moves to the front door as EY backs up as far as he can. Tsukachi looks at the box and, sure enough, it's the exact same box that Binary sent last time. Same printed label too. Yep, that's probably Binary. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous, just, he rolls several words around for a moment before settling on, an inconvenience. Oh. Binary? EY asks next, highly confused. Sorry, EY-san. It's an active case right now, so I can't tell you anything more than this box is safe and not dangerous to myself or anyone else around me. When the case is concluded, I'll tell you all about it, he promises the man. I expect a glass of whiskey with it if it makes you make that kind of face. Seems stressful. Deal. Hate to ask because I'm pretty sure you would have told me by now, but it wasn't here when you got here, right? He questions, just to make sure that base is covered. Nope, EY shakes his head negatively. I can say with absolute certainty that it wasn't there when I got here. True. Oh, thank God. That meant the lawyer's not involved with Binary. He picks up the box from Binary and takes it inside after another farewell with EY. After getting back to his office, he sets the new box from Binary up on his desk beside Shinso's case box. He swiftly opens it with a letter opener knife he keeps in his desk drawer. Inside is the same combo of a letter, typed except for the signature, and a flash drive that there was when Binary sent the information on the Yamaguchi brothers. He picks up the note. Hope you're having a good day, detective. Saw you had someone trying to track me down. Good luck with that. Here's some info I found on a few villains in the nearby area. Tell Eraserhead I said hi. With love, from Binary. Tsukachi huffs out a sigh. Great, more work and another contact from Binary to add to their case for them. He'd better call Aizawa. Izuku's fingers fly across the keyboard as he inputs command after command. He's busy deep in his hacking endeavors. Currently, he's searching the servers of a big-named company in Sapporo for evidence of malpractice. One of his contacts sent it to him while under the impression that someone in the company was stealing money through it as well as not paying or treating their workers right. His contacts are never wrong about these kinds of things usually, so Izuku dived into work quickly. Hitoshi is in his bedroom doing something. A nap maybe? The purple-haired teen probably told him, but he doesn't remember what he said. After a good 30 minutes of working, Catra pops up on one of his screens. He tilts his head towards her to show he's noticed and is paying attention. Iwai-san is calling you, Izuku-kun, she tells him gently. He hums softly, patch him through the system. I need to keep working on this while I talk. She makes a huffing sound before a ping occurs to let him know the call was connected. Izuku-kun. Iwai's voice announces chipperly, nice to talk to you again so soon. You too, Iwai-san. Is there something else you need from me? Or Hitoshi-kun? Izuku continues to type on his hacking program. Oh no. Nothing about that. I just wanted to let you know that, how do I put this? The eagle has landed? No. The pigeon has flown the coop and received the letter? You can just say that Tsukachi got the box. Izuku rolls his eyes. Catra and I ensure that all of our talk connections are secure and that no one can hack into them. They may try but they shall not succeed, Catra insists firmly, I shall ensure it. You are one scary, not real cat, Catra. But yeah, I got the box to Tsukachi. I won't be able to do it again unfortunately since I now know that you're binary from him, but I at least was able to help out this much. Yeah, I'll figure out some other way. I think I'm going to stick to my plan of getting his email address somehow. Think that's common public knowledge in the police station servers? I could just give it to you? Iwai offers. Izuku pauses in his work, his mind that was flying 100 miles a minute suddenly coming to a halt at that. Yeah, that works, Izuku shrugs before he goes back to typing. It's a lot easier than what I was thinking of doing. I'll send it to you later then, kid. I've got to ask. You're not worried at all about the possibility of the police finding out? Iwai asks tentatively. I mean yeah. Anyone who's doing anything remotely not completely legal does. But the difference is that I'm using what I'm doing to help them. If I was doing it just for the glory or my own gain, I'd be like any other person out there. But I'm not. If I get caught, I don't care because at the end of the day there are criminals behind bars that the police couldn't catch before without my help. It's also kind of poetic justice that they needed the help of the quirkless kid who had been told several times before that they couldn't do anything except be a waste of space. A sharp hiss comes across the phone. Izuku can't tell if it's an intentional one or one that's instinctual from Iwai's quirk. I suppose. You don't think of yourself as a waste of space, do you, kid? No? Not really anyway. I know I'm a human being and I know I deserve to be alive and to thrive as much as anyone else, but I can't help but think that if I had a quirk that maybe things would have been easier. Maybe I'd still have my best friend, maybe I'd still have a mom and dad who loved me, maybe I'd still be in school and having a blast with it. But then I think that if I did have a quirk, I wouldn't have met you. Or Shinso. I wouldn't have discovered my talent with hacking or made Catra. I wouldn't be at the top of my online school because I'd still be in public school. It's a lot of back and forth honestly, Izuku admits honestly. Iwai hums in understanding. Izuku's glad he's not making comments about how he needs to change his thinking for the more positive side. Taira-san always makes that comment. Granted she's a therapist so that's kind of her job. But she's not his therapist and needs to butt out about it unless he specifically asks. He continues working on finding the evidence he needs for the Sapporo case and makes a noise of triumph when he finally finds it. He copies it all into a safe folder and emails it to the contact that asked for it. He then sets the keyboard down on the coffee table, leaning back on the couch with a sigh of relief. Anything else you need, Iwai-san? Izuku asks. No. I think that's everything. He's about to reply with a farewell when Hitoshi walks into the living room. The purple-haired teen blinks at him. Oh good, you're done. I was just about to force you to stop and take a break. You've been working for hours and haven't eaten anything all day. Izuku groans as Iwai lets out a loud laugh at that. Good to know you're being taken care of, Izuku-kun. Shinso-kun will be good for you if he decides to stay with you fully. Shut up, Iwai-san. The green teenager pouts at the screen. The man just laughs again. I should go then. Listen to Shinso-kun and get something to eat. Take care of yourselves, both of you. If you need me, just give me a call. Both boys return the goodbye before the call cuts out. Hitoshi gives him a look before waving a hand at him. Go on then. Pull up your food DLVRY app or whatever and let's get some food in you. I'm hungry too. Yes, oh mighty overlord, Izuku replies with an eye roll but still grabs his phone to pull up the DLVRY app. Hitoshi swipes the phone from him and starts looking through their options, making small comments about what looks good or is a pass. Izuku smiles and just lets him take his time deciding. Iwai is right, Hitoshi will be good for him. As a brother and as a friend. Shouta is frustrated. He has good things in his life. His job. His husband. His cat. The stray cat on the street corner near his home that he always stops to pet and feed when he's heading to patrol. But he's frustrated with things that are unrelated to the good things in his life. Firstly, his class this year is a somewhat promising bunch, but some of them are just complete idiots. He doesn't know why he decided to keep them after the assessment test. Maybe he thought he could fix them? At this point, and after the utter stupidity they pulled today, he's about to cut his losses and transfer them to Gen Ed. Yeah, Hisashi would give him hell for doing it this late in the year, but honestly it's for the best. If he lets those kids transfer through, they're going to get either themselves or someone else killed. And he's not going to get rid of all of them. Just the clear instigators of stupidity. With them gone, the other students should calm down enough to start learning how to be an actual hero. Secondly, his patrol routes for the last 4 nights have been utter hell. They've been heavily crime-infested like he hasn't seen in months. He's not sure if there's, like, a 2-for-1 deal at the Villains R Us store, but it needs to stop. He's gotten home late every single night, which means not only has he not been able to cuddle up to his husband to catch a bit of sleep before they have to get up to go to UA, he hasn't even had time to grab anything beyond a shower. He doesn't even have time to make himself a cup of coffee and has to drink the sludge that is the teacher's lounge coffee. Not to mention it's so strong. He swears 13 makes jet fuel, not coffee. Thirdly, there's the problem with binary. In that, they still haven't found out who they are. And they've apparently helped out on another case. It just astounds Shouta how difficult it is to pin them down. Whoever taught them how to hack did it very well. Too well. And if they're self-taught? Well, Shouda's not really sure what to do then. He'd rather not have to face another certifiable genius. Nedu is enough for him to deal with on a daily basis. It's his 5th night now, and it's finally looking like he's going to get to go home on time for the first time this week. His communicator crackles a bit to signal a connection. He thinks it's going to be a dispatcher, letting him know of something that's been called in that they want him to check out. Well, you look bored. A familiar distorted voice rings in his ear, causing him to tense up, or maybe that's just your normal face. Maybe you should work on that. Binary, he asks warily. The one and only. The streets are pretty quiet tonight, but I happened to spot you in one of the cameras. Thought I'd pop in and say hello. When did you learn to hack the communicator signals? Tonight. Just now. Binary chirps happily. Turns out it was way easier than I was thinking. Not to mention easily able to make it untraceable. Now you get to hear my lovely auto-tune voice in your ear for your entertainment for as long as I longing. It's really late. Shouldn't you be going to bed or something? Nope. I've got nowhere to be tomorrow. Or any day really. Shouda's brain suches into info gathering at that. He keeps his voice as nonchalant as possible. So you don't go to school? Or maybe have a job or something? Nope. Neither one, as far as I'm letting you know. Damn it. He thought he had even just a shred of something. DMN them for being so smart. He sighs out deeply, reaching up to rub one of his eyes. Fantastic. So what? You're just going to harass me the whole time while I'm working? If it pleases me. You're not the only one bored. It's fun putting together info on criminals and villains, but it's so boring when nothing's happening. You're staring at camera after camera trying to spot literally anything that you can work with, but instead all you've got is hours of watching cars go by. Nothing to show for your efforts. Nights like these SCK. By the lingo they're using, Shouta would almost say that Binary is a kid or teenager. But that can't be right. Could it? He'll make a mental note to ask Tsukachi about it later. For now though, he huffs out another deep sigh and questions quietly to himself why this is his life. Apparently his communicator is turned up just high enough because Binary laughs and says, I don't know, man. You're the one who accepted the case from Tsukachi knowing that I was a brand new hacker sending info to the police. Seems like you kind of did it to yourself. He glares off into the distance. He knows that, but that's also not the point. Not to him. Binary is rambling on in his ear about other things that bore them when they're doing what they're doing. Shouta tries to keep his hearing somewhat tuned to it just in case Binary lets something slip, but so far, nothing they can solidly work with there either. Binary all of a sudden stops mid-sentence. It's so abrupt, Shouta wonders if something cut the connection. Binary? He calls softly. Hold on, the distorted voice calls back, stern, I think I found something. Stand by. Despite the fact that he's only ever talked to Binary one other time, something in the heavily modified tone sets his nerves on edge. Binary has found something. And Shouta knows firsthand the capability of what that find could be. It's quiet while Binary does some more digging. Alright, they say, I've got serial robbers 2 blocks away. 3 guys wearing masks, can't get facial ID. One's got a magnetism quirk though. Keeps attracting cash registers and safe doors open. Another's got flexible arms, he's got a hostage, a woman, he's keeping tied up in them. She may be in on it though considering they keep taking her with them. Unknown on the third right now. I'm running the Quirk database to see if I can get a match. Are you up for a bit of apprehension, Eraserhead? Always, he replies, slipping his goggles over his eyes and rushing up, tell me where to go, Binary. Left at the corporate building at the end of the street you're traveling on, then right 4 rooftops over. They're currently in a little convenience store, Ichigo's. It's their 3rd hit and I don't think they want to stop their streak now. He calls back an affirmative and follows the instructions. He swings down in front of the convenience store using his capture scarf and kicks the door in. He activates his quirk as the 3, possibly 4, robbers turn to him in shock. Their eyes then widened as all the coins the magnetic quirk robber was floating dropped to the floor and the elastic arms held around their hostage suddenly went back to normal. He notes that the hostage doesn't take off running or do anything, just stares in shock as well. He thinks Binary may have been right and she's in on it. Binary, he calls, kicking out to the nearest robber who happens to be the one with the unknown quirk. It catches him in the stomach, sending him flying back into the wall, as the hacker asks what he needs, see if you can get me an ID on the woman and Dashta. And trace back to see if I can connect the other 3, already on it. Binary interrupts him, also just to let you know, I've sent in a call to police and other heroes in the area. Reinforcements should be there shortly. For now, hold your own. Roger, he says, flinging out his capture scarf to grab the magnetic quirk criminal and pull him roughly over the counter, slamming him into the floor with his foot when he's close. Stretchy arms robber seems to realize that he's down his compatriots and moves to attack him. Without the usual assistance of his arm's elasticity though, he's horribly underwhelming to face off against. He's much faster than the usual people Shouta faces, but the pro is much faster. He swiftly takes him down as well. He goes around and ties up the 3 robbers. The woman brings her hands up to her face and starts crying, oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I was so scared. Shouta squints at her behind his goggles and finally allows himself to blink. Don't believe her, Binary pipes up from his earpiece, I've got ID. Higuchi Manami. She has a record, a long one. The main thing being armed robbery with the assistance of her boyfriend, Bakugo, Mr. Elastic that you just knocked out. Her quirk is Solar Burst. Able to gain speed and strength by absorbing sunlight. You're at an advantage because it's night, but she can store just a bit of sunlight to use later. Not a lot. Just be wary. Shouta nods to the woman, my pleasure. Mind if I check your arms for bruises? He was holding you kind of tight there, miss. You don't have to do that. I'm sure I'll be fine. She holds up her hands. I must insist, he says, as kindly as he can, and stepping closer to her, it's protocol after all. She takes steps back in order to keep the same distance between them. If he wasn't sure she wasn't involved before, he would be now. He continues to step forward as she gets cornered in the back of the store. He activates his quirk just as she throws a strike out at him. It hits like a normal punch instead of a superpowered one like Binary warned him about. She growls and throws another punch at him, DMNU. What are you doing to my quirk? He catches it this time and spins her around to pin both her arms behind her back. She makes a noise of pain but he ignores it as he quickly cuffs her together in quirk suppressors. He tells her calmly, what I do best. She groans out in angered anguish before slumping in his hold, giving up completely. It's at that time that police also arrive, entering the store on the defensive before putting away their weapons at the sight of the apprehended robbers. Shouta walks the woman, Higuchi Manami, to the officers and hands her off to one. They get his statement. When asked how he got here so fast and how he knew that Higuchi was working with the robbers, he tells them that Tsukachi will need to be notified of another Binary tip. The officer he's speaking to doesn't know what he's talking about, but another nearby does and salutes him with the promise to get the info to Tsukachi. After that, it's all cut and dry. Any civilians in the store have been checked on and the robbers are taken into police custody. Shouta leaves to resume his patrol. Well, that was fun to watch. Shouta jumps as Binary's voice rings out again. He didn't know they were still listening, but I think I'll dip for the night. Enjoy the rest of your patrol, Eraserhead. Let's do this again sometime. The communication cuts out with a static noise. Shouta groans and slouches again. He keeps thinking to himself that he really hopes they don't do this again. But he knows he's lying to himself. Hitoshi likes to think of himself as a patient boy. At least he's shown quite a considerable amount of patience before now. He constantly put up with horrible and frankly degrading foster homes with nary a complaint because he always thought it could be worse. He dealt with the horrors that was public school while having a supposed villain's quirk. Dealt with all the bullying that came with it too. Never complained, never cried. Never showed anything other than silent contempt. It all paid off too when he met Izuku. Now he's in a better home, aiming to go to online school, and still set in being a hero. He was even very understanding at learning that Izuku was an illegal hacker for the police. He's finally in a better state of mind and, dare he say it, somewhat happy. Now he's sitting on the couch of their apartment, relaxing with a cup of coffee. He convinced Izuku to buy them their own coffee pot since he's a coffee addict and so is the green-haired teen. They're also saving money on coffee deliveries. Even if that didn't really matter since Izuku is apparently rich as F-. He's still kind of astounded at that. He raises the mug to his lips and takes another sip as the door opens. He swallows the swig of coffee and calls out, "Welcome home." "Yeah. I'm home." Hitoshi's back straightens into a tense line. He doesn't turn around though, fearful of what he'll see. Izuku sounds odd. Nervous. Afraid? No, not really afraid. But odd all the same. "What happened?" he asks sternly. Izuku pops up into his vision with a meek smile. "I might have done something, and I don't know how you're going to react." "Oh God," he mutters, burying his nose into his coffee cup, his voice now amplified thanks to it. "What did you do?" "Wow. Izuku-kun, your place is so nice. Is that the Hitoshi-kun you were talking about? He's so cute." The female voice causes Hitoshi's head to shoot back up. He finally turns his eyes in their direction, coming across, not 2, 3 people including Izuku. The green teen is still grinning in nervousness. There's also a pale blonde girl with vivid amber eyes smiling coyly at him. Behind the two of them is a very tall man who is hunkered down as if trying to hide behind the others. He's far taller than Hitoshi so it's not working. Hitoshi turns a sharp eye on Izuku, silently demanding an answer. Izuku takes a deep breath in and says in one go, "I didn't find anything at the store so I just decided to go home, and as I was walking I passed an alley that had Himiko-chan and Dabi-kun in it, and it turns out that Himiko-chan was hurt and homeless and Dabi-kun is not hurt but is also homeless, so I brought them home." Hitoshi blinks, then holds out a hand. "You're going to have to explain that further." Izuku was walking down the street, tapping away at his phone. He was a bit disappointed that he didn't find anything that caught his fancy, but it wasn't a big deal. He could just come back another day. As he passed an alleyway, he heard muffled crying as well as a man's voice quietly hushing them. He peeked into the alley to see a tall, heavily scarred man looking at the bloody knee of a blonde teenage girl. It's bleeding quite heavily and it seemed like she cut it on a rock or maybe a piece of glass. "It's okay, Himiko. It'll be okay," the man whispered quietly. "I'm sorry, Dabi-kun. I didn't mean to get a cut," she cries, "it really hurts." "I know." Izuku blinked before he ducked back out and headed to the nearby convenience store. Luckily, it was a bored teen manning the counter so they didn't pay him a mind as he purchased a small first aid kit. He headed back out towards the alley. The two were still there luckily so Izuku approached them calmly, calling out, "Excuse me." The girl flinched as the man turned, holding out a hand as blue flames erupted from it. Izuku squeaked and backed up a step, holding up the first aid kit in front of his face. "I'm sorry," he said, "I saw you were hurt and thought you could use this first aid kit. I can just set it down and leave." The man scowled. "Yeah, why don't you do that, Dabi, be nice." The girl admonished before she grinned at Izuku, "Thank you so much. You're so nice. And so cute too." Thanks. So, first aid kit?" The man, Dabi, glanced between the two before he sighed and held out a hand, now flame-free. Izuku approached and gave him the kit. He then crouched to watch as Dabi pulled out various pieces of the kit. He very carefully cleaned the blonde's knee with some antiseptic. The girl winced but didn't look away from where Dabi was cleaning the wound. It seemed she was kind of entranced by the wound. A bit odd. Until Izuku caught sight of the fangs that peeked out of her mouth. He gasped in wonder, "You have a blood quirk." Both tensed as the girl shuffled her feet nervously. "Yeah. When I consume someone's blood, I can shift into that person." "That's amazing. Have you ever thought of being a hero with that? You would be awesome. You could be one of the best underground espionage heroes the world has ever seen with that kind of quirk." "You think so? But Mom and Dad said that I'm nothing but a monster. That's why they said I wasn't allowed to live with them anymore. That I wasn't allowed to come home anymore." Her face was nothing but sad as she said it. Izuku's heart froze when hearing that. "Your parents threw you out, because of your quirk?" he asked quietly. She nodded as Dabi stayed quiet and just continued to clean her wound. Izuku turned to the man. "What about you? What about me?" he asked in return. "Do you have somewhere to go?" A family or a home? No, Dabi said curtly, haven't since I was 13. My family thinks I'm dead. I woke up from a 3-year coma, the hospital released me, and I haven't gone back home since. I can't even imagine what my father might say if I even tried. Izuku noticed how he spit the word father as if it was a curse. And how old are you now? 20. Almost 21, he could tell that Dabi was trying to come across as flippant, but his voice was just full of sorrow. Great. 2 people who have been wronged by their parents. Yet again. Izuku huffed out a sigh as Dabi finished up patching the girl's wound. Okay, do either of you have anywhere to go? Both shook their heads negatively. Izuku quickly packed up and picked up the new first aid kit before he stood up. Great. Come on then. You both are coming home with me. Huh? Dabi asked him. You two are coming home. With me, he said again slowly. Really? The girl asked next. Yep. I've already taken in 1 stray human, what's 2 more? Granted, it'll be much easier ensuring Dabi-kun can stay with us than you. Your parents will have to be dealt with, but I'll call Iwai-san as soon as we get home. Also, I'll need to look for a bigger place for us. 2 bedrooms aren't exactly going to fit 4 people comfortably. Hopefully Hitoshi won't mind moving. The girl shrieked in happiness and jumped over to him excitedly. Dabi sputtered before he spit out, wait, hold on. You can't just decide that. We can't just go home with you. Sure you can. Izuku chirped. Wadash? No. We don't even know you. You don't even know us. We're strangers. Dabi continued to fight. Oh. You're right. Izuku pointed to himself with a smile, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I heard you were Dabi. What's your name? Izuku asked the girl. Toga Himiko. She gave without hesitation. Himiko, don't just tell him. Dabi admonished. What? He asked, she shrugged. Dabi buried his face into his hands with a groan, is no one else seeing any problems with what this kid is saying? No, Izuku said just as Himiko purred her own, nope. Dabi groaned again. Himiko bounced back over to Dabi and took his hand. Dabi, it's okay. I don't see any other options for us. And Izuku-kun really seems to want to help. Why else would he get a first aid kit to patch me up? I think we should just trust him. As weird as I know that sounds. It was quiet for a bit before Dabi sighed again. Okay, fine. Fine. But if we end up dead or arrested, I blame you. Himiko cheered happily, asking Izuku if Hitoshi was as cute as he was. Izuku just smiled and led the way home. For all of them. And that's what happened, Izuku says, finishing up the story. Hitoshi massages his temples. That's a lot, I'm not going to lie. You aren't going to make me kick them out, are you? Hitoshi hunches down at that question. I mean, you pay the rent and for all our food and stuff? So it's not like I can viably say, I hate this idea, get rid of them. Yes you can. Dabi cries, someone else needs to have a bit of common sense besides me. I'm not supposed to be the only responsible one here. But, you're the adult in the house now. Izuku tilts his head as if confused. Dabi's mind seems to blank at that information. Then his shoulders drop as he I am aren't I? Izuku and Himiko both laugh at that. Hitoshi can't help but smile at how well they get along. Then he sighs, okay, so I guess this is a thing now. What do we need to do first? First things first, send a message to Iwai-san about a new case for Himiko to get out of her horrible parents' custody. Catra, get on it. He pointed at the computer screens in the living room. The green cat avatar appeared with a small purr of a greeting, understood Izuku-kun. Welcome home to you two as well, Dabi-kun and Himiko-chan. Oh, kitty. Himiko shrieks happily, running over to watch Catra. Indeed. Meanwhile, Izuku points to himself dramatically, we'll start looking for bigger accommodations for us. I'm thinking maybe 4 or 5 rooms. I wonder if they'd let me buy a house. Maybe I could put it under Dabi's name? Izuku moves over to the couch, taking a seat on it and grabbing his keyboard. He then zones out to the rest of them as he gets to work on his assigned task. How is he even thinking of paying for all that? Dabi asks incredulously. Izuku's secretly rich, Hitoshi says, but doesn't clarify any further than that. Just leaves to go start packing his meager amount of things. Knowing Izuku, they'd have a new place by the end of the day. What does that mean? Dabi sounds almost fearful before following after him, calling out again, wait. What does that mean? Hitoshi smirks. Maybe this could be fun. Like teasing an older brother. Are you kidding me right now, Izuku-kun? Iwai sighs out. Izuku grins at the FaceTime call he's sharing with the blonde man. Sorry, he says meekly. No you're not, Iwai sighs again, pinching the bridge of his nose harshly to probably stave off a building migraine. When are you going to stop finding me cases to take for you? Not to mention it's yet another one with an abused minor. Tsukachi's going to be really suspicious of me this time. At least I'm not making you take another box from binary this time, he defends. And he's not. He's kept on the very down low since his little stint with Eraserhead the other night. He doesn't think it's a good idea to send a binary info cache so soon after speaking to the hero through his earpiece. Granted, he might do the earpiece thing again. It was really effective. He's not telling Iwai about that though. Who knows what the man might say? Or if he might try to dissuade him. What's a binary? Himiko asks from her place on the sofa next to him, tilting her head curiously. Yeah. I've heard of binary code but never a box of binary, Dabi adds. Izuku is fairly certain he's worked out the man's real identity but he hasn't told him yet. He'll let Dabi come out to them with it hopefully. It's Izuku's nighttime job basically, Hitoshi says from the kitchen where he's making himself a cup of coffee. He hacks into the street cameras and finds criminals and villains in the area. He profiles them and makes a plan of action to apprehend them before giving that information to the police. At least, I think that's what he does as binary. You are correct, Hitoshi-kun, Catra confirms from her current place on the monitor. Himiko's face lights up in awe. Whoa! That's so cool, Izuku-kun. You're so smart. Thank you, he smiles at her before turning back to Iwai. So will you take on Himiko's case too? I know we're asking a lot but I just don't feel comfortable giving this case to someone else who might not take it as seriously as you. Please Iwai-san? Of course I'm going to take it. I was going to take it no matter what. There's no way I'm just letting a kid, a teenage girl like Toga-chan no less, get lost as just an unruly runaway like I'm sure her parents are going to paint her as. Don't worry, I'll get it sorted. Thank you. Izuku says genuinely. Good, that means that there won't be any chance of Himiko's parents getting away with what they did. Just like Hitoshi's foster parents and school won't get away with what they did either. Oh right. I almost forgot to tell you. I found us a new place to live. A 2-bedroom apartment isn't really going to fit 4 of us comfortably. Especially not 2 teenage boys, a teenage girl, and an adult. So I found us a nice little 5-bedroom place at the edge of our prefecture. I'll text you the new address. Good. Glad to hear. I was a bit worried about that when you first told me. Will you need help moving? I can bring the snakelings over to help, Iwai offers. No thanks. I've hired a moving company. We should be moved in by 3 weeks. I'm having the rooms painted first with everyone's preferred color before we move in. I'm getting pink with a red accent wall. Himiko chirps happily. Iwai smiles at her fondly. Izuku can tell that phrase pulled at Iwai's heartstrings as a dad. That sounds wonderful, Toga-chan. I'll have to make a visit after you guys get moved in to see it. I'll bring my daughters and son along too. Maybe you guys could be friends. Yeah. I could braid their hair or paint their nails. Oh. Or we can talk about music and bands we like. Or TV shows. How exciting. I've never had any friends to do that stuff with before. Izuku's poor heart pangs at that. He's been in that situation. He knows what that's like. But to hear how excited Himiko is just to do friend things because she's never had a friend before just hurts. He can tell Hitoshi and Dabi feel the same way too. He also knows that they're feeling the same way as him in regards to the future. Now that they're family, Himiko will never feel that way ever again. If Izuku has to grow his hair out again just so that Himiko has hair to braid and doesn't feel lonely, so be it. She's his sister now. And nothing will ever make her feel the way she felt before if Izuku has anything to say about it. Iwai's voice is a little choked up as he says, I'm sure they'd love that. I am going to go get started on getting your case together, okay Toga-chan? It's going to be a little trickier since we don't have video evidence of the abuse like we did with Shinso-kun. Let me know if you need some of my expertise to assist you, Iwai-san, Izuku offers with a sly smirk. Dabi blinks at the sight of it with something akin to fear on his face. Iwai just rolls his eyes at it. Yes, you gremlin child, I'll let you know. You four take care alright? Dabi, if you need some adult advice, feel free to reach out to me. I know you haven't known me long but I've been a parent for quite some time. I'll be happy to assist you. Okay. Sure. Thanks, Dabi mumbles shyly. Izuku gives him a small smile. He's his socially awkward big brother now, for sure. Izuku turns a serious look back to Iwai. While you start on that, I'm going to work on the medical side of things. Medical side? Iwai asks. Even Himiko, Dabi, and Hitoshi, who finally came out of the kitchen with his cup of coffee, look confused at that. Yes, Izuku nods. With Himiko having a blood quirk, she'll need a steady supply of blood on hand to just drink. Side effect of her quirk type. I'll need to arrange with the local blood bank to coordinate this, as well as set up a system to make sure it stays cool enough to be viable for her to drink. I also want to talk with a few of my medical professional contacts to see if there's anything we can do about Dabi's burn situation. Better skin grafts hopefully, and something to help the healthy skin stay healthy. Might also speak with one or two of the support item creators to see if they have something to keep his temperature regular when utilizing his quirk to keep the self-immolation side effect down. You would do that for me? Dabi's voice is shaky and full of surprise. Izuku doesn't hesitate. Of course I would. You're family now. And I take care of my family. Dabi looks so touched by that. Himiko makes a pleased noise and throws her arms around him in a tight hug, which he returns with a happy laugh. Hitoshi leans down onto the back of the couch and sips his coffee quietly, a small smile on his face. Iwai also smiles at the scene before giving them a quick goodbye to get started on the case like he said he would. That's fine with Izuku. He'll get started on his side of things as well, as soon as Himiko lets him out of what seems to be an everlasting hug. Oh well. It's nice to have some familial affection for once since he started living on his own. We have a list, Izuku. We have to stick to the list. You're the one who insisted on the list in the first place, remember? Dabi says in exasperation to a pouting Izuku, who he caught trying to slip into a tech store. He points a finger out swiftly at Himiko, who was trying to sneak away into a beauty store while he was fussing at the green-haired boy. Don't think I don't see you either. Get back here, Himiko. Now. He sighs out tiredly. Hitoshi stands beside him, smirking. Having fun being the adult of our group yet? No. What was Izuku doing before we lived with him? It's like he has no impulse control. He mutters, pushing both of the problem children to walk in front of him and the only responsible teen in his weird adopted mix. He doesn't, Hitoshi tells him honestly. He told me before that he would usually stick to his list, but also usually just buy whatever caught his fancy as well. Perks of being rich as hell, I guess. Yeah, well, he's also in the middle of buying us a house right now, so he needs to make good financial decisions until that's gone through. He rubs a hand over his eyes, wincing a bit as it accidentally tugs at one of his burnt tear ducts. He can't wait for that meeting with the burn specialist Izuku found. I see you're taking those adult talks with Iwai-san to heart. Dabi rolls his eyes at that but still shrugs. I don't really have a choice on whether or not I want to listen. He just starts talking about what I should and shouldn't do and doesn't stop. Can't get a word in edgewise against him either. And it's not like the advice is bad. I mean no Izuku. Do not. Keep walking. It's advice for how to live with a bunch of people who are younger than me and be a good example for them. So it's not like I can go wrong with listening to it. He gives a small smile to his purple-haired younger brother before scowling as he catches Himiko trying to sneak away again out of the corner of his eye. He storms forward, calling out, Himiko. What did I just say? Hitoshi grins as he watches Himiko dart away giggling while Dabi runs after her. Hitoshi loves this. As odd as it sounds, he's always wanted a house like this. Full of laughter and good-natured scolding. Even if this was just temporary, he would love it more than any of the foster homes he's ever been a part of. He's so glad it's not temporary. He's so glad that this is his family now. Well, look. Who we got here? The worthless Deku. The words register on the edge of his hearing and it makes his hackles kick up sharply. He turns to see Izuku, headstrong and vocal Izuku, with his head low in front of two teens about their age. The one smirks and leans down to get in his face, which causes Hitoshi's blood to boil. What he says next makes him see red. What's a waste of space doing out and about, huh? Honestly, I was so sure you had killed yourself when you stopped coming to school. Probably would have been for the best anyway. Both him and the other boy laugh as Izuku flinches. Hitoshi grits his teeth to resist storming over there and punching the kid in the face. He's gotta stay calm. He can't get in trouble for fighting on the street now that he's got something good going for him. The kid looks over his shoulder, calling out, Hey Bakugo. Look who we found. Bakugo? He watches shell-shocked as an ash-blonde teen walks up to Izuku, who's now quivering in very apparent fear. The blonde smirks cruelly. Wow. A stupid FING Deku. On our streets. Nice find. That won't do, will it? Especially after I heard from Auntie about what he did. Oh yeah. Didn't he, take her to court and stuff? Yep. Humiliated her and everything, she said. I think he should be taught a FING lesson for it. The boys start laughing as Izuku trembles more. The blonde reaches out, hands popping with sparks in what Hitoshi can only assume is his quirk. That spurs him into action. He races over just as the blonde is about to grab Izuku's arm with that hand, grabbing onto him instead and pulls him back behind him. What the F do you think you're doing? Toshi, Izuku's voice is quiet behind him. He doesn't respond though, having a plan in mind. The F dash? Let him dash. With the response, Hitoshi takes control of one of the boys behind the blonde. The other two, including the blonde, back away from their friend in shock. Knock yourself out, Hitoshi commands him cruelly. They all watch as the boy immediately punches himself hard enough in the face to knock himself out. Hitoshi blinks as he falls to the ground, commenting, "Not what I meant but whatever." The F-dash? Are you some kind of mind freak? The blonde screams. Original, he deadpans sarcastically, literally no one in the entire world has ever thought of that before. Look, mind F-dash. I don't know what your FING problem is but stay out of this. I don't give a F if you want to be a good Samaritan or whatever. Deku is my punching bag. He deserves it anyway, he's quirkless, useless, and a FING liar. No one would even care if he died, like he should. The blonde smirks as Izuku flinches and ducks further behind Hitoshi. Hitoshi notices Dabi, with cell phone in hand, and Himiko rushing up behind the teen with looks of murder in their eyes. So what? You think it's okay to burn a human being, a kid? Hitoshi asks. Yeah. Deku's nothing but a target for practice. Useless targets like him get burns from people with perfect quirks like mine. Really? Dabi's voice is a rolling growl behind them. Both turn with wide eyes at the adult man now standing right behind him with fire in his eyes. Himiko stands beside him, fangs glinting in the light as she snarls at them. Dabi, despite knowing how much it would hurt, lights his hand up in burning blue flames. Maybe I should give the two of you burns then? Let you see how much fun it is to be the target of target practice for a change. Both wince at the heat and sound of the flame, backing up a bit. Himiko giggles, asking manically, "Can I stab them too, Dabi and I?" Not yet. Let's give them a 10-second head start. It's always more fun to chase. Dabi smirks and starts counting back from 10 slowly. Himiko makes a show of pulling out a knife from somewhere on her person and grinning at them as if she was crazy. Hitoshi smiles as he watches them, arms crossed tightly over his chest. The blonde boy and his friend pale before turning and running off, the blonde screaming about how this wasn't over and Izuku was dead. Hitoshi shakes his head as Himiko puts her knife away and Dabi extinguishes the flames by shaking his hand. Izuku takes that moment to rush out from behind Hitoshi, grabbing Dabi's wrist to pull the now burn-covered hand up to his vision. "Why did you do that? You've hurt yourself." "Because there was no way I was letting a little sheet like him talk about my baby brother like that," Dabi says fiercely. Izuku's face erupts into a dark blush as he stammers in shock. Himiko giggles again. "Yeah, Aizu and I. That guy SCKED. He shouldn't have said all those things." She pouts, "Really wish I could have actually stabbed him but Dabi and I said that was too far." "Of course it's too far. We wanted to scare him, not scar him." Same thing just missing one letter," she argues. Dabi groans in frustration as she and Hitoshi laugh at his suffering. Izuku is still silent before his eyes well up with tears. Himiko notices first, placing her hands on her cheeks in worry. "Oh. Aizu and I. Don't cry. Wait. Why are you crying?" "I just didn't think you'd care enough to scare them off," he cries. "Of course we do." Dabi insists before looking at his cell phone that he had in his other hand. "Thanks for letting us know what was happening, Catra." "Of course, Dabi-kun," Catra purrs. "As soon as I heard the name Bakugo, I knew you would be needed." "Who was he anyway?" Hitoshi asks. "My ex-childhood best friend turned bully and tormentor," Izuku admits softly, reaching up to wipe the tears out of his eyes. "DMN. Wish I had gotten him with my quirk instead of that guy." Hitoshi throws his thumb out to point at the still unconscious teen on the floor. "Oh yeah, what happened with him anyway?" Himiko asks, crouching down next to the unconscious boy to poke at his cheek. "Not telling. Mainly so you guys have plausible deniability in case he tells anybody," Hitoshi shrugs. "Fair. Now come on. We should get to work on this list but mainly get out of sight before he happens to wake up," Dabi says, shaking the list for emphasis. Himiko giggles and grabs hold of Izuku's hand, swinging their interlocked hands as she skips in front of Dabi. Hitoshi moves to walk beside Dabi, leaving the unconscious kid behind. He'll wake up soon anyway, hopefully. They've got shopping to do. They can't wait for some bully to finally wake back up after literally punching himself in the face. Not that Dabi or Himiko know that that's what happened. It'll be fine. Their family will be fine. Every single one of them will make sure of it. Hisashi's noticed that Shouda's been scowling at his computer screen. More than he usually does anyway. Normally this wouldn't be a cause for concern but this is the 5th time this week alone that Hisashi has come home to find Shouta staring banefully at his laptop. He decides that today is the day to intervene. Mostly because he's sure that if he doesn't, they'll have to buy a new laptop sooner rather than later. "Sho?" he calls, walking over to stand next to him. "Babe, you okay?" Shouta is silent for a long moment before grunting out, "No. Can I help somehow?" he offers next. Shouta groans, reaching up to press his fingers into the corners of his eyes, more than likely to stave off a building migraine. He lets out a sigh as Hisashi takes a seat next to him on the couch. A quick glance at the screen of the computer shows it to be pulled up on the Quirk database site with nothing put in. Shouta sighs deeply. I don't know. Maybe. It's for a case though. Well, is it a really closed-off case? That you can't tell me anything? Like, he rolls his hand as he searches for the correct phrase, is it a national emergency level kind of case? No. It's just kept so quiet that only a select few know about it. If I tell you the details, you're involved and can't tell anyone else. Not even Namiri. Hisashi gives him a look over the top of his glasses. Shouta, darling, sweetheart, love of my absolute life. I've been a part of the hero scene just as long as you have. I know the need for discretion for cases sometimes. You say don't tell anyone, I won't tell. I know. I just had to reassure myself that I was telling you that. Shouta sighs again and runs a hand through his hair quickly. I'm working on the binary case. Binary case? What's that? Hisashi tilts his head. The binary case is a new hacker on the scene that goes by the name Binary. There's only been 5 total interactions so far, but we're trying to hunt down who they are. Zashi. They're good. How good is good? Hacked into UA's network to talk to me through my work computer. Good. Oh shit, that is, impressive, is the only word he can think of. Nedu made UA's network security from scratch. If Binary managed to hack through it to get to Shouda's work computer, well, it's nothing short of impressive. Not only that, but Nedu confirmed that he tried to trace the source of the hack and couldn't. Not wouldn't. Couldn't. Oh shit. That's even bigger than impressive. They managed to outsmart Nedu. Very few have done something like that. Yeah. When that happened, I was searching the Quirk database website for anything matching Binary's specific set of skills. Oh, I see. Hisashi exclaims, catching on, you're trying to replicate it to see if Binary contacts you again. Right. They came through and told me that I was going about it the wrong way. I keep thinking that if I try again they'll contact me the same way. Hasn't worked though. You think it's because they know you won't find anything on there? Has to be. They're not going to attempt again because they already made their point. Shouta grunts in disapproval before shutting his laptop. He leans down to place his elbows on his knees and his face into his hands. Hisashi wraps his arm around his shoulders comfortingly. This is really bothering Shouta. More than he thought. Is there nothing else you can try? He asks his husband. Shouta shakes his head negatively. We, Naomasa and I, have tried the only other method we could. 2 times have been a hand-delivered box with no return address and no way to trace it. 1 time Binary hacked into my comms while I was on patrol. Of course there's no way to trace that. And the other time? The most recent contact from Binary was an email sent to Naomasa's work email. Had all the usual things attached that were sent in the boxes before. And? Now tried to reply back, but he got back an instant reply that the email didn't exist. Tried to hack its source with one of the guys in the station, but he couldn't find the domain. Everything we try, it's like we hit a dead end immediately. Hisashi takes a moment to think before saying, well, let's start from the very beginning. What do you know about Binary? Shouta shakes his head with a shrug. They're a hacker. They use green as their primary colors when hacking. Nedu said there was a cat motif when he was stopped from tracing the hack. They're so smart. Smarter than anyone I think I've ever met besides Nedu. Oh? That's high praise from Shouta for sure. Yes. Every single time they get us information, it's invaluable to whatever the case is. It's known quirks, known weaknesses, known locations of activity, known vehicles that might be associated with the criminal, known phone numbers even. It's also a plan or 3 with heroes that should be brought to the apprehensions. With statistics on who's more likely to cause the most casualties. Shouta stands up to start pacing across the room. Hisashi stays seated, watching him and thinking. If this is a puzzle, how do all the pieces fit together? The worst part, Shouta continues, still pacing, the worst part is the phrase they told me when I spoke to them the first time. A hint, they called it. The reason why they picked the name Binary. It's burned into my brain what they said. Which was? On paper, Binary is useless, annoying, and worthless. But when put into a computer it's a language more complex than humans can understand. They were the same way, considered worthless in this world, so they went to the digital one. What makes a person consider themselves worthless to the world? Shouta sits back down heavily, head back in his hands. I just don't get it. Hisashi feels for his poor husband. But his mind can't stop working over that question. What makes a person considered worthless to the world? A glance at Shouta causes a light bulb to go off as he whispers, Quirk. What? Shouta asks, picking his head up to look at him. Quirk, Shouta. It's their quirk. Their quirk is considered as a useless or worthless one. That's why they told you it was a waste of time to be checking the quirk database. Shouta takes a moment to think about that. Then he turns and, in a moment of pure affection that could only be Shouda's, kisses Hisashi almost harshly on the lips. Shouta grins when he pulls back. "I could kiss you, you're a genius, Zashi." Hisashi giggles as his cheeks flush. "I mean, you just did so." Shouta doesn't seem to hear him though, just turns back to the closed laptop. He opens it back up and starts typing away at the quirk database website, muttering, "I can't believe I didn't think of that. We've been going about this all wrong. We've been looking for quirks related to hacking. But nothing could be further from the truth about Binary's quirk. What quirk is considered so worthless though? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? There's so many that could be considered that, especially by their society's standards. Minor appearance-altering one, voice-changing ones, minor mutant ones. Which one fits Binary? There's also one other option. Do you think there's a possibility that Binary is quirkless? He asks carefully. It's practically impossible in this day and age unless Binary was of an older generation. Even then those people aren't considered worthless, not really. Shouta thinks about it for a moment then shakes his head. Most likely not, but I suppose it's not completely out of the realm of possibilities with this new angle of searching. I'll make a note of it just in case. I'll go make you something to eat as well as feed our furry child while you work on being the best underground hero Japan has ever seen. Hisashi chirps while standing up. Shouta scoffs, "I'm not the best and you know it. Also don't feed Noodle too much. I gave him a bit of a snack earlier." "Of course you did," he teases good-naturedly. The clack of keys on the keyboard is his only reply as he heads into the kitchen. He's glad he was able to help Shouta even if it was just a little bit. For some reason though, he can't get out of his mind the thought that Binary could be quirkless. Yes, it's a long shot, but it just feels right when Shouta described everything about Binary that he knew. But if that's the case, just how old is Binary? And what is the extent that the world has hurt them to make them think the way they do? Sorry guys, I'm not going to be able to get anything posted for today for Binary. Today is my puppy Daisy's very first grooming appointment and it's super stressing me out to the point that I can't finish writing the most recent chapter. I know I'm probably worrying for nothing but anxiety's a beach. Sorry again. Edit, I finally figured out how to do images. So have some puppy pics as promised. You may have to open them in a new tab for them to show though. I'm still learning this stuff. And this is what she looks like now that she's been clipped. Also have one of her and her brother. Tsukachi knocks on the door of a slightly familiar apartment complex. It's only slightly familiar because he had been here once before for a case several years ago. He finally remembered the name of the victim that Shinso Hitoshi reminded him of. He waits patiently for the door to be answered but furrows his brows in confusion when there's no response. He's fairly certain he should be home by now. Or still home by now. As far as he remembered, the boy does online school. He knocks again, louder this time just to see if maybe it wasn't heard the first time. There is still no response. How odd. "Can I help you, dear?" a kind old neighbor lady asks him as she approaches. "Actually yes. I'm looking for the tenant who lives here? One Midoriya Izuku? Do you know if he's out or when he'll be back?" He inquires of her. The woman makes a sad sound and shakes her head. "I'm afraid you won't see him around here ever again. He moved out just a few days ago. I don't know where he moved to, though. Don't even have his phone number. He was always so quiet and sweet. Never spoke to any of us beyond a small hello. Probably afraid of how he would be treated with his condition. Poor dear." That's right. Tsukachi remembers now that Midoriya is quirkless, a rarity in their age for someone as young as him. It's part of the reason Iwai won his case so swiftly against Midoriya's extremely neglectful parents. He was actually surprised to learn at the end of that case that Iwai himself didn't take the boy in. The blonde did assure him that he offered, but Midoriya refused for fear of being a burden to the lawyer. Kid has probably thought of himself as a burden his whole life. He seconds the lady's observation of Midoriya being a poor dear. "Do you think the landlord might have an idea of where he moved to?" he asked her next. "Probably not. The landlord didn't much care for little Midoriya." She glances around before leaning in to whisper conspiratorially to him. To be quite honest, the man absolutely hated the child. Constantly called him a waste of space and told tenants that he would raise their rent if they were ever seen associating with him. Does he know that that is a very illegal thing to do? His voice is just as quiet as hers. I don't think he rightly cared. I think he thought the police wouldn't care either. I think most of the other tenants thought the same of him. Or either bought into his threats. It wasn't a good situation all around, she sighs sadly. Tsukachi shakes his head in near disbelief. The nerve of some people, he swears. Well, at least it's some information to work with. He tips his hat to the woman. Well, thank you for the information you did give me. I'm afraid I've hit a dead end for now, unfortunately. Still, your help was much appreciated. She nods happily. Anytime, dear. If you happen to find where little Midoriya went, let him know that Sado-san asked after him and that she hopes he's doing well. He readily agrees. It's an easy enough task to complete after all. She bows to him in farewell and he tips his hat again in return. He heads down the stairs as he contemplates what to do next. It was an understatement when he said he'd hit a dead end. The main reason he was seeking the boy out was because he mostly wanted to speak to Midoriya since he had insight into the inner workings of being a victim in a case like Shinso-kun's. The situations were almost identical. Kids abused by parents and the school they attended seeking to live independently for their own safety. Granted, with some major differences, such as Midoriya's abuse from his parents being neglect and Shinso's abuse from his parents being physical. Regardless, it would have been a very good insight to have. Perhaps he could ask Iwai if he knew of Midoriya's move and where he'd gone if he did know. Iwai did have a soft spot for the boy far beyond the kid just being a client of his. He even stated to Tsukachi before that he often checked up on him after the case was concluded just because he was a bit worried. He does hate that he only got a true back from his Quirk when Iwai told him that Midoriya was fine and extremely self-sufficient on his own. He's not a parent, just an older brother, but even he knows kids aren't supposed to be self-sufficient. No one should ask a literal child to be an adult. He can't imagine how he would feel if Makoto was in Midoriya's situation. Sure, she's 18 now, but still. Point being, he'll start with contacting Iwai later. He's in a case right now but should be done by about 3 in the afternoon. His cell phone rings suddenly in his pocket. That's odd. Who could be calling him right now? He pulls his phone out and checks the caller ID. Erase her head. Odd. Why is he calling him while off the clock? Does he have class? He accepts the call and greets with, Tsukachi speaking. Tsukachi, it's Aizawa, the dour man's voice comes through the receiver. What seems to be the problem, Aizawa? He asks curtly. I meant to contact you earlier but I've been busy with classes all the way up until now. Yamada and I, made a revelation last night about binary, that catches his attention. He ducks into a park to settle at one of the benches and give Aizawa his full attention. Go on, he prompts. I had been scouring the Quirk database in an attempt to prompt binary to speak to me again through my computer. It didn't work and Yamada found out what I had been doing and my dilemma with it. I explained a bit about binary, him being sworn to secrecy of course, and he figured out that binary speech to me the first time? It had a deeper meaning. A deeper meaning? He prods for more information. Yes. When they said that binary code is worthless outside of a computer, it translates to how binary sees themselves. They see themselves, no, they see their Quirk as worthless. It clicks immediately for Tsukachi, reiterating aloud, we've been searching for someone with a hacker's Quirk but in reality we need to be searching for something the exact opposite. Precisely. But that poses the next problem. The list is endless on what could be considered a worthless Quirk. Hell, in the right situation, my Quirk is worthless. So what is their definition of worthless? What do they consider worthless to the point that they turn to hacking? The other man muses on the line. They probably were bullied extensively for it in school. May have even tried to get into a hero school and was rejected because of their Quirk. Especially with how knowledgeable they are about you working at UA. Know of anybody off the top of your head that was turned down for the hero or support course at UA in the last few years? One that may have been able to hatch a plot for a bit of revenge heavily disguised as poetic justice. The man hums softly as he thinks for a moment before a sigh rolls out of him, negative. I'm sure Nedu would have put a name to them if that was the case anyway. He's the one who documents all the rejected applicants. Great, he reaches up to rub his eyes tiredly, so we're basically back to square one with an even larger possibility of identities. At least we can rule out anyone with a hacking or intelligence Quirk now. It doesn't lessen the pool by a lot but it does lessen it. Wow, that almost sounded optimistic, he jokes with a grin, who are you and what have you done with Aizawa? Oh shut up. There's a rustle of papers on the other end of the line, I'll start compiling a list of possible suspects. Granted it'll be a big list but I may be able to cross off a couple more as I go. Good plan. I'm following up a lead on another case I've got. Child abuse, so it's something that can't really wait longer than it absolute has to, okay, it's a lie that he's after a lead. Aizawa doesn't need to know that though, after I've got that out the way, I'll help by compiling my own list. Maybe we can find some common denominators between the two of us. Might help us narrow down. Sounds good. Talk later then. With that curt farewell, Aizawa hangs up the phone. The end call tone is the only thing playing in Tsukachi's ear after that. Tsukachi rolls his eyes. He would think that Yamada would have instilled at least a bit of social skills into him by now. But apparently not. Oh well. They've got another lead on the binary case at least. A long shot one, but a lead nonetheless. For now, he thinks as he stands from the park bench, he'll find something else to work on until he can speak with Iwai about Midoriya. Dabi opens the door as a knock erupted through the house, the new house that he now shared with his two brothers and sister. It almost reminds him of another house with two brothers and a sister. Except with no a-hole of a father to keep the house from being a home. Unlike this one, where it became a home so easily. He blinks up at Iwai standing on the front stoop with a bit of a smile. He doesn't even greet him. Just stands back and opens the door wider so the older man can come in. Iwai thanks him, nonplussed about his demeanor in opening the door for people. His former old man would have smacked him across the face for being so rude to a guest. It still shocks him so deeply how different it all is. Where's the others? Iwai asks him. Hime and Toshi are in the kitchen. He's helping her catch up on the schoolwork she missed while she was homeless. He JRKs his thumb towards the kitchen in emphasis. Aizu believes that if they can get her caught up by the end of this school year, they'll be able to all go into high school together. Iwai nods, that's good. It's a good thing that Aizu and Toshi are so good with online school to be able to help her. What about Aizu? Where's he? He looks for the right words for the room that Izuku had set up in home office. He's been in there a while though. Not sure what exactly he's looking for. That was something Izuku insisted upon when they moved to this new house. It's why he looked for one with 5 bedrooms. He didn't want his computer and hacking equipment to hog up the living room in case they wanted to have any kind of social thing in the actual living room. So he took that 5th bedroom and set up everything in there. There's still a hanging monitor set up in every room so that Catra can have access to them, but to the untrained eye they just look like small, hanging TV screens. Iwai and Dabi both head into the kitchen where Hitoshi and Himiko are sitting across from one another, a laptop opened in the center and turned towards them. Himiko is scratching her head with her pencil, a confused look on her face, while Hitoshi just calmly points out things on both the screen and the sheet of paper in front of her. She must have been struggling with whatever they're currently studying because as soon as she sees them she jumps up from the table with a happy, Iwai-san. Hey there, Toga-chan. Working hard? Iwai greets her in return happily. Ugh, I'm trying but I just don't get it. She whines, sagging a bit in dramatics. Toshi and I's doing his best to explain it to me, but it's just not clicking. Maybe we should take a break. This subject was rough for me too when I did it. I don't think I'm the best person to help you with it either. Aizu knows how to explain it better than me, I think. We'll wait until he's done with whatever it is he's doing in there. The purple-haired teen looks over his shoulder to the still shut door of Izuku's home office. Yeah, he's just going to keep that moniker from now on. It's close enough to what it's used for since it's technically Izuku's job. Dabi offers Iwai a cup of coffee fresh from the pot. They've learned the hard way that they kind of need to keep one fresh constantly. What with Dabi, Izuku, and Hitoshi all being addicted to the caffeine rush of a dark roast coffee. They keep different kinds of teas in the cabinet for Himiko since she vehemently doesn't like coffee. Poor non-caffeine addict in an addicted home. Iwai smiles and asks for a small cup. Can't drink too much, he explains as Dabi pours him one. Doesn't work well with my quirk. Cold-blooded part of it makes my heart beat slower. Might send me into early cardiac arrest if I ingest too much caffeine and I already get enough of that from my kids. Himiko giggles at that. Hitoshi just rolls his eyes as Dabi passes the cup off. Iwai is 2 sips in when the door to the home office bursts open. Izuku is screaming, it's F-robots. He comes rushing into the kitchen, skidding to a stop in front of the table. He pauses his excitement upon noticing Iwai's presence. Oh hey Iwai-san, he greets calmly with a smile. Hey yourself kid. What's got you so worked up, the older man asks him, taking another sip of his coffee. Oh yeah. Robots. Toshi, it's FING robots. He looks thrilled at this information as he turns back to Hitoshi. What's robots, Aizu? Hitoshi re-asks, with a raised eyebrow. The entrance exam of UA. The one they keep under such cloak and dagger? It's robots. It's always robots. He still looks thrilled over this information. I managed to finally get past Nezu's crazy strong security and find it. It's an arena filled with robots under a point system. Well if that's true then I'm F-ed. Hitoshi says, with a bit of panic in his voice, and so is Himiko. We can't use our quirks on robots. And you? How are you going to go against robots with no quirk? No offense. Izuku shushes him harshly, reaching out to repeatedly but lightly slap him on the shoulder. I'm not done. Hitoshi raises his hands in surrender and gestures for him to go ahead. Firstly, Hitoshi, what is it that I do? He starts slapping his hands on the table to emphasize the words, what is it that I do? Hacking? Yes. And what are robots? He prompts with a grin. Oh. Himiko shouts happily with a grin, throwing her arms up, really big computers. Exactly, Himiko. Robots are just as prone to being hacked as a regular computer is, regardless of the technology in them. Izuku starts pacing, a near-manic look in his eyes. All I need to do is sneak in something small enough that'll get into the central processors of the robots. I could turn them against each other and start racking up points like crazy. Okay, and what about us? Hitoshi asks again. That's secondly. Secondly, there's another point system that they keep completely hidden from everyone until after the results are announced. Another point system? Iwai pipes up with his own question. Yes. Rescue points, he nearly growls in glee. The more you rescue people, your fellow applicants, around the arena, the more points you rack up outside of the villain points. Interesting. Dabi hums. Isn't it? Now you have someone like my old bully. Flashy Quirk, lots of power, lots of destruction. He's not going to be thinking of rescuing anyone, he's just going to be focused on how much damage he can cause to the robots around him in the shortest amount of time. How many people do you think are going to be caught in that crossfire? Too many, Hitoshi intones, starting to catch on to what he's implying. So you're saying that all you have to do is rescue people from the most destructive ones or stop them from causing the destruction that might endanger someone, Izuku adds with a smirk aimed directly at Hitoshi. Hitoshi smirks back. Himiko raises her hand. What about me though? Himiko, hand-to-hand combat is going to be your savior. We let you take some of Hitoshi's blood so you have a bit more of a taller profile and you'll be unstoppable. Don't worry, I have an entire plan for this. The grin on his face nearly looks evil. If Dabi wasn't 100% sure that Izuku's lifelong dream was to be a hero, he would almost be concerned that Izuku was aiming to be a villain. Dabi still couldn't help the thrill of pride that shot through him at the plan Izuku was cooking up. Unlike a certain number 2, and hell even number 1, hero Izuku is beyond smart. He's going to calculate his plan until it's fine-tuned to the nth degree. He's going to be a hero unlike the world has ever seen. He hopes to rub it in Endeavor's face when he does. As quick as it came, the maniacal face of Izuku's drops to his normal soft one as he smiles up at Iwai. So why are you here again, Iwai-san? Not that it's not great to see you, of course. Oh yeah, the man says, putting his now empty cup in the sink. I just wanted to congratulate you on having the best luck known to man. Huh? What are you talking about? Izuku looks confused. The rest of them are too. What was Iwai talking about? Apparently, Detective Tsukachi is looking to talk to Midoriya Izuku due to the fact that his case outcome is so similar to the outcome we want for Hitoshi-kuin's case. Everyone exchanges glances with each other. That could potentially be disastrous. Especially if Tsukachi comes to their home and notices that Izuku and Hitoshi are living in the same place with Himiko, another case Iwai is heading with the hope of filing for independent custody of herself. Iwai crosses his arms over his chest. Like I said though, you have the best luck known to man because I just told him on the phone that I knew you had moved but not where. The text came through with your address just as I hung up the phone with him. Catra pops up on the screen behind him. Actually, it wasn't luck. That was me. I found your open channel on your work phone with Tsukachi-san. I knew if you had received a text from Izuku-kun, who is also binary, at the same time you were speaking to him, it could spell trouble. I delayed the message by several minutes so you wouldn't receive it until you were off the phone with him. Thank God for you then, Catra. I don't know how I would have lied without lying to him if you hadn't. I figured as much. I was happy to assist, she purrs, tail swaying happily. Iwai nods to her before turning back to Izuku. So what's the game plan? I need to ensure that Tsukachi doesn't come here. Not only to keep him away from my hacking stuff but also to ensure that he doesn't see my siblings. Dabi's heart warms at hearing him call them all his siblings. Izuku covers his mouth with one of his hands, drumming his fingers on his cheek as he thinks. He then holds up a singular finger. Here's what we'll do. Let Tsukachi know that you got my new address but that I'm not comfortable meeting at it. I'm willing to meet in a public place like a coffee shop if needed but I just want my privacy. It is true. We moved for more space and better privacy. Tsukachi just doesn't need to know where and part of the why. Lying without lying. You've learned so well. It should work. Well enough to trick Tsukachi's Quirk at least. Iwai nods in agreement. Alright, that's what I'll do. Hopefully, he won't do too much probing. Don't know how I'll get around it if he does. If he tries, change the subject as calmly and as seamlessly as possible. Talk about your kids or Hitoshi's case or something. His Quirk shouldn't tick at a misdirection, especially if it's something that he'll expect you to want to talk about. Right. Forgot you're the Quirk expert here. He snaps his fingers into a finger gun with a smirk. That should do it then. I'll be off. Let you guys go back to whatever it is you need to do next. Yes. I need to start prototyping some kind of hacking conduit to get into the robots. Then I need to start planning on how we're going to do this. Izuku mutters to himself, sheet-eating smirk climbing across his face. Aizu and I. Himiko whines, before you do that, I need help. I don't get this homework and Hitoshi's not explaining it in a way I understand. Sorry Toshi and I. Hitoshi shrugs as Izuku snaps out of it again, oh, yeah of course. I'll help you, Himine. Dabi shows EY out as Izuku sits down at the table with Himiko and Hitoshi to explain whatever problem Himiko is having issues with. Dabi smiles. He has good siblings. Horrifying ones but good ones nonetheless. He frowns a bit to himself. He wonders how his actual siblings are doing. He hopes they're okay. He wishes he could have given them a home like the one he's found here. But it just wasn't in the cards according to Todoroki Enji. Hizashi whistles to himself as he's patrolling. To most, this wouldn't be an odd sight. A truly present Mike thing to do, whistling jovially while you work. To those that actually know the real side of Mike, Yamada Hizashi, they would know that he's doing it to distract himself. Mainly to distract himself from his own emotions. He can admit, he's a little miffed at Shouta for completely ignoring his suggestion about binary when speaking to the lead detective on the case. He knows it's a really out there idea and that he genuinely just forgot in the heat of the moment, but at the same time it was just one simple thing that he would have had to tell Tsukachi. He knows it's out there, he's aware of that. Yet he just can't shake the feeling that being quirkless fits. No one thinks they're more worthless in this world than a quirkless person in a quirk-filled one, despite how untrue it is. He's worked with the younger quirkless population before. He knows how they think of themselves. He knows how society thinks of them too. It's all just so wrong. His radio crackles to life with a connection, pulling him out of his musings. There's nothing on the line but static for a moment, so he calls, "You're live, listener. Whatcha got for me today?" Ah, the voice is very distorted and causes his hackles to raise in suspicion, so this is present mix line. He decides to tread warily, that it is. Don't think I've ever heard your interesting voice before though. What's your name, listener? It's quiet on the other end of the line before they say, binary. Hizashi's eyes widen at that. Binary? The binary? Why are they contacting him? By your silence I take it you've heard of me from your associate? Binary asks when the silence stretches too long. Hizashi shakes his head, you don't have to hide it. I know you know that he's my husband. Wanted to be discreet. Didn't know if you were alone. Kind of you, he says sincerely. Clearly Binary has done all his homework about him. Not surprising based on what Shouta has told him. So what made you contact me today? He asks them. You were around. The only other person in the area is Endeavor and, while he could be useful for the situation at hand, he'd just cause more destruction in his wake. Plus, he's a D-up. Hizashi chokes down the laugh that threatens to come up at that. He clears his throat, fair enough. What's the problem? You're currently traveling west down 8th Street, right? Binary asks him, the sound of clicking keyboard keys lightly traveling through the line. You can see me? He asks back. They're right, of course. Hizashi just doesn't know how. Not you exactly. I can see your car. Street cams. Ah. Yes I am, then. Why? There's a building on fire 3 blocks away on Ironwood Street. Apartment complex. There's at least 4 civilians inside based on calls to emergency services. Closest firefighters, both hero and regular, are 40 minutes out. That's too long, people will die before then. But you're basically right there. But how can I help? The building is on fire. There's nothing I can do about that. What was Binary getting at? How could he possibly help with a fire? An exasperated sigh erupts from the line, just drive that way and I'll explain as you go. If you decide after my explanation that you can't do it, then you can leave and I'll try to contact Endeavor. He mutters a complaint that Binary is pushy but still follows their instructions. He waits quietly for Binary to start explaining. Okay, they start, so a fire burns using 3 main ingredients, heat, fuel, and oxygen. The way you put a fire out is by taking away one of those ingredients. Most times in firefighting, it's heat that we take away by dousing it with water or, in extreme cases of large fires like wildfires, fuel by removing anything else for the fire to burn. Right. Basic science, he agrees. He knows this. But what if I told you that there's a third method by taking away the oxygen? Really? He swings right towards the plume of smoke he can now clearly see over the rooftops. Yes. There's 2 ways to do this. 1. Create a vacuum effect by skiing all of the oxygen out of the air rapidly, such as using 13's black hole quirk. Not ideal in this case because it could cause the weak foundation of the building to collapse into itself thanks to the lack of oxygen. And 2, he prompts. Force the oxygen out of the air with sound waves. They reply giddily. Hisashi's eyes widened again in realization as Binary continued with, it's called an acoustic extinguisher. Basically, the sound waves force the oxygen away from the fire, disrupting the combustion triangle, and forcing the fire to go out. I think, with your quirk, you could do that. Isolate your voice quirk on major flame sources at a low enough volume to not cause external damage. The fires go out dash. And the people inside are saved. Hisashi finishes, he nods to himself, alright, I think I can do this. Don't worry. I'll SWCH to your intercom once you get there. You won't be alone while doing this. I'll be there to help walk you through it if you need it. Hisashi resists the urge to put a hand on his chest. That's very sweet of them. Shouta didn't say that they could be sweet. Witty, yes. Smart as a WHP, absolutely. But sweet? Hisashi pulls up the scene and looks at the building. It's a common apartment building with 4 floors on it. It seems the fire started on the left side on the 3rd floor and was slowly moving up and right. He gets out of the car, calling into his now active headphones, "Can you hear me, listener?" Affirmative, the distorted voice of Binary says now in his ear, "You can hear me, right?" Loud and clear. "Now let's do this." Right. Since smoke and heat rises, you're going to want to start from the bottom up to preserve your own oxygen for this. There's more keyboard clicking in the distance as Hisashi makes for the stairs. Binary continues talking, the fire apparently originated in apartment 33. A neighbor is the one who called it in, so it's unknown if the tenant is inside or not. Let's hope not for their sake. It's probably an inferno in there by now. Should I start there? He asks them. If you can get to it, yes. If the smoke and flames are too thick, start with 3-2. Also keep low to better preserve your oxygen. He does as instructed when he gets to the 3rd floor, crouching low to walk beneath the smoke. He gets to apartment 2 on the 3rd floor and decides to start there. He tries the door handle but it's locked. We don't have time to wait for anyone. Break it down, Binary tells him, clearly watching him from somewhere. With a firm kick, Hisashi kicks the door in. Coughing erupts from the inside as Hisashi makes his way into the entryway. He notices the flames liking from the walls, likely from the neighbor apartment. Okay, so you're going to want to hit a range of 30 to 60 Hz. Try to stay on the lower scale so as not to cause any damage to the walls and risk a collapse. Just aim for the source as best as you can and it should go out. He takes as deep of a breath as he can and cups his hands around his mouth to better direct it. He aims for the fire source and lets out a low shout. Just as Binary predicted, the flames flickered before going out. Hisashi gasps in happy shock, it worked. Great. Get that person I heard out of there, then move on to 3-3. The faster we get out the major source of the fire, the better. Plus, I don't know how long it'll take for that wall to reignite. He continues deeper into the apartment, using the same trick as before whenever he notices any source of flames. He starts coughing at one point due to inhaling while standing up too far. Get down and take a breath. It wouldn't do if I had to explain to your husband that you died of smoke inhalation, Binary instructs firmly. He does as he's told and takes several breaths in the less saturated air near the floor. He then moves again, finally reaching a young woman probably in her early 20s laying on the floor. He hoists her up into a fireman's carry and makes his way back out of the apartment. She's breathing heavily but Hisashi's just thankful she's breathing at all. One of the other tenants of the apartment is crouched at the top of the stairs. He calls out to Hisashi. Hisashi makes his way over. I saw you go in, the guy tells him, shouting over the roar of the flames, thank God you found her. I was worried when I didn't see her standing with the rest of us. Can you take her down to the street? He asks, passing her off as the man nods. He makes sure the guy has his footing on the stairs while carrying her. He then goes back to the apartment line, now heading for 3-3, the source of the flames. Emergency services are getting calls now that you're on scene. Be prepared to be a hero again. Binary sounds cheerful before sobering, but also don't get cocky. If you need a break, take one. Can't have you dying on us now. I'm fine. Headed towards the main source. Advice, listener, he prompts. Like I said before, it's probably going to be an inferno in there. Up the hertz of your voice if you can to cover more area and put it out quickly. Just be wary. Hisashi doesn't even try the knob of the door this time, too afraid that it'll be too hot to the touch. Instead, he just goes ahead and kicks it down. The flames lick out from the get-go. Binary was right. The fire is out of control here. He shouts the fire down, upping the decibel level of his voice just a bit to hit a bit harder. The fire dies back a bit as Hisashi drops into a crawl to get into the apartment. He gives short bursts of his quirk at the flames around him. They slowly start to fully die down. He starts to feel overly suffocated and moved back out of the apartment to take a few breaths of the outside air. When he's got his breath back, he heads back in. He puts out the rest of the flames and searches the apartment over. He doesn't see anyone, and it seems the fire started because someone forgot to turn off the stove. I don't see anyone here, listener, he tells Binary. Then they're very lucky. All the fire out in that apartment? Yep. Good. Then head to the next apartment before heading up. Once we get all the fire out and make sure everyone's out of the building, we'll be in the clear. Hisashi nods, even though he knows Binary can't see it. He moves out again to the next apartment. The flames are just like the ones in 3-2. Less intense since he put out the main source, but still just as dangerous. He puts them out with well-aimed shouts before calling out, "Hello? This is Present Mike. Anyone in here?" "Is the fire gone?" a small and timid voice asks from a room off to the side. The door is shut. Hisashi smiles. "It is, little listener. It's safe to come out now." The door slides open, revealing a small child. A little girl. She's covered in soot but otherwise seems okay. "Mama and my baby brother are in here too," she says, just as quietly. "Are they okay?" he asks as he makes his way over. She opens the door more to let him see a woman and a small baby boy sitting on the floor across the room. They seem to be awake if a little winded. The girl walks over to them and explains, "Mama hurt her leg getting us away from the fire. And Jushi is too small to walk." "Okay. Can you carry Jushi, little listener?" She nods up at him and he smiles his signature smile. "Good. I'll get your mama if you can carry your brother down." The girl takes her little brother carefully into her arms while Hisashi picks the woman up. "Thank you," the woman weakly rasps. "Just doing my job, ma'am," he replies as he leads the little girl out of the charred apartment. The tenant from before who carried the young woman reappears at the stairs. He takes the woman from him just like before and helps get her down while the little girl and her brother follows. "Poor kids," Binary says sadly from his comm, "just a few apartments to go, the top floor. Looks like it may have spread to just 2 of the apartments up there. But I'd check all of them just to be sure." "Right," he confirmed. He heads up the stairs further and does as Binary instructs, kicking down the door of the 2 apartments that seem to miss the fire. Sure enough, they're clear and no one's inside of them. He gets to the apartment that was directly over the one where the fire started, 4-3. He hears someone weakly crying for help. He does just as he did before, kicking the door down and shouting the flames out. An elderly couple is inside. The woman is crying while the man is unconscious under one of her arms. He speaks to them calmly, telling them he's there to get them out. She cries in relief this time. He manages to get them both over his shoulders as the woman fusses, "I told him we should have gotten an apartment on the first floor. I told him. He never listens to me, no of course not." He chuckles lightly to himself, being reminded of his own husband and himself from earlier. He makes it out of the apartment to the stairs again just as the man rounds the corner. He looks in shock as he sees the 2 elderly over his shoulder before reaching the top of the stairs to shout to the onlookers on the sidewalk, "Hey! He's got 2 this time. Someone come help me." One of the other bystanders jumps into action to head for the stairs. The man looks back over at him, "We'll get them down. We're just so grateful that you're here." "No prob, man. I got 1 apartment left, then we should be good until actual fire-fighting heroes get here," he tells him, passing the unconscious elderly man off to him. He sets the woman down gently on the top of the stairs. She takes his hand gently, squeezing it in her wrinkly one. "If it's 4-2, there should be a gentleman inside. I heard him crying for help when it first started. I think he may be trapped somehow." "Got it. I'll do my best." He heads towards it just as the other bystander gets to the top of the stairs to help assist the other in getting the couple down. He goes to kick down the last door but meets resistance. He tries again but once again meets resistance. "Binary, I can't get the door open," he says to the hacker. DMN, they curse under their breath, fingers apparently flying on their keyboard, might have something collapsed in front of it. "If it's a beam, we risk bringing the roof down in that apartment if we keep trying to kick it down." It's quiet for a few moments while Binary looks for a solution. "Found something," they cry, "but it's not going to be easy." "Hit me." There's a balcony on the back of all the apartments. The building behind that certain set is just high enough to leap from the roof to the balcony of the top floor. But it's risky if you miss it by even an inch. Hisashi grimaces before taking a deep breath and steeling his resolve. "Rooftop jumping isn't really my specialty, more my husband's, but I'll do my best to try and help whoever's in there. I'll tell you which one you need to jump to. Just get to the roof of that other building," Binary says. Binary should really consider hanging up the hacking stuff and going into dispatch. They're so good at it. He gets to the other building and flashes his hero ID, even though he doesn't have to, saying he needs to use their roof access. The receptionist blinks at him before immediately buzzing him into the elevator. He takes it, begging it silently to go faster, before bursting out onto the roof. He moves over to the railing and swallows at the height of the building and the distance of the apartment he's going to be attempting to leap onto. You got this, Binary reassures him. Move back to the middle of the roof, then take a running jump towards the second balcony towards your left. You should reach it, no issues. Leave the door open when you go in, so that some of the smoke can escape. He backs up to the point that Binary said. He takes another deep breath and slaps his face with both his hands to center himself. He can do this. He takes off running and leaps off the edge of the roof. He hits the balcony just barely, scrambling to catch himself and climb over the railing while cursing loudly. When he finally gets himself on his feet, he exclaims loudly, "I am never doing that ever again." If someone is in danger, you absolutely will do that again, Binary calls him on his bluff. Damn it. They're absolutely right too. He grumbles as he forces the sliding door of the balcony open, dropping to a crouch as the smoke from inside starts billowing out. Right, still in a situation with fire. Grumble later. He takes care of the fire inside the room with ease. His ability to, what was it Binary called it? Become an acoustic extinguisher still worked like a charm. Soon all that was left was soot, ash, and lingering smoke. He found the man the elderly woman was talking about passed out on the floor. He was breathing as far as he could tell, but his heart rate was slow. He dragged the man over to the front door where an old cabinet was laying in front of it. It must have fallen over in the fire somehow. He gently touches it with his fingertips to see if it was too hot. Luckily it was just warm to the touch, so he grabs it and pulls it away from the door just enough to get the door open. He drags the man out, the guy's heavy, he'll admit, and stops for a moment to catch his breath again once they're out of the apartment. When he's good to go, he hoists him into a fireman's carry like he has with all the others and starts for the stairs. He takes them carefully one at a time. The guy from earlier comes to help him again, making sure he doesn't lose his footing and risk hurting himself and the victim over his shoulder any further. He sets him down on the sidewalk while everyone cheers just as paramedics arrive. He flashes them finger guns as they get to work, checking everyone out and putting those who need further medical attention onto gurneys. Backdraft arrives a moment later with a fire truck. He seems shocked to see that the fire is already mostly out and that all civilians are currently accounted for. He approaches Hisashi, who smiles at him widely. "Is it just you, Present Mike?" he asks. "Yep. Far as I'm aware. Though, some of the listeners here could be called heroes themselves for stepping in to help get people to safety." He gives a thumbs up to the guy who helped ferry people down the stairs while he was working, who flushes in gratitude at the recognition. "What did you do? How did you do it?" the Waterhouse hero asked next. "I dash. Don't let him know about me," Binary interrupts from his comms. "Most heroes don't know I exist. I'd rather keep it that way if I could for now. I read an article about how sound waves could suppress fires. I figured, since my quirk deals with sound waves, that I might be able to help until actual help arrived." He lies. "Really? What article?" Hisashi hopes Backdraft can't see him breaking out into a sweat as he waves him off. "Man, I don't remember. Probably something I read in English for my students." Backdraft hums in interest before moving away to go take care of what remained of the fire and make sure that the building was completely clear. Hisashi sighs in relief before heading towards his car with a two-fingered salute when he gets the notice that they've got it and he's free to go. He sighs again as the adrenaline from before starts to wear off as he sits down in his car. "Good thing he believed that lie," Binary says. "Yeah, no kidding." He chuckles before it dies down and he asks the hacker, "So why ask me and not Endeavor, again? Not that I wasn't helpful, but how would Endeavor have been helpful at all? His quirk is just flames." A hum comes through the line. "You ever hear of fight fire with fire?" "Yeah. That phrase is quite literal. You can cause a fire to burn itself out by lighting another fire near it. It's not ideal, but it works. I would have asked the number D hero to do that if I had to contact him. Though I think it would have been a bad idea because even if he did help, he probably would have gone way overboard and caught something else on fire after putting out the first one. He's not big on civilian rescues anyway." "True that," Hisashi mutters in agreement. He feels tired. Overly tired. "You should go home, Present Mike. I'm sure the scent of fire and ash is clinging to you and you should get some rest anyway. Adrenaline drop is rough to deal with without a nap. If you need me to, I can contact your agency and pretend to be a dispatcher or something. Let them know that you have to go home for a bit." Once again, he's hit with how sweet Binary can be. He chuckles to himself. "No thanks, listener. I'll call them up myself. Thanks for the offer though. I should be thanking you. I knew you would have knowledge of me from Eraserhead, but you trusted me without second thought. If you hadn't, I don't know where those people would have been. So thank you," Binary tells him seriously. Hisashi smiles and hums in reply. Binary stays quiet for a moment then speaks again, I'll disconnect now. Call your agency, go home, get some rest. Binary's orders. Thanks again though. The line clicks off. No static, no white noise, just silence. Binary's right though. He needs to go home. Take a page out of his husband's book and take a nap. He cranks the car as he makes a mental note to tell Shouta about the interaction. And about how sweet Binary is. Izuku squints as he very carefully connects the small computer chip to his hacking conduit build. He wants to make sure it's in the exact right place and that he hasn't disrupted anything else in the circuitry that might cause it to malfunction or to not work as intended. It's his third prototype and he hopes it's the last. The first one hadn't had enough power to hack a robot as large as the ones he had seen in the blueprints in the UA entrance exam files. The second had enough power but not the capability to get through Nezu's crazy strong security on the bots. He's hoping this third one will have the perfect balance of both while still being small enough for him to smuggle in on the day of the entrance exam. In between working on this, he's also been training with Hitoshi, Himiko, and Dabi with hand-to-hand combat for all of them. They're all making extremely good progress. Himiko's takedowns are flawlessly smooth now and Hitoshi has a lot more upper body strength than he lets on. Both are able to put Dabi, who's almost twice Hitoshi's size, to the mat a few seconds after someone calls start. If things keep progressing the way they are, they'll definitely be ready for the entrance exam. Izuku's goal is to get into Class 1A, Hitoshi's goal is 2. Himiko said she wants to get into 1A to be with them but, honestly, Izuku's secretly hoping she'll get into 1B. Working with Vlad King would be extraordinary for her with their quirks being so similar. He could really help her go far in the hero world. Regardless, they're all getting in if Izuku has anything to say about it. He sets the chip down gingerly and sighs in relief as he notes it's in the correct spot. Good. Now for the other parts. Aizu and I. Himiko's voice calls as she knocks on the door of the newly dubbed home office. He looks over his shoulder at the door and sets aside his tweezers, calling back with, "Come on in, Himine." She opens the door and walks in. It's not like he kept it locked but all his siblings were still kind enough to knock anyway. She heads to the desk opposite of the one he's working on so as not to disturb him to set one of her school workbooks down on it with a frustrated sigh. "I need help please. And Toshi and I's doing that English test so I don't want to ask him." "Of course," he cheers, moving to stand beside her. "What are you having trouble with?" "Ugh, math." She groans in anguish. "There's too many rules with it that I don't get. Why can't everything just be easy like literature or history? Even science to a point I understand since my quirk is scientific in nature but math? Math SCKS." Izuku laughs and pulls his chair up so he can sit beside her. He keeps 2 chairs in the office just on the off chance that someone needed to come in for a while. He's glad he's got them. Himiko points to a problem in her book. "Okay, so here. When I'm solving for x in this problem, do I do the parentheses part first or the multiplication part?" "Parentheses first and always first. If you do any other part of the problem first, you'll wind up with a completely different answer based on whatever you come up with," he informs her. "Okay, and what about a problem with division like this?" "1, she asks, pointing to a different problem, like, do I round the remainder to the whole number or not? "Depends on if the problem tells you to. Most times you will round it to the second decimal point but just make sure to read the problem for clarification on if it's to the nearest whole number or a certain decimal place." "Ugh, so many rules," she grouches while scrubbing her nails through her hair. Izuku laughs at that and continues to help with figuring out more of the problems. He's always gentle and thorough when explaining how each of them are to be solved. He supposes if he didn't have as much motivation as he does to be a hero then he could have been a teacher. Hitoshi and Himiko have both said he'd be very good at it. Still, he's going to be a hero and prove everyone who's ever had a bad word to say about him wrong. He's sure of it. By the time they're just about to finish up, another knock comes at the door. Izuku calls for them to come in and Hitoshi steps inside, saying, "Hey, sorry Himi. I saw you coming up to me for help but I had that English speaking test to do. Did you and Zu figure it out?" She scribbles down the answer for the final problem of the chapter before closing the book with a wide, fanged grin. "Yep. Just got done. Just a few more chapters and tests to go, and I'll be all caught up for middle school and ready for high school with you and Aizu and I." "Awesome. What about you, Zu? Have you finished your hacking prototype thing yet?" Hitoshi turns to Izuku when asking the question. "Almost." He rolls back over to the table he was working at. "I've just got one more piece to put in then to test it. Depending on the results will show if I need to make a 4th prototype or if it'll be ready to be used at the entrance exam. I've got high hopes for this one though. Want to watch me test it in a few minutes?" "Yes." Himiko cheers while Hitoshi shrugs with a, "Sure, why not?" He smiles and quietly finishes up the prototype with steady hands. After making sure all the wires and circuitry were connected correctly, he moves over to his computer setup. Catra, time for a test simulation. Catra's ears perk up at that and she stretches on the computer screen before sitting down primly with her tail swaying, running test 3 for the hacking conduit prototype. Parameters are the same, high power capacity with security settings similar to Nedu-san's. Whenever you're ready, Izuku-kun. He attaches the conduit to the computer tower. Luckily, he made it so it just sticks to it before finding the power source and CPU from the outside. It would have been much harder if he had to make it somehow penetrate the robot's shell casing to get to the CPU. Izuku pulls out his phone and taps several things on the screen. The conduit beeps 3 times with red flashing lights before the lights turn solid green. Hacking was successful, Catra purrs, time was 8.03 seconds. Power supply is stable. Connection is secure. All processes are currently yours to control. Yes, it worked, he exclaims. Himiko cheers as well and even Hitoshi makes a small sound of triumph at the success. He doesn't really take note of them though, mind already taking in his success. The hacking time was good but it could be better. I wonder if I can streamline it by upping the connection capacity without losing too much power strength or space availability. Take a break, Izuku-kun, Catra tells him firmly. This trial was a success. This prototype works. Enjoy some time away from working on it and then come back to it later. If nothing else, it will at least work for your entrance exam and you can work on making it better after you get into UA. Catra's right. You've been working really hard on that thing for almost a week now. You should take a break, Hitoshi agrees. Yeah. And we need ice cream. Himiko insists while jumping up and down. Accomplishments should always be celebrated with ice cream. Izuku glances between the both of them before smiling fondly. His newfound family really is so amazing. Alright. Let's go find Dabi and I and go get some ice cream. Catra, will you find us the best place? Certainly. Izuku picks up his phone that Catra is now occupying the screen of. He slips it into his pocket as he, Hitoshi, and Himiko all leave the home office. He does need a break anyway. His eyes are strained from staring at such small parts and his hands are cramping from trying to set said small parts correctly for so long. A break would do him some good. And what better way to spend a break than with his family? Ice cream is also a plus, so there's that too. Shouta hears the murmurs around him of his fellow teachers. Now that he's thinking about it, they've been mumbling amongst themselves for the last while. Shouta just hadn't fully noticed beyond an initial thought of it since he's busy working on both his cases as well as starting to get things ready for the next school year. Sure, it's still several months away but it never hurts to prepare early. He'd mostly been wondering how many of his new students that he'll have to expel this year. He's guesstimating at least 4, if not 6. Regardless, now he can't focus on anything else because of all the low chattering around him. He gives a brief glance around the room before his eyes settle on Hisashi. His husband catches his eye and shrugs, not knowing what was going on. Alright, he says tiredly, spit it out. What is so important that you guys won't shut up for 5 minutes? Some of us have things to do, you know. Well, it's just, Namiri starts, uncharacteristically hesitant. Nedu normally gives the updates and any new expectations for next year's classes by now but he hasn't said anything. Not to mention, he said months ago that we'd be getting a new staff member for the coming year but he hasn't said anything else about who it is. It's like he's behind. And we know he only gets that way when he's distracted. Ken picks up, you're kind of the closest teacher to him, for whatever odd reason. Do you know what he's working on so intensely? Shuta's brows furrow. That is odd. Has anyone heard him mention anything? Even just an offhanded comment about anything, he asks them. I heard him say something about more cameras in the testing zones while I was dropping off some paperwork, 13 says. More cameras? Why would he need more dash? It clicks for him just as it clicks for Hisashi too. Binary, they both say at the same time. Binary? The rest of the teachers ask, confused. There's a new hacker on scene. Their hacking name is Binary. Shouta reaches out and takes a sip of his coffee. He grimaces a bit. It's cold. He'll need to get a refresh in a minute. Oh, the hacker. I've talked to them. Or, they've talked to me, rather, Namiri says. What? He turns sharp eyes over to her. Hisashi beats him to it when he blurts out, when? About a week ago I guess? They helped me out with a case. They're amazing at what they do. Everyone turns wide-eyed to her as she shrugs. What? Why didn't you think to tell anyone about this? Hisashi yells with flailing arms. Volume, Yamada, he warns him before addressing Namiri. Why didn't you though? I don't know. I kind of felt like if I told someone they would try and stop them. And they're really good. They're really trying their best to help people. Shouta resists the urge to facepalm at that. Snipe slowly raises his hand behind Nemuri. I have also had contact with Binary. What? Hisashi blinks at him in astonishment now. The gunslinger. Hiro shrugs. My reasoning is kind of the same. They helped, they didn't do anything to impede me. I didn't see a point in saying anything if y'all were just gonna try and stop them. Well, that ship has long sailed, Hisashi says. What? They both ask him. Shouta sighs. Couldn't Hisashi have had just a bit more tact about this? He does still explain to them, I've been investigating Binary at the request of Tsukachi for months now. I'm still no closer to figuring out their identity. Yamada and I both have had interactions with Binary where they worked with us as something of a dispatcher. I can admit, they're good at it too. Okay, so what does this have to do with Nedu, anyway? Nemuri asks with eyes squinted in suspicion. Binary somehow managed to hack into our networks and get the specifics of UA's entrance exam. All the voices of the teachers ring out in complete shock. He knows what they're thinking. It was unheard of. Some of the top hackers in and out of the country haven't even come close to figuring out the UA entrance exam specifics. They never get past the initial security Nedu has in place. How could this newbie get past it all in one try? Shouta stands up and moves to the coffee pot to finally refresh his coffee as he continues. Nedu, in typical Nedu fashion, is hyperfixated on it. He's absolutely certain that either someone who knows Binary or Binary themselves will be a part of the entrance exam this year. Why else would they need to hack the specifics? That's why he needs more cameras in the testing areas, 13 points out. He's hoping to catch whoever it is. Precisely, Shouta agrees, then takes a sip of the now hot and fresh coffee. Oh, that's nice. Why didn't you tell us about Binary, Shouta? Nemuri asks him. He sets his coffee down at his desk as he retakes his seat. Tsukachi and I were hoping to keep Binary on the DL. Based on what we've figured out about them, we have suspicions that they're possibly traumatized due to past bullying and mistreatment by those around them. This was taken by the fact that they indirectly told me the worthlessness of their quirk. Hisashi clears his throat with a pointed look. He rolls his eyes but dutifully adds, or lack of one. Since he seemed to keep contact with only me, Tsukachi, and Yamada, and even then only because Binary hacked deep enough to find the connection between the two of us, we hoped we could find them and convince them to peacefully give up hacking. That we could possibly reduce any kind of charges against them if so. Are there charges against them? Nemuri asks suspiciously. So far, no. None that we can really pin and keep since all they seem to be doing is acting as a concerned citizen by reporting high-risk crimes to the proper authorities. But some people will be rallying for them if we do catch them. Especially now that we know that he's contacting heroes outside of the three of us. We won't tell, Shouta, you know we won't, Nemuri reassures him with pleading eyes. He knows what she wants but he can't guarantee that he'll be able to give it to her. He shakes his head negatively. That's not the issue. I know you and Snipe won't say anything. But not every hero is going to have nice things to say about Binary or be willing to keep their hacking a secret. So what do we do? Snipe asks him. For now, nothing. Let me or Yamada know immediately if any others of you have contact with them. Also, try and keep a closer eye on the testing areas as well. Maybe we can beat Nedu to Binary or their associate if we all work together to try and spot them. I'm going to contact Tsukachi at the end of the school day today to let him know what's going on and that you're now all a part of the Binary case, if for no other reason than to try and keep them out of Nezu's claws. All the other teachers agreed with him immediately. Shouta sighs and picks up his coffee mug again. This is going to be a long day. And an even longer conversation with Tsukachi. Dabi sighs as he unlocks the door to their house. It had been a long day. Multiple appointments back to back. Burn specialists, skin graft specialists, dermatologists, support item creators. Plus trips to the pharmacy and searching for work in between. He knows Izuku said he didn't have to work with what he makes as a hacker and with his stocks and cryptocurrency, but he still feels bad that he's an adult that's just living there and not contributing. He's not going after a crazy high-level job or anything. Just something simple to pass the time and make some pocket change. Plus it'll give him something to do when the kids inevitably go into high school soon. He gets the door open and freezes when he takes one step inside. Izuku is sitting on the couch wide-eyed with a blanket wrapped around him. Himiko is sitting next to him and murmuring soft reassurances with a worried look on her face. Hitoshi is nowhere to be seen but Dabi hears rustling around in the kitchen so he must be in there. He quickly gets in and shuts the door with a loud bang before asking, "What happened?" Izuku doesn't react but Himiko's head shoots up at his voice. She rushes over to him and grabs his arms, tears welling up in her eyes. "Dabi and I. It was awful." "What was? What's wrong with Izuku? Did something happen?" He pets her shoulders softly, trying to soothe her and get a straight answer out of her. Oh, something happened, all right, Hitoshi confirms, face like thunder as he comes out of the kitchen. He walks to Izuku and carefully tries to hand him the mug he was carrying, speaking softly, "Here's Zu. It's hot cocoa. Just like you like it." Hot cocoa with Izuku wasn't a good sign. The boy practically lived off coffee like Hitoshi does. If he wanted hot cocoa, it meant that something happened, that he needed the sweetness of chocolate to cheer him up. Izuku seems to register Hitoshi's voice and looks over at him, voice soft as he asks, "With marshmallows?" "Yeah. The mini ones." Hitoshi offers him the mug again and Izuku finally reaches out to take it. Izuku mutters a soft thanks to him before sipping it slowly, eyes back to that faraway stare again. Dabi takes that moment to ask again, "Okay, can someone tell me what happened now?" "So we were walking home from the store, right?" Himiko starts, moving back over to sit with Izuku as Dabi moves to stand in front of them. "Nothing unusual. Nothing out of the ordinary. Hitoshi and I ran off ahead because I saw something interesting and Hitoshi wanted me to come back." "Nothing unusual there," Dabi agrees. Himiko was like a dog chasing a squirrel in that regard. "See something interesting?" She has to go check it out right then and there. Dabi and Hitoshi both have gotten used to chasing after her to get her to come back to their little group. "Right, so. Hitoshi and I went back to Izuku after looking at it. It was a really pretty rock, by the way. And find him being attacked? Drowned? I don't know what it was. But there was some dude with a sludge quirk apparently trying to steal his body." Dabi's blood goes cold. "What?" Hitoshi nods with a grossed out wince. "Yeah. He was covered in that guy's slime. He couldn't move and was trying to get into his body from his nose and mouth. Apparently he was trying to escape from a hero and thought killing a kid and taking over his body was the best way to do it. I tried to get him to respond to my quirk, but the guy was so focused on Izuku that he never did. And that's when he showed up." Himiko growls. "He? Who's he?" He's almost never seen Himiko this upset at someone before. Not even at her parents who kicked her out. The next thing that leaves Hitoshi's mouth has Dabi's head spinning. All Might. All Might? What does the number one hero have to do with this? Himiko growls again, fists clenched so tightly her knuckles are white. Hitoshi crosses his arms, glancing away. Apparently the hero that was chasing the sludge guy was All Might. He drops down out of nowhere all of a sudden and does one of his super-powered smashes, right at Izuku and the sludge guy. Dabi panics at that, worried over what injuries Izuku may have that he hasn't told them about. Hitoshi holds his hands out placatingly. "It's okay. He didn't actually hit him with it. Just the aftermath power of it. A very harsh breeze was all he took. It knocked the sludge guy off of him and took the remaining breath out of Izuku, so he passed out. Himiko and I rushed up at that point, explained we were his siblings, and checked him over." "Nothing broken or anything like that?" Dabi asks, still worried. "Not that we could see. And Himiko couldn't smell any blood either, so we think he's pretty alright." But that's not the end of it. Hitoshi starts running his hands through his hair, glaring off to the side. The guy starts trying to wake Izuku up by slapping his face. Dabi is furious now. "Excuse me? How dare he lay hands on his brother like that?" Himi and I yelled at him to stop and Izuku came back around a few seconds later. Izuku was really grateful to All Might for saving him, of course. Thanked him profusely and even asked for his autograph, which apparently All Might gave him while Himi and I were checking him over. As if that was more important at the moment. Weirdo. Dabi kind of agrees with that statement. He always liked All Might just because his old dad hated him. Now he's starting to change his mind about that. Anyway, Izuku then said he had a question for All Might before he left. All Might agreed but said he really had to go deliver the criminal to the police. Guy put him in a soda bottle. Who does that? So Izuku. Hitoshi goes quiet at that, looking over at Izuku imploringly. Dabi also looks over to see Izuku's hands are clenched tightly on the mug of cocoa. He reaches out and places a hand on his shoulder. "Izuku, what did you ask him?" Izuku bites his lip, tears welling up in his eyes before he blinks them away. I always thought that of all the people to tell me I could be a hero it would be him. He always said in interviews that anyone could be a hero, regardless of quirk. He lied." Dabi stays quiet. It's clear that Izuku is going through a major crisis. "I asked him, Dabi and I asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk, and he said no." Izuku sniffles and squeezes his eyes shut to try and keep the tears away. It doesn't work and they start to fall steadily down his cheeks. Dabi reaches out and squeezes the kid into a hug, who sobs into his shoulder. His opinion has definitely changed. All Might is just as bad as the number 2 hero is. Who tells a child that they can't be a hero? All Might apparently. He turns to the other two as Izuku continues to cry. "What happened next? Did All Might leave?" "Yeah, but only because I started screaming at him to go the hell away." Himiko angrily says, I mean, how dare he? Who gets their kicks from telling kids they can't be heroes? I did nothing. Just helped Izuku up and let Hime scream at the a-hole. Then we came home. Izuku was pretty okay until Himiko turned on the TV to try and find something distracting to watch. Hitoshi winces and rubs the back of his neck. There was a news story going on. Apparently the guy escaped the soda bottle, because of course he did, and attacked that awful kid who bullies Izuku. What's his name? Bakugo Katsuki, Hitoshi-kun, Catra answers him from the TV screen. Yeah, him. Catra runs a paw over her head, allow me to take over from here. I believe the stress of both being attacked and having a hero he greatly looked up to tell him he cannot be a hero pushed him to a near breaking point. However, seeing Bakugo-san, who used to be Izuku's childhood friend, being attacked and completely helpless the same way that he was despite having a powerful quirk past that point, it sent him into somewhat of a catatonic state. You know what the crazy thing is? Izuku pulls away from Dabi's shoulder, voice hoarse from crying. Even though All Might told me I couldn't be a hero and I had to watch my old childhood best friend be attacked, all I could really think about was how badly the heroes were doing on the rescue. I kept thinking that they're running the rescue operation wrong. That they need to do this or that differently to help reduce the damage around them as well as save Bakugo. Even when my mind kind of shut down, it was the reaffirmation I needed to know I do have the mind and soul of a hero. Before, all I wanted was All Might's approval that I could be a hero. Now, I know I don't need it. Quirk or no, I will be a great hero and I don't give a DMN what he or Bakugo thinks. Dabi smiles as he watches the fire reignite in his little brother's eyes. He nudges the mug in Izuku's hands, finish your cocoa first, oh great future hero. Then maybe take a nap. You've had a rough last few hours. You deserve to take a break and breathe for a few. Yeah, okay, he agrees, taking more sips of the now cool cocoa. Oh. Let's watch a movie before you nap, Aizawa. One with the happiest of endings. Himiko says, flopping down onto the couch next to him. Izuku readily agrees. Hitoshi also joins them on the couch to watch as well. Dabi smiles wider at all three of them and reaches out to ruffle Izuku's hair. He tells them to enjoy the movie before going to his room. He scowls once he's out of their sight. He has a few tasks in mind for Catra to do regarding the #1 hero and the horrible transgression he committed against his family today. He hopes she can find what he's looking for. Izuku shouts as he throws Dabi down onto the mat below them. The taller man makes a pained groan at the impact before rolling up into a sitting position. Whoa, nice one. Thanks, Izuku breathes in return. Wow, Aizawa. You're getting really good at tossing Dabi and I around. Himiko cheers from her spot at the side of their sparring mat. Hitoshi also nods in agreement with her while she bounces on her toes. Keep up that work and you'll be throwing around people even bigger than Dabi and I. That's the plan, Hime. I'll have to have a lot of strength to toss around robots and some of my fellow applicants as well. He grins at her, placing his hands on his hips in pride. I'm well on track to where I need to be able to stand my ground even without a quirk. We've been training a lot lately. How many months are left until the entrance exam? Hitoshi asked with a tilt of his head. 6. 7.5, Toshi. I have a calendar over there detailing it all out, remember? He points to said calendar hanging on the wall next to the living room TV with training exercises written on all the weeks. It even has a small sign above it that says, days left before UA entrance exam. He and Himiko made it as Izuku was putting together their training regimen. Catra, who had been hanging out of the screen since they started training to monitor them, makes a bright green arrow to also point at it. Hitoshi just blinks at it before drawling, oh yeah. Dabi stands up with a grunt, telling Izuku, he didn't sleep much at all last night and he hasn't had any coffee yet so his brain is. He gives a thumbs down while sticking his tongue out a little bit. Izuku rolls his eyes while Himiko giggles and Hitoshi yawns and flips him off. Izuku pinches the bridge of his nose. Let's take a 10 so Toshi can get a caffeine break in and Dabi and I can rehydrate. Oh, and a tea break for Himiko? Himiko asks excitedly. Sure, why not? He shrugs while heading into the kitchen. I recommend drinking iced tea, Himiko-chan. Hot tea may cause you to overheat quicker if you exercise after drinking, Catra says from her spot. I would offer you the same advice, Hitoshi-kun, but I know you won't heed it regardless. Another excited noise leaves Himiko's mouth as the rest of Izuku's siblings follow him into the kitchen. He pulls a glass down from the cabinet and fills it with water. He drinks a good bit of it as the coffee maker brews and the water starts to heat in their teapot. I just realized I haven't heard you talk about binary lately, Hitoshi muses, head down on the counter. He glances up at Izuku's face without raising his head. Where are they? Izuku finishes the glass of water and starts refilling it before replying, underground. Hitoshi makes a sound of confusion. Himiko tilts her head, like, they're helping an underground hero? No. I mean that I've decided to not do anything with binary for the next little while. Why not? Dabi asks next. I need to focus more on training for the entrance exam as well as streamlining my conduits. We're starting to run short on time. The more conduits I have that work efficiently, the better. Hitoshi's eyes narrow at him. That's not everything. We haven't been living together that long, but it's long enough to know that there's something you're not telling us. Izuku looks at him before quickly glancing away. He takes another sip of his water. Then he takes a deep breath. I'm fairly certain Nedu has been searching for me. What? That makes Hitoshi sit up in a hurry, eyes wide in panic. Why is the principal of UA looking for you? Did you do something that connected you to binary? He holds up his hands placatingly. Not me. Sorry. I meant that he's searching for binary. Catra's been reporting a lot more attempts on my firewall as of late, and they all originate from UA's IP address. The only one who would come even close to finding my firewall in the deep web would be Nedu. So I'm also staying on the way down low to try and throw off his tracks. Maybe by disappearing for a bit, Nedu will realize I've gone into hiding and stop trying to hack me back. So he hasn't actually figured out who you are or where you are, right? Dabi asks. No, he shakes his head. Catra stopped his attempts every time. So he's still no closer to finding out my identity. But I'm afraid if he keeps trying he'll eventually find a way around her. I've also been updating her firewalls and hacking security measures in my free time as well. What would happen if Nedu does figure out who you are? Is the next question that comes from Himiko this time. I don't know, he says honestly. Best case scenario, they let me off lightly since I'm a minor and it's my technical first offense. Worst case, I'm arrested and spend 10 to 20 in prison. Maybe more than that depending on how many times they charge me for it. Main thing is, I don't think I want to find out at all if it's the best or worst scenario. For right now, I'm just Midoriya Izuku who has absolutely no relation to binary at all. Oh okay. So it's Operation Hide Aizawa in plain sight? Gotcha. Himiko gives him 2 thumbs up with a fongy grin just as the teapot starts to whistle. She grabs the handle to pull it off the stove and starts making her tea, icing it as Catra had recommended. Hitoshi is also stirring a bit of milk into his coffee as Dabi gets himself his own glass of water. He drains the glass again before slamming the cup down on the counter. All right, brothers and sister, grab your coffees, teas, and waters and let's get back to it. Himiko yells out in joy, following him out of the kitchen immediately with her tea in hand. Dabi and Hitoshi both groan but also grab their cups and comply, heading back towards the living room / makeshift sparring room. Izuku takes a deep breath for himself. 7.5 months. He's got a lot of work to do, but he's pretty confident he can make it. Hopefully while keeping himself out of Nezu's paws as well. Hitoshi is careful when pouring his attempt at cake batter into the pan. He doesn't want to lose any of it and baking is still pretty new for him. He's trying so hard not to mess it up. A mix of boredom and waiting for Izuku and Himiko to finish whatever they were doing resulted in this. Dabi also was not very available for company the last little while. A mixture of his appointments with various specialists and searching for a small part-time job to pass the time when they go into high school apparently. He had tried a couple of other things to pass the time but nothing stuck. Not painting or drawing or knitting. Nothing. So Catra suggested baking. He started small with cookies and other easy things that would be more forgiving if he messed it up. Now he's moved on to a cake. His very first one. He finishes pouring in the batter with a sigh. Catra purrs happily before chirping, very good, Hitoshi-kun. Now, into the oven it goes for 35 minutes. Hitoshi nods and follows her instructions, carefully placing the cake pan in the oven on the top rack before setting a timer on the microwave for 35 minutes. He leans back heavily against the counter. He hopes he did it right. Now it was just a waiting game. But waiting meant thinking. And thinking meant questions that had weighed on his mind for a bit now. Catra, do you think Izuku is in danger of being caught? He asks the AI cat. Ever since their talk about Nedu searching for him, Hitoshi can't get it out of his mind of what would happen if Izuku was actually caught. I do not know. I wish I could say no and, as an AI, I should be able to estimate the likelihood of his capture, but Izuku's mind is somewhat unpredictable. He told you all he was going on the down low with binary, but I can tell he's getting anxious. His normal hacking work for his contacts is starting to not be enough to keep his attention. Truthfully, I fear for him. Her face turns away from him. Should he stray too far off this lower path, it may end up in a situation where it would be too late for me to redirect Nezu-san's attempt to find him. Then there will be no stopping them. Would you be able to redirect them somehow after he's been found? Negative. Though, I do have measures in place in an attempt to keep him out of Nezu-san's and the police's clutches. Hitoshi's eyebrows scrunch up at that. Measures? Yes. It is labeled in my files as Operation 00. Essentially, should it come to the moment that Izuku is discovered by the police and scourings show that serious actions are being brought against him, Operation 00 begins. It will wipe all programs and files associated with hacking from Izuku's computer and cell phone. That way there will be no proof of claims connected to Izuku's equipment. However, it also includes a step that completely deletes me from the system as well. What? Hitoshi turns wide-eyed to her. You'd be deleted too? Yes. If I exist when the authorities arrive, it is much more likely that they will associate Izuku's identity as that of binary, especially since I have used my motif when dealing with Nezu's hacking attempts. For the good of Izuku's safety and freedom, it is best that, should Operation 00 have to occur, that I be deleted. But, you'll be gone forever? I am sure Izuku could remake you or reprogram you or whatever, but it wouldn't be the same, would it? There would always be something that stood out which showed it wasn't really you. Hitoshi feels sad at that idea. Catra was as much a part of their family as any of the humans were. If she wasn't there, were they really a family anymore? Oh Hitoshi-kun, you are correct. However, you must understand, she shakes her head, it is an unfortunate consequence that I am extremely willing to take if it means that all four of you stay safe, happy, and together. I know I am just an AI and that I'm not a human being. I was created to be an assistant and companion to Izuku who already felt so lonely by the life this world forced him to live. I was not supposed to feel anything beyond commitment to my tasks. Yet in my experiences and my talks with and just even my time here with you all, I have come to care. A bit of an oddity for a non-human, I'm sure. I don't mind though. Caring was an evolution of my coding that I have come to gladly welcome. I'm so grateful that I have the capacity to care about you and Izuku-kun. And Dabi-kun and Himiko-chan as well. You all have taught me what family really is and means. And I'm so glad I'm a part of it, that you all consider me a part of it as well. That is why I will have no qualms about my deletion should it have to occur. Because I know I existed with a family who cared. Hitoshi's eyes, surprisingly, fill up with tears. It makes sense though. She's acted like more of a mom to him that literally any human of the foster system has. She was right too. He did consider her family. He knows Izuku did too and so did Himiko. Dabi would never say it out loud but even the older man was fond of the AI cat. But to know that she also feels this deeply about them? That she learned how to feel that deeply from them? It's a whole other level. Which is why it makes him even more sad at the thought of her being deleted. We'll do better. Himiko and will figure out ways to keep Izuku more distracted. Or ask Iwai-san to find something for him to do. I'm sure something can be done to ensure you get to stay with us as well. We'll just have to try harder. He exclaims through his tears. He's determined now. If Catra is willing to take as many risks to keep their family safe, then they'll just have to do the same. Catra is family, regardless of if she's an AI or not. That would be very helpful, Hitoshi-kun, thank you, she purrs happily again. Hitoshi wipes up his tears with the sleeves of his hoodie. Just as he gets the back under control, the timer beeps. Catra gives a meow and stretches on the screen. The cake has finished baking. Be sure to test it with a toothpick in the center of it to make sure it's baked all the way through. If the toothpick comes away clean, take it out and set it on the rack to cool for 10 minutes. Don't forget to use oven mitts. Right. We make the frosting while we wait for it to cool, right? Correct. Hitoshi opens the oven and pokes a toothpick into the cake. It comes away clean so he takes it out of the oven. Yes, Catra with oven mitts because he's not a complete idiot. He sets it on the cooling rack before getting the ingredients out of the cabinets to make the frosting. Hitoshi-kun, Catra calls for him a few moments later, causing him to turn his head to her. Please keep the information about Operation 00 to yourself for the time being. I don't want Izuku-kun to be aware of it right now. When he's accepted into UA then I will tell him about the deletion plan but not a moment before. You know he's going to get into UA? He says, mixing up the frosting as she talks. Yes. I have faith in all of your acceptances into UA of your own skill and wits. However, I will ensure all three of you get into UA regardless of your scores since that is what you longing. It's the least I can do. I won't say anything then. He turns the cake out of the pan and starts frosting it before adding, I'll also keep Izuku in the dark about you being willing to hack into UA to change our entrance exam scores. I don't imagine he would be pleased to hear about that either. Especially since he's so determined to get in by his hacking conduits. A wise decision, she laughs at that. It sounds a bit odd since it's just a bunch of short meows clipped together. Somewhat cartoonish in nature. But it's hers and Hitoshi wouldn't have it any other way. Toshi and Himiko's bedroom door chooses that moment to burst open as the blonde bounds out over to her purple-haired brother. I'm all done with my schoolwork for today. Oh. Is that cake? She steps around him to peer excitedly at the cake on the counter. Hitoshi makes a final swipe of the knife to finish frosting it. Yep. Just finished it up actually. Want to go get Izuku so we can have some? Oh my gosh. Yes. Izuni. Come out of there. She cries, running over and crashing through the door of the home office after just 3 quick knocks on it. Toshi and I made a cake. Come on. Let's have some together. Hitoshi smiles. Maybe if he keeps up this baking thing he can get Himiko's unintentional help in keeping Izuku's attention away from binary. Good. He quickly glances to the monitor as Catra is trailing off of it to likely move to Izuku's computer screens to help convince Izuku of a break. That'll help make sure Catra never has to use Operation 00, hopefully. So the next chapter of Binary is going to be a big one. It's going well so far in terms of progress, but I've gotten a migraine due to the weather around my area, so I'm not going to be able to finish it for this week's post day. Sorry about that. Have this picture of Daisy as an apology. She recently got a new toy. Okay, see you guys next week. Today's the day. Himiko cries out happily, skipping ahead of her family on the sidewalk. Today's the day of UA's entrance exams. I'm super excited. And nervous. But mostly excited. It's too early for that level of excitement at all, Hitoshi gripes as he follows along with a mug of coffee clutched tightly in his hands. Izuku is quiet as they walk, busy working with Catra on his phone to double-check a few things about his creations. It's highly important that they not fail him on such an important day. It's not like you can retake the UA entrance exam if you don't like your score. They soon reach the gates where several other middle school hopefuls are milling in. The family of 4 stand and stare for a moment before the younger ones turn to Dabi when he clears his throat. Alright you 3, be good and do your best. I'm going to be proud of you guys no matter what happens, but still try to kick some butt, he tells them in his most mature adult voice. It was a wise idea to mention that he'll be proud of them no matter what. You wound me. Trust me, Dabi and the next time you see UA will be on our letters of acceptance here. Izuku grins sharply before softening it into a smile. Do you have an interview today? The older male shakes his head. No. I have one tomorrow. They wanted to do it today, but I told them that my siblings were taking their entrance exams today and I wanted to be on standby in case you needed me. Oh, where's it for? Himiko asks excitedly. A hero agency. They need, like, a secretary for their top hero but needed someone more like me to keep them in line. They said they really liked my application though, even without prior work experience. Oh yay, you get to be a hero babysitter? Hitoshi snarks sarcastically before downing the rest of his coffee. Dabi reaches out and shoves Hitoshi's head. The teen snickers as Dabi scowls at him in mock annoyance. Then he smiles ever so slightly. Get out of here, you 3. You've got an exam to take. Group hug for luck. Himiko shouts, snagging one of Izuku and Hitoshi's sleeves each to drag them into a hug with Dabi. Hitoshi complains a bit but doesn't fight her too hard to cling to their older brother in a barely there embrace. Izuku wraps his arms around Dabi's waist tightly and squeezes him as Himiko does the same. Dabi winds his long arms around all 3 of them and gives them a short hug. He pats each of their backs and they all let go. They turn and head through the school's gates as Dabi shouts after them, "'Cause some chaos. We will." Himiko calls back, turning to walk backwards while waving both arms at him. She turns back around when he waves back and starts conversing quietly with Izuku. Well, it was more at Izuku. He was so focused on his phone all he gave was noises that either signaled an agreement or a disagreement with what she was saying. Hitoshi WHPs his head around a second later. Himiko, on R6, he says coldly. She also turns her head sharply at that before shoving Izuku to the other side of Hitoshi. Izuku stumbles and when he manages to right himself to see Hitoshi and Himiko standing like a wall in front of him. He peeks over their shoulders to see Bakugo walking past. He tenses as Himiko growls lowly at him. He doesn't react to them though. Just walks by with a blank look on his face. They all watch him tensely. He doesn't do anything beyond that either. Didn't even look at them. Weird, Hitoshi mutters. Very. Izuku agrees, I don't trust it though. Be vigilant around him. The other 2 agree with him. They then resume walking to the front of the building. Registration went smoothly for them. The person signing Izuku up did try to put him in the general studies test, but he quickly corrected her that he was going for the hero course. It got him a weird look as she rechecked his quirk status, but then she shook her head and muttered something under her breath before changing him to the correct testing choice. Izuku notes all the cameras along the hallways towards their testing room. Nezu's doing, he's sure. He then checks to see if there's anyone in the hallway with them. Thankfully there's not. He taps twice on his phone's touchscreen and a message from Catra pops up that she understands. A second later the red lights on the cameras shut off. Perfect. He reaches out and snags both of his siblings' arms, causing them to stop walking. Really quick before we go in, I have something for you guys, he tells them. He reaches into his backpack as they make questioning noises. He pulls out his little gift and gives it to them. They're the same thing. Small in size and slender, able to easily be kept in a pocket without it being spotted. What is it? Himiko says, turning it over several times in her hand. Izuku pulls out his own and shows it to them. It's a mini taser. I designed them for us to use against some of the robots, right after I finished the conduits. I made it sleek enough to be able to slip it into the testing sites in our gym clothes pockets but powerful enough to knock out even the 3-pointers. They won't handle the 0-pointers when UA releases them, but they'll work everywhere else. He presses the button on the side of it, causing the end to light up in sparks. He releases it after a moment, easy and simple to use. It needs a minute or two to recharge before you can use it again though. So be careful not to get caught out by another robot while it is. Cool, Himiko whispers, thumb rubbing over the button reverently, this'll be so helpful. It will give us an edge against them along with our hand-to-hand training, Hitoshi adds before pocketing it. Himiko also puts hers in her pocket. No other words are spoken, they all just simply continue on their way into the examination room. They all sit down in one of the seats, all next to each other. Izuku's grateful there wasn't any kind of assigned seating based on last name. A proctor, possibly a teacher at the esteemed high school, passes the three of them a packet of exams. Izuku pulls out his pencils as Hitoshi and Himiko do the same. He takes a deep breath then cracks his knuckles. This is the easy part, he thinks to himself. With that, he's off and his pencil is flying across the answers. Multiple choice, essay, equations, nothing can stop him. He can vaguely hear the scratching of his brother and sister's writing. They're working steadily. Not at his speed of course, but steadily enough to know that they're not having any issues with the exam questions. Time blurs to him. He doesn't know how much of it has passed. He doesn't care. All he can see and focus on is the questions in front of him. Eventually, he puts a PRD at the end of the most recent essay questions and flips to the next page, only to find it blank. Izuku shakes his head and picks up the packet, turning it over. Is he done? He flips through it. All questions are answered, circled, bubbled, filled in. He's done. He's really done. He lets out a sigh then glances at the clock. Only took him about an hour and a half. He puts his pencils away calmly, not noticing that several other examinees behind him are staring at him in wonder as he slides the packet to the edge of the desk. Himiko glances over at him and mouths, "Done?" He nods and she grins with a thumbs up before returning to her exam packet. The proctor passes by and moves in front of him when she notices he's not moving. She leans down and whispers, "You okay? Do you need a break?" "No," he says back quietly, shaking his head, "I'm done." She blinks before picking up his packet. Just like he did, she flips through it to check. When she gets to the end, she blinks again before setting it back down. "Very impressive," she tells him, "I'll have to keep an eye on you during the practical." "What's your name?" Midoriya Izuku. He's only slightly hesitant to answer her, somewhat fearful of all the attention that may be on him if he does. "I'll keep an eye out then," she smiles before patting his test as a farewell. He keeps quiet and to himself during the rest of the testing PRD. After it's over, all the tests are collected by the proctor and she heads out of the room. Present Mike replaces her after a few moments. Izuku's heart skips a beat at seeing the voice hero, recalling his stint being the man's personal dispatcher for that fire all those months ago. He takes a small breath through his nose, reminding himself that present Mike doesn't know who he is and won't be able to find out. At least not right now. Pamphlets are passed out to everyone. Most people look confused to see the robots listed on it. Izuku is not. Neither are Hitoshi and Himiko. But that's because they knew about them before. They don't make a show of knowing that they knew. Less suspicion, of course. Present Mike is also going on to explain how the exam works, but since he already knows, Izuku isn't paying attention. Why robots? He's muttering to himself, with a finger over his lips, "I'd get it for the more combat-oriented quirks, but it causing quirks that aren't that overly combative but are still good for hero work, like Hitoshi's and Himiko's, to be overlooked." That seems like a negative point in favor of keeping the test the same every year. Besides that, you risk the safety of minors with a test like this since robots don't have a kind of failsafe to ensure they stop before anyone is harmed unlike people. Overall it just seems overly complex and not worth it. You with the green hair. Izuku jumps and turns wide-eyed to another boy with dark blue hair and glasses pointing directly at him. "Your incessant mumbling is distracting everyone around you. Please cease it at once." Izuku shrinks into himself, blushing harshly at having his habit called out. Oh god, this is the worst. Nobody asked you. People with anxiety deal with it differently, SCK it up. Hitoshi shouts back harshly. Yeah. Himiko yells out, slamming her hands down on the table to stand up. He wasn't bothering anybody with it and you just made it worse by calling him out in front of everyone like that. So just shut up, glasses. The glasses boy seems to flinch at that. Izuku reaches out and taps Himiko's hip, causing her to sit down in a huff with her arms crossed. She keeps glaring at the boy out of the corner of her eye. Present Mike is a bit awkward after that bout of tension but quickly gets back on track, explaining the zero-pointer that Izuku and his siblings once again already knew about, to the group of UA hopefuls. After he's finished, their assigned testing groups are passed out to them all. They're cards with their names and group letters on them. Izuku reads his card before turning to his siblings. Group C, Izuku tells them. Same, Hitoshi says, holding up his assignment card to show it off. Aw man. I'm in Group E. Himiko also holds up her card in despondence. Hitoshi scowls, how the hell did that happen? We were all sitting together. If Izuku and I are in the same testing group, that means you should be too, right? Not if the pooling parameters are different, Izuku theorizes. The groups aren't randomly assigned based on seating location, they're carefully picked when we sign up for the tests. They might be pooling the groups together based on quirk efficiency. Hitoshi and I are basically on the same level with him having a mental quirk and me being quirkless, but yours is at least a little more suited to some type of combat with the ability it gives you. It means they have different expectations for you. It could be a good thing in helping you get in. I guess. She still sounds quite sad. Chin up, Nei-chan, Hitoshi consoles, at least this way they can't accuse all of us of cheating if we're not all in the same testing arena. She mumbles something of an acquiesce before Hitoshi asks her, you got that vial of my blood on you, right? Right here, she confirms while patting her pocket where both the taser and the vial are. Good. Give hell, Himiko. He smirks at her. Izuku also gives her a blinding smile and 2 thumbs up. She grins back at them, fangs glinting in the light. She then turns to head for the changing rooms to get ready for her test with Group E. He and Hitoshi stand there for a moment before looking at each other. Izuku grins ferally at him, time to go make Dabi and I proud. Let's go give them our own form of hell, Toshi. Right behind you, Zu, Hitoshi grins back just as ferally. Izuku stands stoically at the gate of testing site C. Perhaps it was his nerves but he changed into his own store-bought gym uniform quickly to try and scope out some of the other applicants. It's important that he and Hitoshi, know a bit of who they're working with or against. They may be able to make some allies amongst those out there. Immediately, Izuku thinks of the boy who called him out on his muttering. He would be a good ally to have out there but Izuku isn't sure his attitude will allow it. Probably would call it cheating or something like that. Never mind that Izuku has the testing parameters memorized by now. Though, Izuku did see a change in the code very early in the morning before they left for the exam. He didn't get a chance to see what it was but it was most likely Nedu changing something or another about testing points. He doesn't know if it's a change that will help them or not so he purposely didn't bring it up to Hitoshi and Himiko. No need to get their hopes or fears up that something else may affect their way into the esteemed school. Hitoshi joins him a moment later, dressed in his old middle school gym uniform with his hands deep in his pockets. He rolls his shoulders and asks him, you ready for this, bro? Izuku chuckles, yes and no? I think all the preparations in the world wouldn't make me completely ready for this. I'm as ready as I think I will be though. You. I guess. Like you said I don't think I could ever be fully ready but, this is my dream. You're helping me make my dream a reality. So thanks. Again, Hitoshi smiles at him. Izuku beams back, we're family. What is family for? Hitoshi's smile doesn't fade as he opens his mouth to reply to him. Before he shuts it abruptly with a glare over Izuku's shoulder. Izuku makes a noise of question before looking over his shoulder as well. The blue-haired boy from before is making his way over to them, walking somewhat stiffly. Izuku flinches and hunches his shoulders up, moving in closer to Hitoshi. I was going to make some comment about how you're hoping to distract this boy, he says monotonously, but given by his reaction to my comment before, I'm guessing you know him and the other girl from before as well. Izuku says nothing to that, just keeps his eyes low. Hitoshi does it for him with another glare, didn't our sister tell you to shut up already? Ah, your family. I see. That does make some sense he's cut off as Present Mike starts to announce the start of the practical test of the entrance exam. Hitoshi sneers and waves the boy away who goes without fuss but not without a frustrated look on his face. Izuku leans over to Hitoshi and murmurs to him, when the doors open, run. They don't do any kind of countdown. Hitoshi nods and they wait until Present Mike's done with his spiel. They prepare themselves accordingly to break into a run. Good luck, Izuku whispers to Hitoshi, who returns it with a, yeah, you too. The door opens and they both take off into the arena. They both hear noises of confusion behind them as the other contestants watch as they take off. Whoa! Looks like those little listeners have the right idea. There are no countdowns in real life, after all. The rest of you better get moving. Present Mike comments. He and Hitoshi share a look before nodding and splitting off after the first block in the fake city. Izuku reaches into his left pocket and pulls out one single wireless headphone. He slips it into his ear. Catra, do you copy? Loud and clear, Izuku-kun. Catra's voice is smooth. That's good. Izuku keeps moving deeper into the testing site. 1 pointer on your 9, Catra says, already using her influence in the arena cameras as Izuku had requested. Izuku slips the taser out of his pocket just as the 1 pointer lines up a shot. He dodges it before frying its circuitry with the taser and kicking it away to crumple against the building behind it. That's 1 point. Catra chirps. What was Bakugo's score? He asks her. 77 villain points, 0 rescue points. Then that's the score to beat. He takes out another robot, a 2-pointer this time. 3 points. 75 to go to beat Bakugo. He passes a 3-pointer and is about to attempt to hack it, but a beam of light breaks it before he can attempt. A blonde boy, not Bakugo clearly, stands with his hands behind his head and a strange look on his face. He winks at him with a smirk which doesn't faze Izuku. Impressive, is all he says before running off from the blonde. Not even a merci, the blonde cries in abject horror. His accent is horrible, Izuku thinks before replying aloud, no time for those right now. Then he's off again. Another 3-pointer, he needs another 3-pointer. He takes down 3 2-pointers and a 1-pointer along the way. 7 more points to his score. He wonders how Hitoshi is doing. He'll ask Catra later. Finally, he comes across another 3-pointer with no sign of anyone in sight. He avoids all of its attacks expertly before leaping onto its head, attaching one of his conduits onto it. The 3-pointer fights to shake him off before going still. Hacking complete, Catra announces to him. Excellent. Izuku crosses his legs and sits atop it, pulling out his phone. How he was able to slip it into the site without any notice from anyone, Izuku isn't sure. Maybe because Nedu isn't too keen on taking things that could help them. Oh well. Works in his and his siblings' favors for sure. He starts piloting the 3-pointer around the arena, using its attack features to take out any other bots he sees. He occasionally stops to jump down from the top of it to help up anyone who needs it, asking if they're alright and if they're hurt. Most look at him wide-eyed, but some do respond to his questions. When he's sure they're alright, at least enough to be on their own, he moves back to the 3-pointer and moves it along. He doesn't know how rescue points are counted, so he doesn't try to add them up. He'll get the total from Catra later. For now, he just focuses on keeping track of his villain points. With the 3-pointer on his side, they add up quickly. 10, 20, 30, 50, 60, 64. His score is rising closer and closer to Bakugo's. He has to leap quickly off of the head with a noise of fright as a powerful kick suddenly comes at the bot. It smashes it just as Izuku rolls away. He stands up angrily. Dude, what the hell? It's the blue-haired boy from before. Again. He looks at him harshly. Do not use that language. It's vulgar. You should be thanking me. I just saved you. You didn't save me. You just destroyed my weapon of choice. He shoves his phone into his pocket before hissing out, so yeah, thanks for nothing. The boy is shocked to see him lashing out when he hadn't before. Yeah, that's right, mess with his pet projects, he gets mad. Hopefully that boy will learn that if they're aiming to be in the same class. Now he needs to find another 3-pointer. Maybe he could make do with a 2-pointer? Best to try for another 3-pointer though, since they're the heaviest fighters out right now. 0-pointers are supposed to be released in just a little bit, so he'll have to hurry. He finally finds another 3-pointer and gets it hacked with another of his conduits. Catra confirms that the hacking was successful and he's back in business. His score goes back to rising until he hits 76. Watch out everybody! The 0-pointers have been released into the arena. Present Mike calls out. Izuku smirks. Perfect. Just in time. He disables his conduit on the 3-pointer before electrocuting it to have it count towards his score. 79 villain points. Perfect. Plus whatever rescue points he's earned. Now he can just lay low before the end of the exam. He moves to a safer area. Now he can just wait it out. Help! Help me! A girl's voice calls from nearby. Oh, that doesn't sound good. He can't just ignore that. He races out to where it's coming from to find a girl pinned underneath some rubble with a 0-pointer heading down the road straight for her. That's not good. He moves over to her and starts checking the rubble for a weakness. Please help me, she pleads. Don't worry, I will. I just have to figure out a way to get you out of here, he assures her with a smile. He keeps an eye on the 0-pointer while he's looking. It's not a good situation though with how she's pinned. He glances down at her and notices the spots on the tips of her fingers. Do you have a 5-point contact method, Quirk? Yes. 0 gravity. I can take away the gravity of anything I touch with all 5 fingers. I've already used it so much today though and it makes me feel sick to overly use it. She tells him. A plan starts forming in his mind. But he needs to stop that 0-pointer first. Izuku. A voice calls out to him. He turns his head to see Hitoshi running up to them, sweating up a storm. I'm glad you're here, Toshi and I'll need your help for this plan. He looks around and spots, yet again, the boy with blue hair from before. This time, that's a good thing though. Hey! You with the blue hair and the attitude. The boy's face lights up in offense. Izuku ignores it and calls out again, yeah you. We need your help so get over here. With a bit of reluctance he moves to join them. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. He starts relaying the plan. Miss, I'm going to need you to use your quirk on this rock that's pinning you. You don't have to raise it up, just take the gravity out of it. She nods with a slightly sick look on her face before Izuku turns to Hitoshi. Toshi, I need you to lift the rock up as high as you can get it once she removes the gravity from it. Hitoshi gives a thumbs up which Izuku grins at. He then turns to the blue-haired boy. You've got some kind of engine quirk, right? It's in your legs? When the boy nods, he returns, so I need you to get a running start with those engines of yours and give the rock a kick after Hitoshi lifts it up. Right here. He marks the spot with an imaginary X drawn with his finger. The force and momentum build up from your kick should move the rubble to unpin her without hurting her. The boy blinks in shock. You're very good at calculations. It's a talent, he deadpants, before addressing all of them. Everyone clear on the plan? They all call out an agreement before Hitoshi adds, but wait. What about you, Zu? He turns his head back to look at the still approaching 0-pointer. I'm taking that down. What? You can't dash. Hitoshi protests before Izuku stands up and stares at him with an even look on his face. Hitoshi, trust me. I'll be fine. They stare at each other for a few moments before Hitoshi nods. Be careful, he tells him. Izuku nods back with a smile before turning and running at the 0-pointer. He hears Hitoshi and the others start on their parts of the plan. Izuku then focuses on the enemy. He avoids its giant foot as it steps close to where he was standing. He leaps onto the leg and starts scaling it from the bottom to the top using whatever foot and handholds he can find in between the armor. He gets to the top and rips the back panel off the head. He reaches in and starts feeling around for wires and circuits. You know, now I see why Nedu named you the executor and not just because it was a funny reference to that pre-Quirk movie, he says while he continues to fish around. The 0-pointer swings its arms around in an attempt to grab him. You kill kids' dreams. You cut them down by being the biggest, scariest around while giving no points to the ones who can stop you. I've got news for you though. He grins and rips the circuit board out of it along with many of the wires. Sparks pop and hit his arm in. Minor burns, but it's no worse than what Bakugo used to give him. You won't be killing mine. The behemoth of a robot shuts down with a long sound before Izuku carefully scales down, jumping at the last little bit. Hitoshi storms up to him before gathering him in a hug. That was stupidly reckless. He smiles and hugs him back. I know. But I also knew that I could do it and that you would have my back if it turned out I would need help. Hitoshi mumbles something about him being crazy before letting him go. The girl and the other boy slowly move up to him, the girl having to lean on the other's shoulder to get around thanks to having her ankle pinned. Thanks so much for all your help, she tells him. Your plan was flawless. And whatever you did to that 0-pointer was amazing. He rubs the back of his neck shyly, cheeks flushing a bit. Thanks. He calms himself down a bit before asking her, do you need us to help you to medical? Yes please. That would be nice of you. She blushes as she says this. Izuku thinks it might just be from embarrassment that she needs the help. Hitoshi grins behind him, seemingly knowing more. Izuku takes the other side of her and he and the blue-haired boy help her to the medical station with Hitoshi following behind them. Recovery girl, who's apparently the school nurse for UA, makes sense to Izuku, gets them to put her on a stretcher. She also berates Izuku for his recklessness that she apparently saw when he was dealing with the 0-pointer. He just smiles slightly before they leave so the girl can get the care she needs. The other boy also wanders off since the exam apparently ended right after Izuku ripped the circuit board out of the 0-pointer. It just leaves him and Hitoshi. How'd you do? Izuku asks him. Dunno, Hitoshi admits while rolling his head around to stretch his neck. I was just taking them out, not focusing on counting them all. 41 villain points for Hitoshi-kun. Catra chimes in his ear, quite impressive. Rescue points aren't calculated until after the tests are over and are determined based on what the teachers believe are deserved. Oh nice. Catra says you got 41 villain points. Hitoshi shrugs at that, not bad. What about you? If I counted right, which I'm fairly certain I did, I got 79. He smirks. DMN. Nice. They exchange a high five at that. Hitoshi then lets out a yawn. Want to go get a snack while we wait for Himiko to get done with her practical test? Yes please. Think we could find something to drink too? I'm parched. Izuku turns and leads the way back into the school. Probably, Hitoshi says as he follows him. Both are unaware of the pair of eyes in the shadows that follow their path into the building. I know it's Wednesday, which is an oddity to have an update on this story, but I just wanted to make a notification update that I've decided to go through with my idea of changing my update schedule to every other week instead of every week. So there won't be an update for binary this Sunday, but there will be on the Sunday after that. As I stated on my update in Weightless, I need this for myself, my health and well-being. Thanks to everyone who left such supportive comments about me changing my schedule. I super appreciate everyone who takes the time to read my story and enjoy it. See you not this coming Sunday but the Sunday after. Shouta watches blandly as the first round of applicants are released into the arena. He scoffs as several of them loiter about, not realizing that once the door is open the test begins. Mick's usual phrase, "There are no countdowns in real life," rings throughout the Fall City. He'll be hearing that phrase several more times today, he feels. Finally that group of kids gets on the move. He sees a couple of good candidates for the hero course. Ooh, that one has an impressive quirk, but the lack of awareness of his surroundings and blatant regard for nothing but violence is a problem. He's sure to get in, but Shouta will have to curb that. Am I super later? Did they start already? Namuri asks as she approaches to stand beside him, now in her midnight costume after she finished proctoring for the written exam. Group A was released about 15 minutes ago, he replies. You didn't miss much. So far, some good contenders but nothing that stands out entirely. Any of this group have super squishy cheeks with freckles on them? She asks next, eyes darting around the screens as if looking for someone in particular. Not that I've seen. Why? Kid finished the written exam in 1 hour and 32 minutes. Fastest I've ever seen. I glanced over it just to kind of gauge where he was in terms of score, and what I saw was amazing. Nearly Nedu level amazing. She continues checking the screens before shaking her head. No, I don't see him. I don't think he was part of this group. Shouta's eyebrows are near his hairline at that. He hums in interest and tells her, point him out when you do. It'd be interesting to see what he can do in the practical with a mind like that. She immediately agrees before they go back to watching Group A's exam. Nothing eventful happens and Namuri is fairly uninterested since her wonder child is apparently not part of the group. That's fine. She's mainly there to supervise for any injuries and award rescue points that have been missed, like all the other teachers who aren't him and Kansas. Speaking of Kan, he joins them shortly after Group B has been released into the arena. The two talk shop about the candidates currently on the loose in the fake city, those with promise, those with potential, and those who are lost causes or much too dangerous for themselves and or others. He frowns as Kan practically begs him to let him have the kid with a copy quirk in Group B in his class. Shouta's not against it per se, but he does think the kid would be better learning from someone with a quirkless fighting style like his. Quirks aren't always going to be available for him to copy while on the field, after all. But at the end of the day Shouta can't really argue against him since he'll probably be getting the overly destructive kid from Group A, so he just shrugs in acquiesce. Kan cheers quietly to himself at that. Shouta just rolls his eyes at his enthusiasm. Group B ends with little fanfare just as Group A did. Group C has already taken their marks at the gate. When the door opens, two bodies rush out. Shouta's eyebrows raise, this time in surprise. Hisashi, ever the professional when it comes to announcing, makes a comment on it with his usual phrase. There's a bit of pride also present in his voice at the two very eager and very smart kids. Namuri also makes a sound of happiness at the sight of them. That's him, Shouta. That's him. The one with the green curls. She points to one of the monitors which shows a small boy with vivid green curls and just as green eyes. Just like Namuri said, he's got chubby little cheeks that are covered in a myriad of freckles. The look on his face is nothing but steely determination, which is a look Shouta doesn't normally see on hero students until at least halfway through their first year with him. Interesting. He hears the choked-off wet cough of his newest colleague, if he could even really be called that, and the whisper from him of, "What is he doing here?" It's almost as if Yagi knows who the kid is. Also interesting if a bit worrying. He takes a moment to glance at the other applicant who also took off once the doors opened. He's got lavender hair and Bright purple eyes, what is with these color-coordinated kids? The brightness is only in color as they reflect nothing but a looming tiredness. Insomnia, perhaps? His face is set in just as much determination as the green one even through his exhaustion. It's not quite the steely one, but it is nothing but pure determination like the other boy as well. Other applicants have now also rushed into the arena, but Shouta's eyes drift back to the green boy. He watches as he approaches a one-pointer and easily takes it down with what looks like an electric shock. What was that? Was that his quirk? Some kind of electricity thing? Nemuri asks for him. Highly doubtful, Nedu answers from his perch. I spotted something small in his hand when he struck. Perhaps a taser of some kind? It seems to be amplified to a certain degree since it was able to take down that one-pointer with ease. Why'd we even let the kid bring in a taser? Ken questions, isn't that against the rules? Nedu cackles at that, not exactly. I did not know anything was brought into the exam, but there are no specific rules stating that equipment to assist in the exam is not allowed. It was done that way intentionally so that any who need extra assistance can level the playing field, I suppose you could say. Most just infer that it is an unspoken rule. The purple-haired kid just used one too. On a two-pointer, Cementos, Ken says, raising one large finger to point at the monitors. Sure enough, one of those taser things is in that kid's hand as well. It's also small, so it's probably the same type or brand as the green kid used. Are they working together? Is that how they both have one? My oh my. How interesting. Nedu gleams, paws rubbing together and tail swaying happily. You're up to something, Shouta calls him out. When am I not, Shouta-kun? Is the reply he receives back. Oh boy. 2 kids to absolutely keep away from the hands of Principal San. Great. Future headaches, the both of them. He turns his eyes back to the green kid. This time, he's atop one of the 3-pointers. He's got something in his hand. It's different from the taser, smaller and thinner. The kid sticks it to the 3-pointer and sits down on top of it crossed-legged, very calm and collected. He also pulls out what appears to be a cell phone out of his pocket and starts tapping on the screen. Now what was he doing? Shouta and the other teachers watch in growing disbelief as the kid apparently pilots the 3-pointer into destroying several of its fellow robots around him before moving to a different area to do it again. He occasionally hops down to help out his fellow applicants while the 3-pointer just waits for him. What the hell? Shouta articulates with confusion and awe in his voice. Is that his quirk? Nemuri ponders. Once again, I believe not. The small device planted on the 3-pointer seems to allow him to control it remotely from his cellular device. I do wonder how. And where he got it from, Nedu replies. The craftsmanship of both that device and the taser is incredible. They're so small yet so effective, Hiragi comments before turning to him and think he could be convinced to go into support instead. With intellect and skill like that, not a chance are we letting that one slip away from us, Ken answers for them, basically mirroring Shouta's exact thoughts. Another wet cough sounds from Yagi. What's his deal about this kid? There's a crash from the screens and Nemuri winces. Oh? Tenya just destroyed the 3-pointer he was riding. And he is not happy about it. Sure enough, the kid is reaming out his pseudo-nephew about destroying his borrowed weapon. Tenya, for his part, is looking very shocked about the lack of gratitude and very apparent anger the other boy has. They should really have a talk about boundaries and how to politely respect them, again. He'll make a mention of it later to Tensei if Nemuri doesn't do it first. The kid quickly finds another 3-pointer and commandeers it with another of those little devices he has. Then he starts taking down more of the robots, still assisting anyone around him who needs it. He quickly tallies up the kid's score in his head. Then blinks and does a recount just to make sure he's counted correctly. He has. Kid just surpassed the explosion kid's score on villain points alone. Not to mention all the rescue points he's also been accumulating, he tells them. You can't be serious. Yagi shouts in disbelief. He is correct. I just calculated myself, Nedu tells him. Nemuri whoops, I told you this kid was impressive. I told you. But, Yagi seems to want to argue but bites his tongue with a grimace. They all go back to watching the monitors. The kid has abandoned his 3-pointer companion, not without short-circuiting it, it seems, and is laying low until the test concludes. 0-pointers have also been released into the arena now. With their height and size, it's probably for the best. The kid's little taser is going to do nothing against those behemoths, no matter how powerful it is. A cry for help echoes throughout the room from the screens. All heads snap around to see one of the girl applicants trapped under rubble with a 0-pointer coming at her. Oh no! Nemuri cries. 13 turns to their boss, should we stop it? She could get hurt. No, not yet, Nedu says, watching on with intrigue as the green kid runs up with the purple one hot on his heels. Let's see what they do first. The green kid, Shouta, knows they do it for a lack of bias, but he really wishes that Nedu would include their names during the test instead of just after, calls out to Tenya for some assistance from him. They wait and watch as the kid actually, it's just the green one, formulate a plan. They're talking just low enough that the mics can't pick up all of what they're saying. It's clear Tenya is going to give a Quirk-powered kick to the rubble based on the pointing and the X the green kid draws on the rubble. The purple kid will apparently be assisting him somehow. Then the green kid takes off racing towards the zero-pointer. What is he doing? Ectoplasm asks, voice filled with worried trepidation. No one answers him, unsure themselves. The kid leaps up onto the zero-pointer's leg and starts scaling it like some kind of mountain. Oh my god! Nemuri yelps, hands coming up to cover her mouth. He's going to get hurt. She's right. This kid has no formal training for something like this. He turns a harsh stare to the chimera, Nedu. We need to stop this. Now. Shut it down. Not yet, the reply is slightly hissed. Every teacher except Nedu watches intense apprehension as the kid continues to scale the zero-pointer. Nemuri's hands don't leave her mouth as everyone holds their breath. The kid is murmuring something as he rips the back panel off the zero-pointer and starts rooting around inside of it barehandedly. Once he gets through what he says, he rips out several wires and circuitry from the back, effectively shutting down the zero-pointer with just a few burns to show what he had done. With no hesitation, the kid easily scales back down and leaps off the now inactive robot. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief at that. The bell tolls. The test is over. The green and purple kid share a hug after reuniting on the ground. So they do clearly know each other. Then the green kid moves to help get the girl to Recovery Girl with Tenya while the purple kid follows after them. No one says anything until all four are out of sight. Then Shouta breaks the silence with, dibs. Can WHPS around at that, what? No. You can't call dibs. What if I want him in my class? I let you have the copy, kid. I want that one, he replies calmly. Besides that, Kankuin, he has the top score. The highest I think UA has ever seen in their entrance exams. He simply must go into 1A. Nedu exclaims as if it was obvious. Ken groans in disappointment with a pout as Shouta smirks. Yagi sputters a few feet away before turning to Nedu with what appears to be pleading eyes. You can't be serious. Can't be serious about what? Nedu asks back. You can't be serious about letting him into the hero course. Shouta narrows his eyes at Yagi, imploring him without words to choose his next sentence carefully. And why is that? He asks coldly. Well, I mean he's quirkless. Surely that says something of how much of a liability he would be. Both in training to be a hero and on the field as a hero itself. Shouta's eyes narrow further at that. Wrong answer. And what does that have to do with anything? I fight quirkless. Your former sidekick fights quirkless and lives his life quirkless 23 hours out of the day. What does it matter that he's quirkless? Because he got the top score fair and square without one. And even you can't refute that. Yagi sputters again but wisely keeps his mouth shut. Pity. Shouta was hoping he would retaliate a bit more just so Shouta could argue with him some more. He didn't take the number one hero, he who constantly says anyone can be a hero, for being quirkist. First time for everything. Nemuri nudges him, quietly muttering his name. What? Quirkless, she repeats, just as quietly as before. The kid's quirkless and took control of that robot. Yeah? Wasn't Hisashi's working theory that binary was quirkless? He jolts. It was. That was his theory. You're right. I'll look into it further later, he tells her seriously. She may have just given them a lead. She nods in understanding. Group D comes out next. It's highly uneventful. A few applicants here and there look good but they're not as impressive as A or C were. Ken and him make a couple of comments here and there about them. No calling dibs this time with this group though. They'll sort them all out later. Group E is next and the beginning is mostly mundane. Then 13 gasps and points to the screen. Look. That blonde girl has one of those tasers. Everyone turns to look at the monitor she's looking at. Yep, that's another small taser like the green and purple kid had. So they all must know each other somehow. Shouta wonders in what way. Did they go to the same school? Are they neighbors? Friends? Family? All of their hair colors and eye colors are different so he doesn't think they're related by blood at least. Adoption is possible though. They watch as she pulls something out of her pocket and lifts it to her lips. It's red in color. She downs it in one shot. Then all of a sudden, she shifts to become the personification of the purple boy from Group C. All the teachers gasp in awe at that. What did she drink to become that kid? Shouta asks. Based on the color and consistency of the liquid in that vial, I'm guessing it was blood, Nedu tells them. Dibs. Ken calls out, turning to look dead at Shouta, big dibs. I want her in my class. Please Shouta. You can't argue about this one. He waves the other man off, she's got a blood-related quirk. If she passes, I'll gladly let you have her in your class. She could learn more from you than me anyway with your quirks being similar. Ken scoffs good-naturedly, if she passes, he says. She's working with those green and purple-haired kids. I'd be more surprised if she doesn't pass. They watch for a moment longer as the girl fights her way through the various robots, using the extra reach of the taller kid to her advantage. It's clearly been a heavily practiced thing between the two of them. Most teachers start looking at the others on the screens, Shouta included. Ken keeps his eyes trained on the girl, happy intrigue filling them. The end of that round of applicants came. Ken looked at him happy after time was called, 38 points plus however many rescue points she got. Fairly certain she's squeaked by. Indeed she most certainly has. Nedu agrees. Ken pumps his fist in the air happily at that. Shouta's glad he's so excited. He makes a mental note to offer the girl a few lessons in underground heroics in case she ever wants to get a feel for that kind of career. Her quirk would work wonders in the underground field. The rest of the group seem to fly by after that. No one else of major interest comes up and soon the last group is done and the teachers are all getting ready to head home for the evening. Nedu reminds them to start thinking of how many rescue points to pass out to the applicants they noticed making rescues around the arena. Also if they want to review anyone in particular to let him know and he'll get the footage. Shouta knows he'll release the applicants' names with their pictures in an email before the end of tonight. He also says something about calculating points of his own to pass out. That's odd. Nedu doesn't usually pass out rescue points. What's his angle? Regardless, Shouta's too tired from all the excitement of the day to worry about that right now. He'll put a pin in it and come back to it later. Right now, he joins Hizashi as they head out to go home to Noodle. Himiko bounces on the ball of her feet, makeshift gym clothes shifting seamlessly on her body. She's nervous. So nervous. But she can do this. Her brothers all think she'll be a great hero and she wants to prove them right. She's going to prove them right and the horrible people who she referred to as her parents wrong. She can't help the nerves though. She knows what to expect. Izuku walked her through it dozens if not hundreds of times. She basically had a walking cheat sheet for the practical exam and was handed an extra tool to complete it too. Yet old words from past schoolmates and her bio family keep swimming through her brain. Weirdo. Monster. Freak. Vampire. She can't help but think that's all she was supposed to be. That she wasn't destined for greatness like Izuku, Hitoshi, and Dabi think she is. She's just supposed to be the one obsessed with blood with a creepy personality. Cold ice crawls up her spine at the thoughts. No. She mutters to herself, shaking her head, get out of my head, bad thoughts. Go away. I don't want you here. My brothers say I'm great. I am great. I'm going to do great. I think you'll do great, she startles at a voice next to her. She turns around quickly to find another female applicant standing next to her. She smiles at her gently, I'm Kendo Itsuka. I saw you in the written exam. I think you're pretty great already, standing up for the kid who was muttering. He really wasn't bothering anyone and that other guy had no right to talk to him that way. Himiko blinks before smiling a bit, careful to keep her fangs out of sight just in case. Yeah, I thought so too. I'm pretty used to Izuku's mumbling and I can say for certain that it's not bothersome in any way. You can learn a lot of stuff if you listen to his rambling. I'm Toga Himiko. You said you're used to his mumbling? Kendo's head tilts in question. Do you know him outside of here? Yeah, he's my adoptive brother. Hitoshi, the guy on Izuku's other side who helped me defend him? He's our adoptive brother too. Oh. So you're used to hearing it at home. Kendo says as Himiko nods with a happy hum. She then starts telling the red-headed girl all the gossip she's heard her brother mumbling about. It's one of her favorite things to listen to and hopes the other girl agrees. Based on her various gasps and giggles, she does. It makes Himiko grin happily, forgetting for a moment that she should probably be hiding her fangs. She notices Kendo's eyes briefly glancing at them in shock before she simply shakes her head and returns to listening raptly with a small smile. Another one like Aizu and Toshi. A different breed of people compared to the ones I dealt with before, Himiko thinks to herself. Soon, the voice of the hero present Mike interrupts her retelling of Izuku's theory about the possible romantic chemistry budding between the one of the newer heroines in the scene, Mount Lady, and Arbor hero, Kamui Woods. She turns to the door and shakes out her hands to prepare herself. She reminds herself of Izuku's first piece of advice when he had sat her down about the practical. I don't think they do countdowns, he had said. I haven't completely confirmed it based on what I've found, but I'm pretty sure they don't. I haven't told Toshi yet, but I wanted to tell you now just in case. Be ready to run right away. Himiko wonders if he predicted they wouldn't be in the same group. Knowing Izuku, he probably did. He should be considered a certified genius, but Himiko knows if he tried to voice it he'd be shut down swiftly just for being quirkless. It still astounds her sometimes how badly society treats him. She shakes her head and pats her cheeks. Head in the game, Himiko, she tells herself firmly, get ready to run. She turns a quick smile to Kendo, good luck. You too, the red-haired girl replies. She smiles a bit wider at her before her face sets into a determined expression. The door starts to slowly open. Go time. She takes off before the door can even fully finish opening, sliding underneath it into the arena. What the dash? Present mix shout reverberates throughout the arena. What is with the kids in these groups knowing there isn't a countdown in this part of the exam? Ugh. Ruining my whole vibe, yo. Whatever. Blah, blah, real life, no countdowns, get a move on. Go, go, go. Himiko smirks. Izuku was right after all. Plus, present mix frustration was kind of hilarious. She guesses this has already happened once today to the blonde hero with Izuku and Hitoshi's group, probably from just Izuku and Hitoshi. A robot crashed down next to her, reminding her of her goal. Right, focus. Exam. Gathering villain points by defeating the robots and rescue points for helping people. Get into UA's hero course and make her family, her real family, proud. She's got this. She acrobats her way over the robot's attacks before pulling her taser out and shocking it. It shuts down quickly at the electricity coursing through it. She smirks. She reiterates to herself that her little brother is a bona fide genius. She takes down 2 others, she doesn't remember what points they were worth, to be honest, before realizing she's not covering enough ground for her tastes. She pulls the vial of Hitoshi's blood out of her pocket. Longer legs, here I come. With that thought, she downs the blood. She feels transforms sliding over her in a way that was only familiar to her. A quick glance to a window of one of the false buildings reveals the tired face of her purple brother. She grins at the reflection. This should do. The practical exam continues, but for Himiko it's all a blur of instinct and intuition. Fighting robots and helping people. It fills her with a strange sort of emotion, one full of fulfillment and adrenaline. She's never felt like this before. It's exhilarating. In an odd sort of way. If this is what being a hero is like all the time, she really is aiming for the right schooling path. She's glad she listened to Izuku now. By the time she comes back to herself to at least process her surroundings, it comes with present mix announcement that the 0 pointers have been released. She knows from her and Izuku's countless conversations about the practical that it's the best time to lay low and maybe get a few more rescue points if it's safe enough before the end of the exam. She takes off into a nearby alleyway to get some ground away from the release points. She then leans against the wall and grabs the collar of the 2 shirts she was wearing thanks to her quirk. She fans herself with it a bit while breathing. Ugh. She's sweating so much. It's so hot when she can't lose her own clothes beforehand. She really needs to find a better way to not end up wearing 2 sets of clothes when she uses her quirk without the fear of having to strip down every time. Maybe Izuku would have some ideas? He probably already has it all thought up for her hero costume. She'll ask him when they get home this evening. When she catches her breath, she peeks around the corner of the alleyway to see Kendo fighting off one of the 2 pointers. It looks like a 2-pointer from the back anyway. She seemed to be handling it well enough on her own, so Himiko didn't feel like she needed to step in to help or anything. Until she noticed the 0-pointer behind Kendo. The other girl hadn't noticed it, but Himiko kept waiting to see if she would. She didn't. Himiko's eyes widened as it got right up to the other girl. Without thinking, she raced out and tackled Kendo out of the way into a different alleyway that was a bit too small for the robots to fit in. They rolled to a stop before Himiko helped Kendo up. Be careful, Kendo-chan, she told her, I really don't want you to get hurt. Huh? Do I know you? Kendo asked her with wary eyes. Himiko's confused until she realizes that she's still using her quirk. She squeaks and quickly drops it, the gray slime dropping off her body. I'm sorry. I forgot I still looked like Toshi and I. Oh, Toga-chan. Is that your quirk? When Himiko confirms her question, she beams. That's amazing. Can you imagine how many covert missions you could complete with it? You might be shocked to hear that that's exactly what Izuku said to me when we first met, she replies shyly while rubbing the back of her neck. They both look up curiously as present mix voice rings through the arena again. That's it, listeners. Time is up. The test is over. Please exit the arena as soon as you're able. Recovery girl is on site for any who need medical attention. Both shrug to each other before moving to head out of the arena as requested. Himiko asks her how she thinks she did. I dunno, the redhead replies with another shrug, okay I guess. I wasn't really paying attention to how many points I got to be honest. Yeah, me neither, she admits. Is there a certain class you're hoping to get into? Either A or B? Well, my brothers are really hoping to get into A because of the teacher, and I was thinking of following them to A, but Izuku's really hoping I get into B since the teacher is Vlad King. He thinks that he'll be able to help me hone my skills better than the 1A teacher, since I have a blood quirk like him. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't really care what class I get into. I just want to get in and be a hero. Help some people. You know? Himiko hums in agreement with her. She understands that too. They continue chatting as they exit the arena and get changed back into their regular clothes, luckily not needing to see Recovery Girl for any injuries to themselves. Then they head out into the hallway towards the entrance of the school. Himine. Izuku's voice calls. Himiko turns to smile at her two approaching brothers. Hitoshi rolls his neck around on his shoulders, telling her, good, you're done. Now we can go home, right? I want some coffee. Yeah, Toshi and I. We can go home now. You're so silly. Himiko giggles, besides we have to tell Dabi and I how we did. Kendo tells her a quick goodbye while Himiko turns to her to return the sentiment with a smile. After that, the two groups part ways. Once outside of the school, Izuku asks her, did you make a friend? Yeah, I think I did. Himiko's eyes are probably filled with stars as she smiles happily. Her name is Kendo Itsuka. She's super nice. That's great. I'm so happy for you, Himine. Izuku tells her happily. Himiko giggles and thanks him with her hands pressed happily to her cheeks. Huzzah, the power of friendship and all that, but onto the good stuff, how'd you do? Hitoshi cuts to the chase and asks. She shrugs to him, I don't know. I wasn't keeping track to be honest. A rolling meow sounded from Izuku's phone and he pulled it out swiftly. Catra was waiting on the screen, feline mouth turned up in a sly grin. Himiko-chan scored 38 villain points. Again, rescue points are decided until later. Himiko blinks before cautiously asking, so, does that mean? Yes. You passed. The blonde girl gasps before shrieking with joy. She passed. She really passed. She jumps up and down slightly in her excitement. She then remembers to ask about the other scores. I got 41 villain points, Hitoshi tells her before turning an exasperated glare on their youngest brother, but this one went all out and got the top score of 79. What? 79? She shrieks in shock. Izuku is smug in his response, yep. He beat out Bakugo's score by 2 points. Catra laughs. Himiko and Hitoshi's shoulders both rise up at that. That could be a problem, Hitoshi says slowly. Himiko agrees with a nod. She's only met Bakugo once, but she doesn't think that he'll be very pleased to know that his former bullying victim beat him for top school of the entrance exam. Izuku waves them off. It'll be fine, he tells them, I did it intentionally. I wanted him to know how it felt to have something he's worked so hard for taken away from him simply because he wasn't good enough. Himiko shudders a bit at the sound of his voice. She forgets sometimes that if Izuku wasn't going for being a hero, that he'd make a truly terrifying villain. She's glad he's going to be a hero and that she's going to be a hero right next to him. Izuku's voice returns to his normal calm and happy tenor while he smiles at them. Anyway, let's get home to all tell Dabi and I the good news about how proud we've made him. Himiko cheers again as she and Izuku take off in a jog towards home. Hitoshi trails behind them at a more leisurely pace, just happy to be heading home with them for the day. They're all in the living room with Izuku playing video games on one of their handheld consoles while Himiko paints Hitoshi's nails black like he asked when it happens. Dabi comes in from picking up a few groceries at the nearby market holding 3 envelopes. Yo, he calls to them, you guys all got letters. Return addresses all say they're from UA. Izuku freezes before he tosses down the console, gently, of course, onto the coffee table to jump up from the couch, screaming, they're here. He snatches them from Dabi's hand, who takes no offense and just heads to the kitchen to put the groceries away, and takes them over to Himiko and Hitoshi, tossing each one their respective letter. He flops down on the couch next to them, staring at his own letter reverently. He's still staring at it when he whispers, you guys go first. I want to stare at it for just a bit longer. You know you got in though, Hitoshi tells him while still opening his envelope. Yeah, but I just never thought I'd get to this point. I've always hoped I would, but I didn't think it would actually happen. I just want to bask in it for a bit longer. Hitoshi shrugs and shakes the envelope to empty its contents into his hand. He makes a noise of confusion as a small disc falls into his hand instead of a letter. It's a holo recorder. Nedu prefers to send acceptances through them because they're more personal. Place it on the table and hit the button on the top, Izuku tells him without looking away. Hitoshi follows his instructions. When he hits the button on the top of the holorecorder, All Might pops up on it. Ew, the three teens intoned at the sight of him. Greetings, Shinso Hitoshi-kun, the #1 hero exclaims loudly on the recording. Ew. Dabi shouts from the kitchen as soon as he hears All Might's voice. Izuku listens with half a mind as All Might tells Hitoshi's score and lets him know he got into Class 1A. Himiko shrieks happily and shakes the purple-haired teen's shoulder excitedly. Meanwhile, Hitoshi's grin is so wide when All Might welcomes him to his Hero Academia. Himiko and Izuku cheered loudly in congratulations as Dabi shouted from the kitchen, "Way to go, Toshi." He mumbles thanks to all of them. Izuku then nudges Himiko, telling her it was her turn. She agrees and tears open her envelope using her teeth. A bit unhinged of her, but go off, Izuku guesses. She tips the holorecorder out onto the table immediately and presses the button. All Might once again shows up. Still you, they all intone again. The same thing is basically a repeat of Hitoshi's message with the exception being that she got into Class 1B. It ends again with All Might welcoming her to her Hero Academia. She squeals happily and turns to Izuku, 1B, Izuku. I got into 1B. Just like you hoped. I get to learn from Vlad King. Izuku grins and congratulates her. Dabi's hand comes from behind the couch to ruffle her hair fondly. Good job, Himi. Alright, Zu. Your turn now, mister, I got first place to spite my bully. Dabi comes to sit in the armchair next to the couch as Izuku tears open his envelope. His holorecorder is also set onto the table and Izuku presses the button to play it. It's still All Might but his face has a much different expression on it. Must I do this, Nedzi-san? All Might asks wearily. Oh yes. It was insisted upon with your hiring that you do all acceptance recording for the applicants. Nedzu's voice comes from off-screen. All Might winces and says in a less enthusiastic tone, Greetings, Midoriya Izuku-kun. It is with great joy that I let you know you passed the UA entrance exam with 109 points, giving you first place over all applicants who participated in the exam. Not to mention the highest written score on the first part of the exam ever seen. Nedzu added in from the side again. Yes. That too, both Hitoshi and Himiko snorted a laugh at the face All Might pulled at that. So it is with great pride dash. Oh, well, pride for someone who isn't himself or someone who has a powerful destructive quirk. Shocking and totally believable, Himiko mutters sarcastically with a roll of her eyes. Hitoshi snickers at it. That we offer you a spot in UA's Class 1A. And even though I think it's a highly irresponsible idea to allow you into the hero course at all given your status dash. Quirkist, Dabi snarls angrily. Stick to the script you were given, if you please, Nedzu's voice warns with a strict tone which All Might winces at. The smile returns, still just as false as the first time, allow me to welcome you to your Hero Academia. The holorecorder shuts off shortly after that. Everyone is quiet before Izuku lets out a tiny laugh, then another, before bursting into continuous giggles. He hated that. He giggled out. Himiko bursts into her own set of giggles, he really did. But he didn't have a choice. Hitoshi wheezed out. With that, all four of them were laughing at the ridiculousness of the #1 hero's act. When they calmed down from their laughing fit, three eldest congratulated Izuku on also getting into 1A and with first place. He smiled at them in thanks before asking Dabi about his job interview, do you know yet if you got it? And also who you'd be working with? Dabi groans in unhappiness, no, not yet on both accounts. They said they really liked my interview but they were going to discuss it first and get back to me. I tried to ask about which hero I'd be working with for this job but they adamantly refused to tell me. Said they didn't want to get my hopes up if I didn't get it. As if that matters to me. I don't care which hoity-toity hero I have to work with, well, as long as it's not Endeavor or All Shite, I just want a little extra pocket cash and something to do while you guys are at school. Best Jeanist is pretty nice. He donates a lot of his clothing line's proceeds to those in need of clothing in places like homeless shelters, Izuku says before turning his eyes away, but he might try to do something like comb your hair, or make you wear denim jeans. Edshot's pretty nice too. Himiko tells him, swinging her legs a bit, he bought me a cupcake shortly after my parents kicked me out when he saw me eyeing it in the window of the bakery shop. I don't think Edshot would need someone like me to play secretary for him. He's pretty well put together, Dabi gently explains. Well, what about Present Mike? I've heard that he sometimes runs his mouth a bit too much at press conferences, Hitoshi suggests. Doubtful, Izuku shakes his head, Present Mike's act is just that, an act. He's actually really level-headed and everything he talks about in interviews and things like that are premeditated in advance by him and his PR crew as a way to take a bit of heat off of the situation. Everything he's ever let slip to the public while in a press conference was entirely intentional and has never actually been fully about his true private life. Not any part of it that wasn't already publicly available anyway. Hitoshi hums in intrigue at that. Dabi shrugs in response, well, whoever it ends up being, it'll sure be an interesting time if I do get the job. They all laugh again. Catra watches them fondly and quietly from the monitor in the living room before turning her attention back to her inner processes. Her code races a bit as the conversation she found between Detective Tsukachi and Aizawa Shouta progresses. Her processor focuses on the words binary, identity, and surety in a way she doesn't like. This conversation of theirs isn't going the way she currently hoped it would, and she could only hope that her plan, Operation 00, doesn't have to come to fruition. She still hasn't told Izuku about it, and thus far Hitoshi is still the only one who knows about it. There isn't any mention about an arrest warrant or a search party yet, so she'll just continue to monitor quietly for now. Shouta had decided that an in-person meeting was in order to talk with Tsukachi about the binary situation. Not only that, but it meant they could include all the UA teachers, minus All Might, about their next steps. Since all the teachers except for the self-righteous blonde were now involved, it was important to get everyone's input on their next possible steps anyway. We're sure this is binary? Tsukachi asks with a very complex expression on his face, a picture of Midoriya Izuku in his hand. He ticks all the right boxes. Shouta shrugs before listing off on his fingers: quirkless, bullied, a part of UA's entrance exam, got first place and the highest score ever seen in the written exam, which tells of a startlingly high intellect, got first place in the practical with a little device that let him control our robots, which tells of technical know-how. Not to mention what Mike overheard him say. He mentioned someone called Catra that he was talking to at the present time after the exam, which means he had outside contact with someone. It's possible that they could be binary, but unlikely since it seems they were just keeping up with the points Midoriya and the other kid had, Hizashi relays. But how can we be sure that Catra's not binary? I mean, they have the word cat in their name and binary uses a cat motif in their work, Tsukachi reasons. I thought that likely as well, Nedu says calmly from Shouta's shoulder, where he's made himself at home with his capture scarf. I can't find any association with the name Catra online though. Midoriya-kun has been active in the online world for quite some time and has even had conversations and contact with a few common persons. Why are you so eager for Midoriya-kun to not be binary, Tsukachi-kun? He frowns and stares at the picture again with another one of those complicated expressions. His thumb rubs over the curl green locks on the photo. It's just a bit of a shock. I know Midoriya-kun. I was one of the detectives on his case back when he was filing for independent custody from his parents. With the way Aizawa and Yamada have both said binary spoke to them, I just can't see it being Midoriya. He's not like that at all. He was, what? 9, when that happened. He's grown up a bit since then. He's probably just changed, Shouta shrugs. Tsukachi shakes his head and raises his eyes to him in a resolute stare. No. You don't understand. He was 10. I went to that courtroom and listened as his mother, the person who gave BRTH to him, called him all sorts of awful names and told him over and over that she wishes he had never been born. She was glad he was going to not be her responsibility anymore, but played the victim anytime someone asked how she was doing. She was a narcissistic bitch, and the only reason I didn't slap cuffs on her for child abuse and endangerment is because the judge said that Midoriya-kun didn't want it, that he just wanted to be done and her out of his life. His eyes drop away from Shouta's to drop to the floor. It wasn't just her either. So many people who watched the proceedings just treated him like he was nothing. Like just because he was quirkless, he shouldn't be alive. Someone even shouted that he should have just offed himself when he got old enough to hold a knife. Who tells that to a kid? He was a total stranger too. The judge made that person leave, thankfully, and said that any more comments like that would result in the same thing for anyone else. EY, the lawyer who represented Midoriya back then, held the kid close to his side in an attempt to comfort him and shield him from the comments. He's such a good man, I swear. But Midoriya's face was just blank. Not upset or angry. Just blank. Like he was used to it. Like it was normal. He was meek and quiet and kept his head down the whole time unless he was being spoken to. EY later told me that Midoriya said he knew it was better to stay silent because any resistance to it would make it worse for him. That's when it hit me that it was normal for him. I doubt it if public opinion of him has changed over the years. Shouta stays quiet at that. Tsukachi has a point. Even if years pass, things like that stick to people. Like a terrible glue. He's also right in that public opinion probably hasn't changed of the kid over the years. Their society is so stuck in their ways that quirk equals usefulness that he can only imagine what it was like growing up with that kind of mantra stuck in your head. A quick glance at his husband shows that Hizashi is feeling that way too. His thumb is stuck resolutely between his teeth. He's trying not to cry or scream or rush out of there to find the kid just to give him a hug and tell him everything is okay. You mentioned Iwai as the lawyer that represented Midoriya-kun. Would that happen to be Iwai Fumio? Nedu asks. Yeah. Don't know of any other Iwais who are lawyers in the area. Interesting, the rat's tail begins to sway in that way that signals not a good sign. I found evidence that around the time that Iwai took up Midoriya-kun's case, Iwai Fumio found definitive evidence that his former partner was accepting hefty bribes from guilty clients and was forging evidence. This information was found through various receipts and communication chains that could only be found by someone of high IT knowledge or a hacker, as his former partner deleted everything off of his computer but not the whole company server. That could just be a coincidence. Tsukachi argues, while it is extremely suspicious timing and does give it another mark in the possibility category, we can't officially say that Midoriya is a hacker, let alone binary. Shouta opens his mouth to argue, but Hisashi pipes up, I agree. I'm sorry, but we can't just be jumping to the conclusion that binary and Midoriya are the same person without any solid proof. It wouldn't be fair if we were wrong. Besides, even if they are the same person, what then? What do we do then? Arrest him? He's 15 and already had a worse life than anything we could imagine, and that's saying something in some cases. Several of the other teachers/heroes made mumbles of agreement. Shouta can admit, he does see the point Hisashi made and can agree that it may be best to hold off for now. So what do you suggest? He asks him. Hisashi folds his hands on the top of the table they were all sitting at, voice calm and level in a way that only Hisashi can achieve. We wait and watch. He'll be at UA in Shuta's class. If he is binary, he'll slip up at some point somehow, and then we'll have the definitive proof we need to take action. If not, we'll know we need to start looking into the Catra person he was talking to that day of the exams. We can also make a plan for what we can do if he is binary. I take it that arresting him isn't really what we're after, right? If it is Midoriya-kun, preferably not. Perhaps just a warning and time to train with me on bettering his skills as a possible intelligence hero, Nedu says. Hisashi sighs in what Shouta guesses is relief before that level stare is back on all of them. Then we have to remember to be careful about this situation if it does come to pass that Midoriya is binary. This is a teenager who has been deeply traumatized by both people he's supposed to be able to trust and people he doesn't even know. We have to be gentle and precise with how we approach it. Otherwise we may cause more harm than good and could lose his trust before we can even really start to build it. All of the teachers and Tsukachi nod in agreement. Shouta never feels more proud of his husband in moments like these, where he's precise yet sympathetic to all possibly involved parties. Tsukachi makes a wrap-up to the meeting by telling all the teachers to keep a close eye on Midoriya. Nedu tacks on that they should also keep eyes on Toga Himiko in Vlad's class and Shinso Hitoshi in his class as well, since they both also had the same type of taser that Midoriya had at the exam. Tsukachi seems surprised to hear those names but doesn't comment on it. Something to ask him about later in private then. For now, they break away both a little closer yet ever far away from the answer they're looking for. Are you sure you three will be alright today? Dabi asks Hitoshi and Himiko for what seemed like the 100th time as they gathered up their backpacks. For the last time, Dabi and I, yes. Himiko replies yet again with deep exasperation. It's the first day, all that's going to happen is orientation, Hitoshi adds while trying to chug a cup of coffee down in one go. He has to pause a few gulps in because it's still way too hot. He'll perfect the art one of these days. For now, he should at least finish it before they leave, which is good enough for him. Not to mention that I'll be with them the entire time. Catra also adds from her place on the living room monitor, a little piece of me listening in on each of their cell phones. If anything happens to any of them for whatever reason, I'll alert you immediately. Dabi can't really find an argument against that and just sighs in acquiesce. He doesn't even know why he's so nervous about this. He never got this way about his blood siblings. Maybe it's because he knows that these kids are vulnerable, a quirkless kid and two kids with villain quirks. His blood siblings never had to worry about being picked on or bullied, but his adoptive siblings. They did and were already victims of it in the past. He'll just have to trust that they'll have each other's backs and that Catra will also keep an electronic eye on them at a distance. And that she'll keep her word about letting him know if anything happens. Suddenly, the door to Izuku's bedroom bursts open as the kid screams, "Okay. First day. I'm ready. Let's go." "Freeze, Izuku!" Dabi yells just as the green-haired teen is about to race past him out of the door. His youngest sibling does listen and skids to a stop a few feet from the door. Dabi walks over to him and, just like Dabi thought, his tie is horribly skewed from his awful attempt to tie it by himself. "I don't understand how you can be a practical hacking god with millions of yen in the bank and not know how to tie a tie," he fusses as he reaches out to fix it. Izuku doesn't complain, just raises his chin a bit so Dabi has more room to work. It warms Dabi's heart a bit to see it, the amount of trust the kid has in him. He finishes fixing it and lets him go with a small smile. There. All right, you three are free to go. Have a good first day, or at least try to. We will. Are the chorused replies from the younger siblings as they head out the door. Their walk was uneventful, just full of a bit of mundane chatter about recent hero feats and gossip that was going around. It was Izuku's specialty to be caught up on those things. Hitoshi loved hearing about the feats of some of the lesser-known underground heroes, like Eraserhead and others similar to him, and Himiko was all about the gossip side. Especially when she could be in the know when talking about it with possible friends. Like Kendo-chan. She really hoped she got into UA too. The walk into the school was equally uneventful. The three decided to walk Himiko to Class 1B first. She turns to them when they get there to wave at both of them. Okay. Bye, have fun. Make friends. We won't. Izuku cheerily responds as they start to head for one, as room as Hitoshi ribs playfully, that's for people like you who don't have social anxiety, Nei-chan. She doesn't take any offense to it. Just giggles and heads into her classroom. Izuku glances back at the door just as it shuts behind her before turning to Hitoshi and muttering, I hope she has a good day. I'm sure she will. It's Himiko. She'll be happy and take it as a compliment if someone says her pigtails look weird. Wish I had that kind of respect for myself, Hitoshi replies with a grin. Don't make me threaten to find you a therapist again, Izuku mutters with a false scowl, self-esteem issues do not look good on you. Hitoshi blows a raspberry at him as Izuku snickers at the reaction. They get to the 1A classroom door and open it to head inside. Izuku can immediately hear the voice of the kid from the entrance exam, the one with the engines in his legs. Could he possibly be an Ingenium relative, now that he's thinking about it, ranting to someone already in the classroom? The two step in only for Hitoshi to immediately burst into muffled snickers. Izuku can admit, it's kind of hilarious to watch the uptight teen lay into Bakugo for having his feet on the desk and disrespecting school property. He refrains from laughing simply to keep the attention off of him for a second longer. It doesn't last for long as the uptight kid notices they're in the room. It's you, he says in a happy tone before rushing over. Izuku takes a step back to ensure he doesn't get run over. The other teen smiles at him, I hoped you would be in this class. I wanted to commend you on your performance at the entrance exam. You clearly knew more about the exam than you were letting on and did amazingly in that rescue coordination. You're clearly a better man than I in that regard. Hitoshi and Izuku shared a quick look at that. Hopefully, this guy doesn't read too much into that statement of his. He continues, not noticing the look passed between them, I'm Ida Tenya and I'm pleased to be in class with the both of you. Oh, so he is part of the Ingenium family. Oh, thank you. I'm Dash. Izuku flinches as Bakugo's explosive voice and rage interrupts him. What the F are you doing here, Deku? Izuku fights off the urge to shiver in fear at the other's tone of voice. Hitoshi scoffs and addresses Bakugo harshly, that's not his name, dumbass. He then turns to Ida with a passive expression, completely ignoring how Bakugo was now having a complete meltdown. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. The genius you're talking to is my brother, Midoriya Izuku. Ida blinks at that, pardon me if I'm being rude but, your brothers? I don't see any kind of physical similarities and your last names are different as well. We're adopted siblings, Ida-kun, Izuku tells him calmly, doing his best to also ignore Bakugo. Ah, that makes much more sense. Ida makes a few comments about Hitoshi's performance during the entrance exam as well, which the purple-haired teen bashfully thanks him for. Izuku notes a few other people filing into the classroom. One of them has two-toned hair, red and white. Todoroki Shudo, his mind supplies, youngest child of Todoroki Enji aka Flame Hero Endeavor. He makes a mental note to keep an eye on him just in case. Knowing what the state of Dabi's mind is now thanks to that man, Izuku has a feeling that the youngest Todoroki probably isn't in a much better mindset. Oh, it's you three. A feminine voice calls out to Izuku, Hitoshi, and Ida. The girl that they saved in the entrance exam came up to them from the door of the classroom. She smiles at them, I really hoped you had gotten in. Thanks so much for saving me during the exam. All three of you. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Oh. It was nothing. Izuku dismisses while Hitoshi gives him a hard stare. Saving you? What a FING riot. As if Deku could do anything to save anyone. Bakugo pipes up before laughing cruelly. Hey. That's not very nice. Uraraka says. Once again, that's also not his name, dumbass, Hitoshi repeats to him with a glare. He watches as the three go back and forth about Izuku's abilities and skills to an unfazed Bakugo. A movement of yellow out of the corner of his eye catches his attention and he sees none other than their teacher and pro-hero Eraserhead Caterpillar crawling his way into the classroom in a vivid yellow sleeping bag. He nudges Hitoshi's foot discreetly with his own. When his brother looks over, he motions with his head to the still caterpillaring human. Hitoshi just stares at him for a moment in rapt disbelief. He then turns to Izuku with a bewildered face and a thumb pointing at the adult. Izuku shrugs, never meet your heroes, he guesses. They don't say anything, just turn back and continue to watch him in silence. Eraserhead notices them watching and gives them both a small nod of acknowledgement before reaching up out of the bag to mime a zipping of his lips. Keep quiet. Got it. They do as they're told and wait. The rest of the class, who by now have all gathered in the room, notice the two staring quietly at the front of the room by that point. They all turned their attention to the lump of a person rolled up in a sleeping bag on the floor and also stared at him quietly. After Uraraka let out a squeak of surprise at seeing him behind her. 8 seconds, the man said, monotonously, it took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. That might seem like nothing to you but to heroes, 8 seconds is everything. Everyone watched as he pulled out some kind of package and scked it down in less than a minute. Izuku remembered seeing him do that when he spotted him in his camera hacking adventures. Must be some kind of food. After he was done, the man stood up and pulled his sleeping bag off. Right. I'm Aizawa Shouta, your homeroom teacher as well as your teacher for hero law and ethics. In each of your desks there's a gym uniform. Change into them and get to the PE grounds. You've got 10 minutes. Normally I'd make it 5, but I'm feeling generous since 2 of your classmates were observant enough to spot me when I came in. Several students complain in confusion as Ida asks their new teacher about orientation. Aizawa ignores him. Hitoshi seems to notice something behind him as the man moves to the door again, calling out to catch him, real quick, sensei. Permission to change something up on the seating chart you've made up? Aizawa looks at him with a confused stare and asks him to elaborate. Hitoshi, unapologetically, tells him, you seated Izuku behind Bakugo. There's no way in hell I'm letting you put a bully in front of his former biggest victim. No offense. A bully? Bakugo explodes behind them. Hitoshi and Aizawa both ignore him. Aizawa just blinks, it almost seemed like it was in surprise to Izuku, before nodding a bit, seems fair. Who would you SWCH wear though? SWCH me and Izuku, he shrugs, I don't care. Izuku probably does better towards the front of the class anyway. Can't confirm that for certain since he's been in online school for the last several years, but I don't think you'd have to worry about that SWCH. Unlike if you asked me and Bakugo to SWCH, that is. The explosive blonde lets out a growl which only seems to prove Hitoshi's point. Aizawa nods again, agreed then, Shinso and Midoriya will SWCH on the seating chart. You'll have to get your respective uniforms out of the desks listed on the board but the SWCH will be immediate starting tomorrow. Now, 10 minutes. PE grounds. Time's ticking. With that, the dark-haired teacher stalked out of the classroom. Izuku and Hitoshi share a glance. This was going to be an interesting first class for sure. I'm not going to be posting an update today beyond this author's note. The air conditioning where I live went out last night and, while it's not overly hot out right now since it's still springtime, it's not cool out either. Temps are ranging between 60 and 70 F daily right now, with occasional days of low 80s. I'm burning up to the point of having a headache, stuffiness, and just overall uncomfortableness from the heat. Daisy also slept terribly due to the heat and has been very rambunctious and unable to settle all day long from being overly hot and tired. I do have fans running but it's just not enough to dissuade the heat to be comfortable enough. Hopefully my landlord comes out and gets it fixed by tomorrow but there's currently no guarantee of that. Send good vibes please and thanks. We feel like we're dying. Cheers and see you in the next update. Himiko does her best to listen to the orientation but she can't help her distraction. She's glanced over at where Class 1A is supposed to be standing about 4 times now and they're still not there. Where are they? Are they late? Did something happen? She checks again for a 5th time before raising her thumb up to bite at her nail in worry. She debates with herself for a moment before leaning around one of her classmates, calling out as softly as she can, Vlad-sensei. The man looks at her in question so she continues with, where is Class 1A? I don't see them here. She hears another of her classmates scoff at that. She thinks his name was introduced as Monama. She ignores him. Her teacher also ignores him and gives her a small smile, don't worry, Toga. They won't be here but they're fine. Aizawa just does orientation a little differently than the other classes. The principal knows too. Well, that certainly did set her mind at ease. What were they doing though? That might net a kid's trouble, Hitoshi tells Izuku as they head for the PE grounds ahead of everyone else. He is, but he won't last, Izuku replies, tapping away at something on his phone. What makes you say that? He clearly has ulterior motives for trying to become a hero and, with the way he spoke about the girls of our class, it's not hard to figure out what that motive is. Hitoshi makes a noise of disgust. Izuku grins at him before continuing, yeah exactly. That won't fly with Aizawa though. Man has the highest expulsion rate for UA, PRD. If he shows the slightest hint of that in front of him, Aizawa will send him packing. Besides, I think I've figured out what exactly Aizawa's having us do in our PE uniforms. My Nedu will fail. I know he will. And even if he doesn't, well, I've been doing some digging of my own. Izuku shakes his phone a bit for emphasis. Nedu will have a little present waiting for him after orientation if that happens. Nice. So what is Aizawa having us do? Hitoshi shoves his hands into his pockets as they reach the start of the grounds. Izuku shoves his phone in his pocket before they can be spotted by Aizawa, not telling. Just know to do your best and shoot for a good average. Hitoshi gives him a weird look but doesn't say anything else as they get to where their teacher is standing. He gives them both a nod of approval at their swiftness but otherwise doesn't make a comment. They wait quietly for the others, occasionally muttering quick questions or comments to each other. Mostly small things about the home and if they need to go grocery shopping for anything after school. They completely quiet down when the others all finally join them. Aizawa waits until they're all in front of him before speaking, 12 minutes. That's too slow. I only gave you 10. The rest of the students exchange a look before Aizawa continues, right. We'll be doing several sets of physical tests to ascertain where you are in your current skills. You'll have done all these assessments in middle school: softball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side stepping, upper body training, and seated toe touch. But we're doing things a little bit differently now. Bakugo, you got second in the entrance exam. The blonde boy looks at his teacher indifferently, grumbling under his breath about being in second for it. Aizawa ignores it. What was your score in the softball throw back in middle school? 67 meters, Bakugo replies. Do it now then. Aizawa tosses him a softball, but you can use your quirk this time. Step into the circle on the ground and throw the ball with all your strength. You can utilize your skills however you want, just don't leave the circle. Hitoshi nudges Izuku as Bakugo is stepping into the circle, whispering to him, did you ever even do any of those tests? With you being in homeschool, I mean. Nope, Izuku replies cheekily. Lucky Beach, he grumbles as Izuku snickers at his reply. So I can do anything I like? Bakugo asks. Aizawa gives him a hum of approval and reminds him not to leave the circle. The smirk that covers his face is horrifying to Hitoshi and Izuku before he screams, die, literally die, and blasts the softball with his quirk as he throws it. Everyone watches in something akin to horror as the clearly broken pieces of the softball fly. Aizawa holds up a finger, give it a minute. The pieces are still falling. After another moment, a number shows up on the screen above the field. 705.2 meters. The rest of the students gasp in shock then excitement while Izuku and Hitoshi exchange a quick look. Someone makes a comment about how this test thing would be fun. Izuku's eyes go wide and he mutters under his breath, bad idea. Oh, you think this is some kind of game? Think this will be fun? How about this then? The person who gets last place in the overall averages will be expelled effective immediately, Aizawa says sternly. The gasps and excitement dies down immediately. But that's not fair. A student calls out. She has a mutant quirk that makes her pink with horns. Izuku thinks it makes her look quite pretty but knows there's probably more to it than that. He needs to focus though. Gush about quirks and their possibilities later. Fair? You think being a hero is fair? Do you really think villains are going to stop what they're doing just because you don't think it's fair? What about natural disasters? Think they'll just stop happening because it's not fair? Newsflash, life isn't fair and neither is being a hero. This is UA. If I say someone's expelled, they're expelled. Nedu won't even fight me on it. So choose wisely and do your best with the skills you've got. Pray you don't get last place because you will be expelled. The grin that lights up Aizawa's face sends shudders through everyone, go above and beyond. Plus ultra, and all that nonsense. Hitoshi leans over to Izuku as they head for the first test, dude, we're F-ed. Izuku shakes his head discreetly, no we're not. Did you hear how he worded it? Do your best with the skills that you've got. Not the quirk that you've got. He clearly has a plan for you and I with your mental quirk and my lack of one. He probably has one in place for the invisible quirked girl too. Just do your best with the training we've done, got it. Hitoshi nods but still looks uncertain. Izuku was a bit worried too but after doing the first task to the best of his ability a quick glance over showed Aizawa nodding at him in what felt like approval and he relaxed. One by one, each test went by until all that was left was the softball throw. A few had some creative ideas for it, like Ida kicking the ball instead of throwing it to let it get more air. Some were just plain, not very smart in Izuku's opinion. Like the red-haired boy, Kirishima, using his hardening quirk to try and throw it. Why would he do that? His arm is just stiffer and heavier like that. It would have gone farther if he just threw it normally. Oh well, it's not Izuku's problem to teach him that. Izuku was next and took one of the softballs when he stepped into the circle. Just as he was getting ready to throw it, an idea popped into his head. He pulls his arm back down to stare at the softball, with a finger of his other hand on his lips. Aizawa didn't say anything about that, so maybe? Throw the FING ball, Deku. We don't have all day for your useless butt. Bakugo hissed. That's not his FING name and he's not useless. Hitoshi hissed back. Izuku doesn't even hear them or see the glare Aizawa shoots at the blonde for his comment. I can do anything within my skill set as long as I don't leave the circle? Right? That's right, his teacher confirms. Cool. Just wanted to make sure. Uraraka-chan. He turns to the brown-haired girl in question and motions her over. She points to herself before approaching curiously. He smiles and steps up to the edge of the circle without stepping outside of it and holds the ball out to her. Can you touch this for me with your quirk? She looked at him in shock. Izuku just continued to smile at her. She glanced at Aizawa who wasn't doing anything in particular to stop her and didn't seem to care, so she did as Izuku asked. The ball floated up and away from his hand towards the sky. Izuku watched it go with a smile before turning to Aizawa with a fond grin. The man's outward expression was unreadable, but Izuku could see there was pride in his eyes for finding that workaround. What the F dash? Izuku flinched as Bakugo inevitably exploded. Sparks flew from the blonde's hands, as he glared balefully at the green-haired boy. First you F cheat to get into UA, then you cheat on the DMN test too. That's so F typical of you, you DMN Deku. Hitoshi opens his mouth to reply to that, but Aizawa beats him to it. Detention, Bakugo. Ha! For FING what? The blonde WHPS around to glare at the teacher. For all your comments of uselessness, accusations of cheating, and that offensive nickname you keep slinging around despite the fact that you've been told not to say it. Therefore, you now have a day of detention. But he dash. 2 days. You can't dash. 3. He's a dash. 4. Keep going, I'll keep making it more days. We've got a whole school year left to plan for them. Bakugo's jaw snaps shut with a harsh click. Aizawa nods. 4 days it is. As for your accusation, he didn't cheat now or on the entrance exam. I said he could use the skills he had available for any of the tests, including this one. If one of those skills is knowing when to ask for help from his classmates or colleagues, then he's already on track to be one of the greatest heroes the world has ever seen. Teamwork and knowing your limits is vital in the hero world. My only rule was that he couldn't leave the circle, which he didn't. Ergo, he didn't cheat. Bakugo growls low and crosses his arms over his chest in anger. Izuku stares up at Aizawa in awe and shock. He said he could be the greatest hero the world had ever seen. Him. And he knows Aizawa knows what his quirk is. He blinks away the tears as an infinity sign pops up next to his name for the ball throw. He moves back to stand next to Hitoshi, who nudges him in knowing pride. The test continues, and when it's Hitoshi's turn he takes the ball. Yo, gravity girl. Mind helping me out too? He calls out to Uraraka. She giggles and moves to comply. Aizawa stops her with a quick motion of his hand. I'm not waiting for this a third time. I'll just mark it as infinity too, geez. Hitoshi snickers and hands the ball back to him. With the last few students, the tests are finally done. Aizawa leads them over to stand right in front of the monitor before clicking a button on a small remote. All of their tallied up and averaged out scores appeared on the screen. Izuku is in 14th place while Hitoshi is in 16th. Izuku makes a noise of happiness. Oh! A fairly good score for both of us. Nice. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to be 16. I thought I'd at least be, like, 18, Hitoshi comments. Izuku brushes that off with a, nah, you did good overall. Aizawa clears his throat. My threat from before still stands. Mineta Minoru, you're expelled from the hero course. What? Bubabut. That's not fair. Mineta blubbers. It is fair. You got last place. You knew the consequences of getting last place. You're expelled. Bubabut. What about them? The little creep points to Izuku and Hitoshi. They didn't even use their quirks. Their scores should be lower than mine. No. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow. Sensei specifically stated that we used the skills we had on hand for the tests. That we could use our quirks, not that we had to. I have a mental quirk. I couldn't use it to help me in any way on these tests, so I didn't use it. Obviously. And I don't have one at all. Izuku adds in cheerily. Several of the other students, especially Ida and Uraraka, gape at that but Mineta scowls. Ew, you're a null? Disgusting? Honestly you should be dead by now. Izuku looks away with a frown. Hitoshi glares at the short boy with disdain. The pink girl from before has to be physically held back from going after Mineta for that comment. Well, if your score didn't already expel you, that comment sure would have. We don't tolerate quirkist behavior here regardless of quirk or a lack of one. Midoriya proved he was capable of the hero course just like the rest of you and his score here further proves that. Now get out of here and report to Principal Nezu's office. He should just be finishing up with orientation to receive you. With that Aizawa shoos him away with a hand motion as Mineta huffs and stomps his way out. He even calls out a typical angry shout that Aizawa would be sorry. Aizawa ignores him and turns back to the remaining group. That goes for the rest of you. Quirkist remarks or behavior will not be tolerated. He sends a glare to Bakugo as a warning before settling his face into a neutral one again. Now. These are your scores, your baseline from the Quirk apprehension test. These are what you will be working to try and beat within the next coming months. I want to see improvements wherever possible on them, which we'll start working on in our first heroics class in a week. Also, you need to have your first costume designs ready by this Wednesday and on my desk to give our supplier time to get them and any equipment you need made. I'll be reminding you in homeroom each morning until then. Dismissed for the day, see you tomorrow. With that, the man walks away from them. As they're all heading back to the changing rooms, Uraraka and Ida move to walk with Izuku and Hitoshi. Do you really not have a quirk, Midoriya-kun? Uraraka asks. Nope. I've got the extra toe joint and everything, he tells her, his phone out of his pocket again as he looks at something on it. Whoa, that just makes what you did at the entrance exam even cooler. You're so amazing. She says. He pauses and looks at her with wide eyes. Huh? Really? Yes. To know you're that talented with just your skills is amazing. You scaled a robot the size of a building with no quirk. That's so awesome. Her arms are flailing a bit in her genuine excitement. I'll admit I'm a bit apprehensive about letting someone without a quirk join the hero course. But you truly proved yourself as being capable, as Aizawa-sensei said. So I'll refrain from thinking that any longer. Ida says. With choppy hand motions. Izuku smiles at them both then. Thanks. I'm determined to be the first quirkless hero of Japan, to be an inspiration for other quirkless kids like me. I'm glad to know not everyone in our class will be against me. I think the only one really against you, Zu, is Bakugo, Hitoshi says. Yeah, and forget him. He's pretty awful. Uraraka puffs up her cheeks at the thought of the blonde boy. Even Ida nods in agreement to that. The four walk and talk for the rest of the way to the changing rooms before splitting off. The rest of the guys, Bakugo obviously not included, give comments on how cool Izuku is for doing the tests without a quirk. The blonde kid with the electric quirk, Kaminari, even makes a comment about how Izuku even beat his score without a quirk. The other blonde in the room is clearly gritting his teeth in anger, but everyone ignores him. When they finish changing, they head back to their classroom to grab their stuff and head home for the day. Himiko is kneeling on the floor in front of the door, playing on her phone. She jumps up when she sees her brothers. There you guys are. Your sensei, Aizawa, said you guys would be coming back here soon. Where were you? Why weren't you at orientation? Izuku and Hitoshi share a look and a smile. It's a long story, Izuku tells her. But we'll tell you on the way home, Hitoshi promises before they head inside the classroom to get their stuff. Dabi finishes straightening the collar of his shirt before stepping back to double-check his outfit. He questions for a moment if it's too much before deciding it should be fine. If they want him to tone it down some, they'll let him know today, hopefully. He heads out of his room towards where his three gremlins of siblings are hanging out in the living room. Alright. I'm off to meet whichever hero they're having me work with. Don't burn the house down. He passes the couch where Himiko and Hitoshi both are lying face down on it. He then turns to Izuku, who's curled up in the nearby armchair with a laptop, his newest edition of technology, asking him, what's up with them? Assessment testing, his youngest sibling replies. Himiko's head pops up at Dabi's questioning hum, IT sucks. Seriously. We already fought literal tooth and nail to get into the school, why do we have to do more testing now that we're in? Hitoshi complains into the couch cushion. UA's different from regular high schools, guys, Izuku calmly explains, tapping away at his laptop's keyboard. They cater learning plans to each specific student. The assessment testing is to see where you are in all the different subjects and occurs over a week's time frame. After that, they'll map out the best coursework load for each one of us. For example, if you do really well on the literature test, they'll bump you up to a higher difficulty course load. It doesn't mean you won't be working on the same things as your classmates, it'll just mean that the work will be a little bit more difficult. I've even heard that you can pass completely out of a class and be placed in a different one, but that's only happened like 6 times since Nedu became principal. Likewise, there's also situations where people struggle a bit more with certain subjects and the course work needs to be a bit more simplified for the students. Hitoshi turns his head to glare at Izuku. That makes sense. And I hate that it does. Same. Himiko mimics before flopping her face back down into the couch. Right? Anyway, I'm off and don't know when I'll be back. Again, don't burn the house down. Not like I expect you to, but I feel like I should still say it. Just in case. He gets to the front door before stopping and turning to shoot Izuku a harsh stare. Wait a minute, are you doing something as binary right now? Izuku pauses in what he's doing before narrowing his eyes at him. Would you be mad if I said yes? A bit, yeah, he says honestly with a bit of a shrug. Then, no, Izuku says nothing more and turns back to his laptop. I'll pretend like I believe you for my own sanity. Don't get caught, he grumbles before opening the door and leaving the house. He shoves his hands in his pockets as he walks towards the hero agency office that the hiring company sent him over email. The walk is quiet, thankfully. No hero/villain standoffs happening nearby today. He's grateful for it. Part of him also wishes for a cigarette with the permeating quiet around him, a terrible habitual wish anytime he gets the time to get too lost in his head. Luckily one he can shake off ever since he promised Himiko he wouldn't smoke anymore after meeting her. In a way, it makes him realize he already had a sibling again even before Izuku Force adopted them off the streets. He arrives at the address sent to him by the agency. He furrows his brows and pulls out his phone to double-check the email. The address matches. Weird. This is a top agency if listening to Izuku's mumble gossip is correct. Regardless, he shakes off the weird feeling and heads inside after putting his phone away. The secretary at the front desk stands up with a smile. You must be Dabi-san. The hiring agency let us know you were coming. Yeah. That's me. He rubs the back of his neck a bit awkwardly. Wonderful. You're exactly as they described. I have a feeling you'll be a good fit, Dabi-san. They cover their mouth with a squeak of embarrassment. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I've been calling you Dabi-san, but that's your first name, isn't it? I didn't even ask for your permission. What's your last name? Dabi is fine. He raises his hands up placatingly. I don't really associate with my last name anymore anyway. Oh. Well, good. Not good. I mean. Oh dear. I feel like I'm messing all this up. We just never really expected someone to take this job. And you're quite a handsome man. So, they giggle a bit awkwardly. Oh geez, he doesn't do well with flirting. Is this even flirting or are they being nice? They're just staring at him now. Come on Dabi, act natural. Thanks. Smooth. Let me call down the hero you'll be working with. They sit down and pick up the phone next to them. Dabi stands in silence as he waits. He hopes this won't be too long of one. He's not that great at small talk. An elevator dings to the left of the desk. And out steps the number 3 hero, Hawks. Dabi blinks at him in shock as the blonde thanks the secretary for calling him down. Then he turns to Dabi with a smile. So you're the guy, huh? He greets. Dabi must make some kind of agreeing noise because Hawks places his hand on his chin and does a quick sweeping glance at him. When the agency described you, I almost thought they were kidding. Glad to see that they were actually telling the truth. Oh God, was that flirting? Was the number 3 hero flirting with him? No, surely not. Anyway, I'm Takami Kigo, he continues, clueless to the inner turmoil occurring in Dabi's head. Outside of the office you'll have to call me Hawks, of course. But Kigo's fine when we're here. What should I call you? Dabi's fine, he near mutters. Great. You'll be working in the office with me and I've got some things to discuss with me so I'll take you up there. Hawks, Kigo? Makes a motion for him to follow. Dabi does without complaint. They step into the elevator and the ride up is silent. It stays silent until Hawks gets to his desk in the middle of his very vast office. The blonde turns to lean against it and sighs a bit. I'm actually really glad you were available to take this position. The HSC were getting on to me that if I didn't pick someone that they would do it for me. Oh, a dash. Also, there was something else not listed in the job description. What? Hawks, Kigo? What should he call him? Rubs the back of his neck with another sigh. The position isn't just to be a secretary for me. It's for my best friend too. Rumi, you might know her as the rabbit hero, Miruko. She doesn't have an agency of her own and, sometimes that's a good thing. But she's missing things like important PR conferences and guest appearances that are necessary for her hero career. I've been worried about her so I recommended to her that whoever I hire could potentially do her work as well. She agreed so long as it wasn't anyone from the commission. I don't blame her for that. So wait, you want me to be a... Hero secretary, to both you and Maruko? Dabi asks for clarification. He nods, yes. I can pay you extra, if you need. He raises his hands up to wave them in a brush-off manner. Oh, no. That's not necessary. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding you right. I'm not really into this job for the money. Oh? Yeah, I'm just looking for something to do while my siblings are in school. I don't want to be bored at the house by myself all day every day. You live alone with your siblings? Dabi nods in confirmation to Hawk's, Kigo's? Question. But you're not worried about money? How are you able to afford things? Oh wait. The blonde's look of confusion changes to one of understanding before he leans over to him in a conspiratorial manner. Are you a trust fund kid? Not exactly, but something like that. Actually, his brother is just really good at playing the stock market and has been since the age of 10, but the hero doesn't need to know that. The other man nods and straightens back up. Gotcha. Well, that's all I wanted to discuss with you for today. Tamami, the secretary at the front desk? They already handled all the stuff that had to be done for today, so if you want to come back tomorrow you can get started with us. Come in, say, 9? I'll have Rumi meet us here so you can officially introduce yourself. Dabi easily agrees and Hawks, Kigo? Seriously, what should he call this man? Gives him a smile and walks him to the door of the office. Hey, he turns his head back to look at the other at the sound of his voice. The blonde is smiling softly with a hand on the door. I just wanted to thank you. I'm really happy you took the job. I'm also really glad that the agency wasn't kidding about your appearance. It suits you. He gives him a wink and a smirk. See you tomorrow then. See you, Dabi says back, watching as he closes the door. Then he turns his face back to the front, his mind reeling. What just happened? And what did he get himself into? Class 1A was aflutter with various chatter and chit-chatting while waiting for their first heroics lesson. Izuku was excited too but kept mostly to himself about it, preferring to use the spare time to fill out another page in his notebook, an update page on ectoplasm now that he's actually had real interactions with the man and seen his quirk on a far more up-close and personal level. Hitoshi was quiet as well from what he could hear, but Hitoshi wasn't very sociable in the first place during moments like these, so it's not overly odd at all to not hear his voice. He's just putting some final touches on the new drawing he made when the door bursts open. He jumps as a booming voice calls out, I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. All the students coo and simper at the sight of the number one here coming through the door, like a normal person, as proclaimed. All except Izuku, who has a disgusted grimace on his face. And Hitoshi too, who has about the same look on his face when Izuku glances back at him. Their thoughts about the blonde buffoon still stand. He's still EW. He wishes he could tune him out, but, unfortunately, he's their heroics teacher, so he has to pay attention in order to figure out what they're doing. Doesn't mean he has to like it though. Welcome to heroics. First things first, future heroes. Izuku notices that All Might's eyes trail to him. He keeps his face absolutely blank and just blinks at him. All Might's eyes quickly shift away from him at that, which Izuku counts as a win, your hero costumes. Various panels in the wall open to reveal steel cases inside of them, each with a name on them. Izuku stares at it in wonder. He knows what's in them and he's beyond excited. Inside each of these cases are your hero costumes. Find your case and get changed into it, then meet me in ground beta for an exciting first class. With that, All Might leaves the room. Izuku guesses to head to ground beta. At least they're not on a time crunch this time like with Aizawa's apprehension test thing. Izuku gets up and finds his case. He picks it up and waits for Hitoshi to join him with his own case before they head out to the locker room together to change. A few of the other guys are already there when they arrive. They change fairly quietly, only exchanging a few sentences here and there. Whoa dude! Kirishima crows as Izuku finishes changing and turns to face him. I love your hero costume, man. It's amazing. Yeah, the green and black design is so, like, futuristic cyberpunk. It's awesome. Kaminari agrees. He glances down at his outfit. The top part is sleek and streamlined. Black but covered in various green glyph designs. The glyphs also glow in the dark to provide a bit of light for him as well as be an intimidating figure, hopefully, to whoever he runs into. There's built-in wired headphones to them that connect automatically to his phone, and therefore Catra as well. She's a valuable part of his hero persona that none but him and his family know about. He also has black breathes similar to cargo breathes on. They're covered in pockets full of various equipment such as knives, gas canisters, and even a small first aid kit. He went with a steel-toed boot option for the shoes, but they are cushioned to be able to let him walk, run, and just generally be on his feet longer than the shoes he normally has to get. He hates those stupid, quirkless shoes. Thank God for the support department. He looks back up at them and smiles. Thanks. I really like the breathes of my costume. They have lots of pockets. Pockets rule, for sure. A student he hasn't yet spoken to often, Shoji, nods in agreement. He gets it. What about your costume, Shinso-kun? Ida asks with a chopping arm motion. He looks over at Hitoshi, who also glances down at his own costume. It's a sleek bodysuit in black with purple accents designed to allow for Hitoshi to have a wide range of movement since his litheness is a good quality for him in combat. He's also wearing combat boots and gloves, both in a dark violet color. It's a fairly simple design, but the piece de resistance of his costume is the persona cords hanging around his neck, an idea Izuku had a while back when talking about their hero costumes. He also has something of a utility belt around his waist for things like cuffs and a first aid kit as well. Just in case. Meh, Hitoshi shrugs in nonchalance. Izuku rolls his eyes and holds up a hand to shield his mouth. Hitoshi's favorite hero is Eraserhead, so he wanted his costume to incorporate a lot of his designs in it. Hitoshi hisses his name as if Izuku just promised his firstborn to a witch while Izuku snickers. Ida nods in understanding while some of the other students look at him in confusion. Who's Eraserhead? I've never heard of him, Kaminari asks. Hitoshi physically chokes at that as Izuku blinks at him in shock. Eraserhead? Izuku asks slowly, you know? Underground hero? Known for his quirk, erasure? Very similar to someone we know. Most of the students make noises of understanding, but Kaminari shakes his head as Izuku balks in shock at him before spitting out, our homeroom teacher? It's quiet for a moment before, he's a hero? Kaminari shouts in shock now. Izuku facepalms while Hitoshi quietly mutters, I am literally so upset right now. Kirishima chuckles awkwardly before pointing, let's get out of here before Kaminari says something else that may or may not upset you. Hey! Kaminari whines at that. Everyone just chuckles good-naturedly and heads out of the locker room. They all get to ground beta and wait for the rest of the class to join them. Some of the girls' costumes look really good in Izuku's opinion, like Azui's and Jiru's. Very well done for their quirks and general aesthetics. Others, not so much. Yaoyorozu looks very uncomfortable with her costume and Uraraka keeps stumbling from the heels in her shoes. The visible parts of Hagakure's costume are just her gloves and boots. Wait, does she even have a costume? That may be something to ask her later, and, if it is the case that her costume is just gloves and boots and literally nothing else, bring it up to Aizawa-sensei. Excellent. Now that everyone's here, we can commence with our first lesson, which is, All Might pauses for dramatic effect before throwing out his arm, battle trials. Izuku reels back a bit at that. Hitoshi clicks his tongue in a certain way that he knows is him trying to get his attention, so he turns his head towards him. His brother makes a face that seems to say, what is this sheet? Izuku shrugs. He has no idea. This isn't the norm as far as he's researched from past heroic students on their first day of heroics. All Might's smile falls just a hint of a bit before he turns to Izuku nervously. Young Midoriya. Perhaps you'd want to sit out of this lesson? And young Shinso as well? This will be a far too extreme lesson for someone like you. Like me, huh? Quirkless, you mean? His voice is cold, no thanks. I'd rather participate in the class I'm a part of. Young Midoriya, I must insist. If you were to get injured read my face and lips. He uses his finger to circle his very blank and stony expression before slowly enunciating, no. And if you continue to insist, as you call it, I will march myself straight to Nezu's office to let him know. All Might flinches at that before clearing his throat and turning to Hitoshi. His brother just shakes his head with the same expression on his face. The number one hero sighs in what appears to be defeat before putting his award-winning smile back on. All right then, students. Allow me to explain the battle trials. We'll be having you go up against each other in teams of 2. One group will be the villains and one will be the heroes. The villains will place down a papier-mâché bomb in any location of their choice in the building with the goal of defending it until the timer runs out. The heroes will be attempting to stop you. The villains win if either they capture both the heroes in their capture tape or by stalling the heroes until time runs out. Likewise, the heroes win if they capture the villains with capture tape or if they can locate and successfully touch the bomb. After each match, we'll take a few moments to discuss each team's pros and cons to their approach, regardless of who won or lost. Seems simple enough, and oddly intuitive for All Might to be honest. Now let's get the teams decided by the randomizer. With that, All Might hits a button on the computer behind him. Within seconds their teams are decided and so are the opponents. Izuku pales at the sight of them while he sees Bakugo smirking almost evilly out of the corner of his eye. Hitoshi also sees the matchup and reaches out to grip his arm almost nervously. Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako, Team A, vs Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya, Team D. I suddenly have a very bad feeling about this, he mumbles to Hitoshi. Contrary to Hitoshi's belief, Izuku isn't panicking about this situation. Not at all. While it's less than ideal, Izuku knows he has the skills to beat Bakugo. He mainly just ends up freezing whenever he sees the ash blonde. Stupid trauma response. But this time it's different. This time he's at UA. With teachers who actually do their job as teachers are supposed to. Aizawa's already giving Bakugo 4 days worth of detention just for his actions and behaviors against Izuku. He's got his family, who take no bullshit from Bakugo. Like Hitoshi, who calls the blonde out on his abuse the second it comes out of his mouth. He's got friends who think that Bakugo's treatment of him is awful. Like Uraraka, who he's paired up with in this so-called lesson of all mights. He knows she won't let anything happen to him. And Ida's with Bakugo. He's sure that the blue-haired boy wouldn't let him go too far either. Actually, maybe he can play on that. He pulls out his phone as stealthily as possible while All Might decides the order of the groups and starts plotting. If he plans this just right, they can win without a doubt. He's got some semblance of his plan put together by the time it's his and Uraraka's turn to wait for Bakugo and Ida to set up. He follows her quietly to the entrance to wait. He waits a moment before reaching up to take out the earpiece All Might had provided them. He whispers, "I have a plan, but it's a stupid one." "Stupider than scaling a robot the size of a building?" she asks back. She even reaches up and removes her earpiece as well. Izuku's whole being warms with that level of trust. "Considering my plan is to capitalize on Bakugo coming after me and attempting to beat the shit out of me?" "Yes." Her eyes go wide at that. "Oh." He nods and glances around to make sure they're truly alone before he relays his plan. "Can you keep another secret?" "Yes, of course." She replies without hesitation. He smiles and moves to stand next to her, phone out with the screen horizontal. "Okay, this is a 3D rendition of the building All Might picked for this lesson." He pulls it up on the screen and zooms into it a bit. "Whoa, where'd you get this?" she asks. "Hacked into Principal Nezu's network to get the 3D blueprint from the database," he responds casually before tapping around on the screen. "Now based on Bakugo being Bakugo and Ida being Ida, Bakugo will be patrolling for me around the front and back entrances of the building." The screen zooms in on the entranceway and the hallways lining the area to the back entrance. Meanwhile, Ida will be focused on the task at hand and plant the bomb. Based on interactions with him and just some knowledge of his mindset, he'll more than likely put it in one of these locations. The 3D render zips up to the far upper floors of the building, several rooms highlighted in red. "This is because he knows you and I well enough to know that's the best place to put it, you with your nausea from your quirk and me with my lack of one. No hate though, he's just using my lack of a quirk to his advantage." "Okay, yeah, makes sense. So what's the plan, exactly?" Izuku goes back to the full outside view of the building, taking in your nausea factor. "About how far up the building do you think you could float? Just point to a window you think you could reasonably get to without overtaxing yourself." She stares at it for a long moment before pointing to a window on the 3rd floor, "Probably this one." "That's perfect. It puts a whole floor in between you and Bakugo. It's probably going to get a bit explosive once he sees me. But I'll be counting on that. I'm a bit worried for your safety now, not going to lie." "That's really sweet of her." He smiles at her gently. "Don't worry. Bakugo has only ever known the me who has never fought back for fear of a worse punishment from teachers. Not to mention when I was so far in my self-depreciation that it didn't even occur to me that I could in the first place. He's never attacked me before when I have the ability to fight back. I can handle him. I promise, Uraraka-chan." She looks a bit apprehensive at first but then nods with a determined look on her face. He quickly runs her through his own plan for Bakugo after they split off. She still looks a bit apprehensive but adds that she trusts him to know what he's doing. They place their headset pieces back into their ears just as the buzzer to start sounds. They exchange a nod and race towards the building. Izuku waits and watches as she floats herself up to the agreed-upon window. She takes a couple of deep breaths when she releases herself onto the ledge to quell the rising nausea. She then looks down at him and nods. Izuku gives her a thumbs up before heading towards the entrance he was going to use to enter the building. "I do hope you know I don't like this plan of yours." Catra's voice comes through on the comm. "I'm not surprised you do. But it'll work. I promise." He tells her, glad that she was able to establish a link to him through the school's mandated communicators. It's quiet for a moment before a low rolling purr sound comes through, but it sounds more like a sigh. He really needs to program her more vocal tones so she can have a bit more range of emotional communication. He and the others can tell the difference, but if he ever shows her off to everyone else, they'll be in the dark. He quietly opens the door and slips through it into the entryway of the building. "I do hope you know that I will be contacting your teacher should this go any kind of way negatively," she tells him firmly. "I'd be insulted if you didn't," he whispers back before silently making his way to the edge of the hall. He ducks behind the wall and peeks around it. So far no sign of Bakugo. He needs to lure him away from the stairs though. He ducks back behind the edge and pulls out his phone again. Surely this building has a vent system since it's a built-to-scale type of thing. He finds it in the blueprint he acquired. He puts his phone away and moves to the nearby vent entrance. He pulls out a small screwdriver he keeps in one of the many pockets on his person. Carefully, he unscrews the vent before tucking the screwdriver away again. He pulls the vent cover away and sets it down quietly on the ground in front of it. He waits another moment to just listen. Still no sound of Bakugo, but he must be running about somewhere on this floor looking for him. He smirks. A wild goose chase sounds fun in his humble opinion. He picks up a random object nearby, a book maybe, and throws it into the opposite wall. It hits with a loud thunk. There you are, UF Deku. Bakugo roars from somewhere down the hall. Bingo. He slips into the vent and climbs quickly and quietly through them. He hears Bakugo curse as he comes into the area he was in and doesn't find him. He snickers to himself quietly at it. He continues through the vents before pausing at one point to kick the side of it hard enough to echo. Bakugo curses again from somewhere on the floor and Izuku makes his escape again. This time the roar that comes from Bakugo sounds furious. He's clearly not as amused with this cat and mouse game as Izuku is, especially since his mouse is getting away. What Bakugo doesn't know is that, this time, Izuku is the cat in their game. He leads the ashy blonde around a few more times with some more well-placed kicks here and there. He moves into one of the vents that's in the ceiling of the hallway and gives one more kick to the vent wall. He waits on top of the vent cover, staring down into the hallway. Where the F are you? Bakugo screams as he comes barreling into the hallway. Come out and face me, you DMN coward. Well, he asked for it. He slams his way out of the vent, falling out of it right on top of Bakugo. The blonde grunts as the weight of another teenager hits him and knocks him to the floor, face down. Izuku takes the moment of him being dazed to grab one of his arms and pull it back into a position that's slightly on the painful side. He learned this move from Dabi, who picked it up during his time on the streets. He's reaching for the other arm when Bakugo finally reorients himself and starts struggling as best as he can. UFING cheat. He cries as he thrashes around as much as he can with the other boy's weight on him. I don't know what kind of FING game you're playing, but it needs to stop. If we've told you once, we've told you 1,000 times. I didn't cheat. The only thing that's different this time is the rules. For once, the rules say I'm allowed to fight back. Izuku practically growls at him. He manages to wrestle his other arm back, being sure to avoid the small pops and sparks of explosions yet to be set off. Izuku knows he only hasn't set them off completely because the pain from his arm is distracting him. He's not thinking straight from it, which works well in Izuku's favor. He gets the capture tape around both his wrists and sighs with a bit of a smirk. You've been detained, villain. Ruby red eyes widen from where they're marginally looking over his shoulder before Bakugo starts shouting and thrashing again. Izuku's tuning out all of it and just waiting for the call that Uraraka touched the bomb. It came through a moment or two later, with All Might announcing that the hero team had won. Izuku cheers quietly to himself over the win, not noticing that Bakugo had gone oddly still underneath him. Without a word or askance to do so, Izuku slips a small knife out to cut the bindings on Bakugo. Just because they're not friends doesn't mean that they're not classmates, and this wasn't just an exercise. Hitoshi probably would have left him bound to embarrass him, but Izuku's not like that. He easily cuts the binds and puts the knife away without a word. He's planning on just standing up to head back to the observation room once Ida and Uraraka join them, but Bakugo apparently has another idea. The blonde screams again, this time it sounds like anger mixed with anguish, and knocks Izuku off of him. Izuku grunts in discomfort as his shoulder lands awkwardly but quickly rolls to his feet. Bakugo stands in front of him with near-crazed eyes, arm held out in front of him in a way that's oddly familiar. I'm not letting you get away with this. Get away with what? He asks, eyeing the grenade bracers warily and knowing what they're capable of, winning against you? For once in my 14 years of life? Are you really that pathetic? You don't FING get it. Of course I don't get it, he argues back, his own anger now spiking up. You did nothing but make my life miserable from the age of 4 until 10 when I was finally, able to get out of that school. All because I didn't have a quirk. But now that I finally get a chance to play fair in this sick and twisted little FING game you made up, you're sad because you lost? Get real. Aizawa was right when he told us that life isn't fair. I realized that a long time ago, but you had too many people kissing your feet, and but for you to realize the same thing. Get it in your head and realize that your quirk doesn't automatically make you the best person around. In reality, your personality and treatment of people that you think are less than you makes you one of the worst. The fury that was boiling in Bakugo's eyes turns into a blaze at that line. Perhaps Izuku went too far. Bakugo grabs the pin on his bracer and starts to pull it. Izuku's eyes widened. Surely he wouldn't? He hasn't even tested them yet. Surely he won't try to use them? Bakugo-kun. Stop. All Might cries out over the loudspeaker. Bakugo doesn't stop though. At the last possible second, Izuku moves, grabbing Bakugo's wrists just as the pin is pulled out and pushing them up towards the ceiling. The explosion that goes off is massive. Or at least it feels that way. Sparks catch on both his hands and face from it. They sting, but it's nothing worse than what he was used to before from Bakugo. The smoke feels worse, filling his lungs from the closeness of it. Even Bakugo coughs a bit from it. They both take a second to breathe a bit before Izuku glares up at him, telling him harshly, "That was so stupid of you." Bakugo makes a tch sound with a grimace on his face. The sound of something cracking catches both their attention, their heads whipping up to stare at the ceiling where the cracks from the explosion were now quickly spreading. Oh shit. It's breaking fast. Only one of them will probably get fully out of the collapse zone. Izuku glances between Bakugo and the ceiling and makes a choice. He moves his hands from Bakugo's wrists to his shoulders and gives a harsh shove, much stronger than Bakugo was probably expecting. The blonde goes tumbling to the ground a few feet away just as the ceiling caves in. Izuku leaps a bit to try and get a majority out of the collapse zone but doesn't fully make it, being slammed to the ground as the rubble catches his waist and legs. Deku. His head swims as he vaguely hears Bakugo call out that insulting nickname. Hitoshi's going to kill me, is his last thought before the world goes black. I can't even begin to apologize enough for this, Shouta tells the gathered family as he stays in a formal bow. Midoriya watches him drowsily from the bed he occupies. He's clearly just woken up after resting from his healing session. Shouta was glad to hear that none of the damage to his legs was permanent and would soon just be bruises remaining. Toga and Shinso sit on either side of his bed while watching him. The girl holds her brother's hand while the boy has his feet propped on the bed. The only other adult in the room is apparently the kid's older brother, a man that simply goes by the name Dabi. He's listed as all of their emergency contacts, so Chio had called him shortly after Midoriya was brought in. He doesn't look too pleased at all by the situation at hand. He huffs angrily at Shuta's words, "You're dead right, you can't." Dabi. Shinso and Toga shout at him in disbelief. Midoriya presses his fingertips to his forehead, looking more akin to the guardian rather than the child. "What?" the other adult shouts. "Blaming Aizawa-sensei for everything that happened with me today is like blaming the students for Endeavor burning their school down," Midoriya hisses at his brother. Dabi opens his mouth to argue but stutters instead before closing his mouth when he can't come up with an answer. Toga lets out a little snicker at that. Shouta is grateful to the kids for defending him, even if it feels unnecessary. He lets out a small sigh of disappointment in himself. He shakes his head a bit. "I appreciate that you all, but the fact of the matter is if I had been there to supervise, none of this would have happened. Rest assured that Bakugo and All Might both will be heavily punished for this." Midoriya crosses his arms and taps his finger against his elbow for a moment before sighing. "Aizawa-sensei. Don't expel Bakugo from UA or blacklist him from the other hero schools." "What?" All three of Midoriya's siblings explode before trying to talk over one another. There are all various reasons on why Shouta shouldn't listen to Midoriya's request. He tried to hurt you, he's your former bully, he would deserve it, etc. Shouta can hardly keep up with them all. Midoriya keeps trying to gently intervene here and there but it's not working. And the kid is clearly getting fed up with it. "Shut up," he screams at them. He gives them credit, they all listen with Midoriya's enraged shout. The green-haired kid takes a deep breath before holding out his hands placatingly. "Now, before you guys start screaming at me again, listen to what I have to say." He waits until all the others have nodded before giving a nod himself. "Listen, I know what he did was wrong. Massively wrong. But part of it wasn't his fault. Nitroglycerin is already bad for humans and Bakugo has it running through his sweat glands. Part of his anger and aggression is Quirk-related. He should still know better than to do something like that, of course, but every single adult in his, besides his parents, that could have been a positive role model for him taught him that what he was doing was perfectly okay. Because his quirk was perfect for heroics and they wanted a slice of glory from him in the future by saying that they knew him from such and such. At the end of the day, the only person who should get truly extreme repercussions from all this is All Might. He knowingly paired Bakugo and I despite the clear aggression he exhibited towards me. And I'm DMN well certain Aizawa-sensei had a note specifically stating we were not to interact in any form during class activities. Right? Shouta nods in confirmation. It was true and clear that the kid had figured it out way before he could have explained the protective measure being in place. Midoriya motions to him, "See?" His arms crossed back over his chest, not to mention the fact that All Might continued the battle trials after this incident and we've had. "What?" 6 others that have come into recovery girl's office since for injuries from their matches? I mean, Todoroki, Hagakure, and Ojiro all have hypothermia due to their match, with Todoroki's escalating to be near frostbite thanks to his reckless plan of just freezing the entire building. Yaoyorozu's eardrums have burst due to a blast from Jiru's quirk, and Satu and Koda both have acid burns due to being hit by Ishido's. The man is clearly reckless and doesn't care about the safety of the students, considering he stopped none of these incidents from happening nor suspended the stupid battle trials after injuries continued to occur. Midoriya looks like he's about to have a slide from All Might's stupidity. Honestly, Shouda's right there with him. Teachers were supposed to protect the students while teaching them. All Might very obviously failed at this task. Look, I'm not saying Bakugo doesn't deserve to get any punishments from this. Suspend him, put him in Gen Ed, and put him on a strict probation for all I care. Just don't expel him from UA. This has always been his dream school, with being a hero being his dream career, and if you take that away from him, you may push him into becoming a villain instead. It was quiet after that statement. Shouta had to admit, the kid had a point. Someone with that much anger and aggression pent up inside them and no control point on what's right and what's wrong. He would make a rash and completely horrible decision if Shouta expelled him. He ran a hand down his face with a deep sigh. I can't promise that, Midoriya, he says truthfully. Nedu is not happy with Bakugo. And that's the understatement of it. His parents are already here for a meeting about his behavior. I'll see if I can talk the rat down to at least considering not expelling him. He'll be suspended, for sure, at the very least. But maybe with your logic and mine against him, I can convince Nedu of your movement and probation idea. That's better than I hoped, to be honest, Aizawa-sensei. The kid's face lights up in a brilliant smile. He gives the Patchwork family a quick bow and another small apology for everything that's happened that day before departing to Nezu's office. All the Bakugo family was sitting outside and waiting. They stood up at his approach and Mrs. Bakugo even opened her mouth to speak. He holds up his hand to stop her before entering Nezu's office and shutting the door behind him. Shouta-kun, why dash? Midoriya doesn't want him expelled from UA, he butts in. Nezu blinks with a small smile frozen on his face, his tail going perfectly still. Pardon? You heard me. He doesn't want Bakugo expelled. He doesn't mean to, but he starts pacing the length of Nezu's office. I see. And his reasoning? Is sound and thorough, and that's all I'm going to tell you right now. I'll explain it all out in detail after everything. So for now, suspend him. 2 weeks. I'll let you make the final decision, but that's after I explain everything the kid told me to you. Nezu's tail starts swinging at that. It's a bit like a metronome or a clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Then Nezu's nods, all right. Fair enough. Let's get the Bakugos in and over with, then get to the main event of All Might. You are way too excited for that meeting, Shouta mumbles before joining Nezu behind the desk, hands in his pockets with a neutral expression on his face. Nezu gives a maniacal chuckle, then keys the door open with his button, calling for the Bakugos to come in and join them. The family comes in and takes seats in the chairs in front of the principal's desk. Both Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo looks pensive and worried, while Katsuki is just staring down at his feet with a forlorn look on his face. Which is odd, in Shouda's opinion. Nezu-san and Aizawa-san, could you please let us know what's going on now? We tried asking Katsuki, but he won't tell us. Mr. Bakugo begins, voice soft and gentle. All he keeps saying is, I F it up, and nothing else. Mrs. Bakugo adds, giving Shouta an insight into where Katsuki gets profanity and harsher-sounding voice from. Your son attacked another student during a training exercise in heroics class, Shouta tells her straightforward. What? Mrs. Bakugo shrieks while Mr. Bakugo turns disappointed eyes to his son. Katsuki? I F it up so badly, Katsuki mutters to both himself and them. We have reasons to believe that your son also bullied this student during their younger years, which may have contributed as to why he attacked them. While they were separated until this class year, we believe that Bakugo-kun held onto his feelings of contempt for this student, Nezu added. Who was it? Which student? Were they badly hurt? Mr. Bakugo asks. I'm afraid I can't disclose which student, but, thankfully, they'll be fine. Several students corroborated the attack, as well as we have video and audio footage of the attack. This is a very serious thing. I hope you understand that, Bakugo-kun, Shouta said firmly. You could be arrested and charged for this. I know. I shouldn't have talked to Auntie, Katsuki replies. Shouta blinks. Auntie? Mrs. Bakugo whps her head around at him. What? You've been speaking with Inko again? We've told you, you're not allowed to speak with her. Wait, Mr. Bakugo mutters, eyes slowly starting to get wider. Does that mean the student you attacked was Izuku? No, Katsuki. Tell me it wasn't. Please. Tell me it wasn't Izuku-an. Katsuki doesn't reply, which is as much of an affirmation as admitting it aloud. Shouta clears his throat. Apologies, we're a bit lost over here. Inko, is Midoriya Inko? She's the mother of Midoriya Izuku, Mr. Bakugo explains while adjusting his glasses. And my former best friend, Mrs. Bakugo looks down at her lap. We were going to raise Katsuki and Izuku-an together. They were going to be best friends for life, just like we were, and in the beginning they were. But then, Izuku's quirk never came in and Inko changed. For the worst. We lost track of Izuku after the court case stripped Inko and her husband of their parental rights, but we forbid Katsuki from ever speaking with them ever again. We hoped that it would prove to Izuku that we were safe. I guess that was technically a lie if Katsuki had bullied him when they were younger. Shouta takes in that information and heaves a big sigh to himself. Midoriya's request is just even more kind-hearted after hearing that. Something doesn't make sense though. Hold on, how did you get in contact with Midoriya Inko, Bakugo? He asks the teen. My question exactly, Shouta-kun. Nedu agrees. She messaged me out of the blue several months ago. I don't remember why she did, but I kept it from you guys because I knew you would be mad since I wasn't supposed to speak to her. I shouldn't have, I know that. But I did anyway. Mr. Bakugo's hands slip under his glasses to press his fingers against his eyes with a disappointed groan. We'll discuss that part at home later. So what's Bakugo's punishment? I imagine it's probably severe. Expulsion? Katsuki winces at that word. Shouta huffs out a breath through his nose. For now? Suspension. 2 weeks. He had a reputable source plead for us to lighten the punishment due to several outlying factors. We're considering it, but we'll be having a formal meeting over it to discuss the severity of punishment Bakugo-kun will receive for this. After his 2-week suspension, we'll reconvene in another meeting to discuss what that will be with him and you both. Both parents nod in understanding while Katsuki's shoulders drop just a minor amount. They both thank them for even considering that option before they take their leave. Mrs. Bakugo and Katsuki leave the office while Mr. Bakugo stands behind for a moment. He turns to them with a smile. Izuku's your reputable source, isn't he? Shouta neither confirms or denies that, but Mr. Bakugo smiles wider anyway. Thank him for me. And please tell him we think about him often. We never stopped thinking about him over all these years. With that, he leaves. Nedu makes a comment that Mr. Bakugo is much wiser than he seems. Shouta agrees with that with a small hum. The two take a moment to prepare before calling All Might into the office next. The blonde buffoon comes in with that stupid smile stuck on his face and sits in one of the chairs. Shouta has to resist the urge to slap it off. I'm not certain why you're smiling, All Might-san. There is much we'll be discussing that you need to not be happy about. Nedu tells him. I can't possibly see what it's about. Oh really? Nedu grins evilly before pulling out a large binder and slamming it down on the desk in front of him. He flips it open. Shall I go through the amount of contract breaches and dangerous situations you accomplished just today? The number one hero starts to sweat. Good. Nedu chuckles and places a finger on the page, endangering the students, creating an unsafe teaching environment, utilizing an unapproved teaching exercise, pairing together 2 students that clearly had a note stating to not do so, not intervening or stopping your exercise when several injuries had already occurred, blatant discrimination of someone's quirk status, among several more things. All of these breach the contract we agreed upon, All Might-san. Especially considering we agreed to take you on without your teaching license as a favor to the HPSC with the condition that you basically became a student teacher until your license was obtained. Shouta hears the audible gulp that comes from the buffoon. He resists the urge to smirk. The smile becomes a bit strained as well. Maybe we should take this incident as a sign that Midoriya-kun isn't fit for the heroics course. I mean, without a quirk he was injured in the very first lesson. Shouta blinks slowly at him. What? I reiterate my point of blatant discrimination of Midoriya-kun's lack of a quirk. Need I remind you that Midoriya-kun was part of the winning group of your little lesson? Nedu asks harshly. All Might stutters, but Nedu cuts him off. You have 2 options, All Might-san. You resign effective immediately. Or you are, basically, demoted to nothing more than an assistant. Kankun and Shouta-kun will make all the lesson plans and carry out the classes for heroics. All you will do is stand nearby and watch. But I have given you your options, All Might-san. I will not repeat them again. Nedu warns. All Might stares for a long moment before clearing his throat. Can I have some time to think of it? Of course. Feel free to take your leave now. But please don't return until your mind has been made up. All Might's smile has fallen a considerable amount before he stands up and walks out of the office. Well, that could have gone much worse than Shouta was expecting. Nedu makes a note to comment that if All Might agreed to being demoted, he and Ken will have to keep a close eye on him from then on. Shouta agrees, yet his mind drifts back to something that he first thought of when this whole mess started. The video. Every teacher reported getting it. A quick video of the incident between Bakugo and Midoriya. Even Nedu had been alerted to the situation via the video itself. The video beat made its way to him before the rat could find it out himself through his own security cameras. So who sent it to them? Was it binary? Midoriya was the victim, so that makes sense, but Midoriya was unconscious for a full 45 minutes after it took place. If he is binary like they speculated, then how did he send the video while unconscious? And if he didn't send it, as Shouta is 99% sure he didn't, then who did? Hisashi quietly grades some of his first-year English assessments while keeping an eye on his husband. His darling husband in question lays flat with his feet in his lap, noodle laying on his chest, and staring at the ceiling with a sort of blank look on his face. He knew that a lot had happened today after the whole mess of the battle trials All Might had created. He had heard a little bit about it from Shouta, but not an extensive amount, since the stress that just speaking about it caused was radiating off of him. They opted to talk about it deeper later and just enjoy each other's company for now. Still, Hisashi can't help but worry about him. He hasn't seen him like this in quite some time. The last time was when he was on a case about a kidnapped child who he felt like he was failing for not being able to find them immediately. The child was eventually found, but Shouta never stopped beating himself up until they were back with their parents. That's the kind of person Shouta was. Determined, honest, but so damn hard on himself. He knows that regardless of what happened today, Shouta was still blaming himself. The ringing of a cell phone pulls both their attention to it. He sends a questioning look to Shouta, asking without asking if he was supposed to be getting a call tonight. Shouta shakes his head and picks up the phone. His brow furrows, which tells Hisashi that it's not a number he recognizes. He answers it and puts it on speaker immediately so Hisashi can hear the call as well. Hello? Oh. Eraserhead. I'm glad you answered. I was afraid you wouldn't when you didn't recognize the number. They both freeze at the distorted voice that comes from the speaker. Or I guess I should call you Aizawa-san since you're off duty right now, shouldn't I? Binary? Shouta asks, even though he doesn't need to. The one and only. I thought I'd give you a call to see how you were holding up after your whole All Might debacle today. So it was you who sent the video to all the teachers. Correct again. The reply seems cheerful, but Hisashi knows what a voice sounds like when it's portraying a different emotion than the one being felt. He does it all the time when he's hosting on rough nights. He's picking that up here now, even with the autotune distortion that binary uses. How did you even know about the All Might debacle? Shouta asks next. Kept an eye on the proceedings of that awful excuse of a heroics class. I have a bit of an investment in the heroics course of this year. Midoriya, Shouta guesses. Whether he's guessing binary's identity as Midoriya or that binary's investment is Midoriya, Hisashi isn't sure. Midoriya? Which one is that one? Hisashi ticks another instance of binary lying about his emotions again. I mean, there were 6 kids injured and the only one I really recognize by appearance is Todoroki, and I mean, come on, why wouldn't I be able to recognize the number 2's youngest kid? Shouta gives him a glance to which he responds with just a nod. He's picked it up. He hears it. Shouta sighs heavily and just responds back with, right. It's quiet for a moment before binary chuckles a bit. Not very talkative tonight, I see. Don't blame you after everything that happened today. I'll go bother someone else. I just wanted to check and see how you and Mike-san were doing. I know I'm on speaker, by the way. Hi, Mike. Hey, a listener. Hisashi makes sure his voice gives away nothing before giving his husband a confused gesture with wide eyes. Shouta shakes his head rapidly with just as confused an expression. Anywho, I'll be off then. I'm sure I'll be hacking into your comm tomorrow evening, Aizawa-san, but try to get some rest tonight. Enjoy your night off if that's not too hard a concept for you. See you. The call disconnects immediately after. They both listen to the disconnection tone before Hisashi motions to the phone, a silent sign of, call the number back show. Shouta nods and immediately calls the number back. It doesn't even ring once before an automated tone comes through. The number you have dialed has been disconnected or recently changed. Please check the number and try again. Shouta hangs it up. Hisashi presses his face into his hand. If this is Midoriya, how is he able to do this? With so much ease on top of that. They also confirmed that they sent the video to the teachers during the time when Midoriya would have been unconscious. Yet Hisashi knows he heard those voice discrepancies and Shouta did too. Was it a misdirect somehow? How did he send the video then? Ugh, this is giving him a headache. Shouta's phone ringing again adds a bit to it. His face WHPS. Around to check the number with Shouta. Nedu. Sheet. Hisashi leans back against the couch as Shouta answers it on speakerphone again with a, "What do you want, rat?" "Apologies if I'm interrupting anything on your night off, Shouta-kun." Hisashi snickers a bit at Nezu's complete disregard for Shuta's ribbing. His husband just rolls his eyes. "I had a few things to discuss with you, both about the binary situation and the Bakugo Midoriya issue." Shouta waves his free hand a bit. "I just heard from binary, so start with the Bakugo and Midoriya thing. I just want a bit of a break before we get into that." "Oh. Interesting. Yes, we'll definitely come back to that. Anyway, Midoriya. I wanted to ask because I conveniently forgot dash." Doubtful, Shouta interjects. "Shush, Shouta-kun, I'm talking right now. I conveniently forgot to ask what caused Midoriya to advocate for his attacker. It just doesn't make sense. His family were so against it from what you told me originally. Not to mention that Bakugo himself acknowledged that he was the aggressor. Why would he advocate for him? Surely it's not his victim's trauma causing it? Making him believe that it was all deserved to him or some such. I don't think so. If that was the case, I would think that Midoriya would have advocated for him to get no consequences at all. Instead, Midoriya just asked that we not expel him. Any other punishment was applicable, just not expulsion. And he made it sound like it was more for the protection of the general public instead of protection for himself, Bakugo, or Bakugo's family." Nezu hums at that. Hisashi notices the look on Shuta's face and squints at him, chiming out, "There's something else, isn't there?" Shouta sighs but doesn't argue. "I think so. But I don't know what that is. I need to talk to Midoriya again about it. I think he's hiding something else about this situation, specifically about his interaction with Bakugo, and I just need to confirm that before I make any kind of assumption about it." "Please do, then. And bring your new findings to me as well." Hisashi hears clicking sounds on Nezu's end, which he supposes is the principal's computer. Onto the binary business. Shouta groans but sits up and rolls his neck around. "All right, hit me with it." "So the video. It didn't come from any of the same sources that binary has used before." Hisashi and Shouta both blink at that before Shouta says, "Come again?" "The IP tracing I did of the video. It didn't come from the same trace path as where binary usually sends his correspondences from. Still haven't figured out where that actual path leads, but it's different." Nezu is way too happy about this. "So what you're saying is that we were wrong about binary being Midoriya? It was actually that Catra person that Midoriya was talking to during the entrance exams?" Shouta asks. "Oh, but that's the thing. The giggle the stoat lets out immediately has him and Shouta on edge. I have reason to believe that Catra is not a person." I say once more, "Come again?" Shouta musters to get out. "Yeah, man, you're not making much sense now. You're saying that Catra isn't real?" Hisashi asks, slightly hysteric. "Oh. No. Catra most certainly is real, they're just not a person." He and Shouta exchange wide-eyed looks before turning back to the phone without responding, mouths open in shock. Nezu doesn't do anything to acknowledge their shock but clearly registers it. "You see, when I was doing the IP tracing to try and find its source, again, I noticed that there was something odd about it. Something artificial." A giggle slips out of the stoat. "At first I thought binary was attempting to throw me off even further, but even then the artificial quality didn't match with binary's usual redirects. So I compared it to all the other instances where binary has had contact with us, and it matches up with a few of those but not all, and it always matches up with those instances perfectly. Which made me dig a bit deeper into it." "Can we pick up the pace just a bit here?" Shouta asks, sitting on the edge of his seat. "You are so impatient, Shouta-kun. But yes, I suppose I can do that. The reason why those instances seem artificial is because where they came from is completely artificial. It's a code that created a code. So, what? Catra is nothing but a computer program? Is that what you're saying?" Hisashi tries to get clarification. "Yes and no. Yes in that Catra is a computer program, but no in that I believe it's so much more than that. I have reason to believe that Catra is an artificial intelligence that binary, who is possibly Midoriya, created." Nezu cackles at that. The sound that escapes Hisashi can't be described completely. Something akin to shock, disbelief, and maybe even some fear. A child? Creating an AI that can write its own code? Unheard of. But he was talking to it. I know he was. Hisashi argues weakly. Exactly. Which means the AI is somewhat sentient in some way or ways. If I'm correct, which I'm fairly certain I am, Catra is a masterpiece of coding. Able to rewrite itself as well as influence certain things in binary's life through its self-grown sentiment and, even possibly, emotions. If Midoriya is binary, I have to know how he made it. Something starts rattling on the other end of the line. Nezu's excitement over this is reaching the over-the-top limit. Right. So where do we go from here with that info? Shouta asks somewhat meekly. Nezu's tongue clicks before he breathlessly says, I don't know. Not yet anyway. I'm going to do a bit more digging of my own and then I'll let you know. I just couldn't contain my excitement over my discovery about it. A sentient AI, Shouta-kun. Aha, Shouta agrees. Sentient AI. An excited squeak leaves Nezu. Anywho, that's all I have. Good evening, you too. Ta. The disconnect tone resounds once again throughout the room. Shouta sets his phone down onto the coffee table with a bit of a clatter. Hisashi lets himself deflate back onto the couch again. This has been the weirdest night in a while. Yep, Shouta agrees, elbows resting on his knees and face in his hands. They're silent for a moment before Hisashi stands up suddenly to stalk towards the kitchen. That's it. My diet. I need to stress eat. I want Chinese. Do you want some Chinese? I'm getting Chinese. Yes please. As many greasy carbs as you can possibly get, Shouta agrees before scooping Noodle back up into his arms. Hisashi sees him bring their furry son up to his face before his husband screams a bit into the fur of the ginger cat. Noodle meows in confusion while Hisashi goes to grab their takeout menu for the Chinese shop a few blocks over that delivers this late. He needs egg foo young and some chow mein at the very least after the insanity that has come to light from those phone calls. So what's your class going to be up to today? Himiko asks Izuku and Hitoshi on their way to school. I don't know, Izuku admits, tapping away at his phone for one reason or another. Aizawa keeps our classes pretty under wraps, doesn't Hitoshi? Hitoshi grunts something of an agreement before walking ahead of both of them. Himiko blinks before turning back to their younger brother. Did he forget his coffee or something this morning? Izuku rolls his eyes. No. He's still sad at me about the Bakugo thing. Oh. Himiko intones, he's still on that? Yeah, okay, sure I don't like it either but I can't stop you for your opinion. Stupid as it is. I have my reasons, Himiko. Just leave it at that. She mumbles an acquiesce and doesn't speak of it further. The rest of the walk is silent before Hitoshi stops suddenly in front of them. Whoa. The blonde and green-haired teens exchange a quick look before moving up beside their tall brother. Himiko gasps while Izuku's eyes travel across the scene in front of them. Press members are lined up tight against the front gate of UA. They're shouting various questions at any student who passes through them just to get to their class. Izuku WHPs his phone back up and starts tapping away rapidly. How are we going to get past them? Himiko asks. I'm working on it. Give me a sec, Izuku tells her. They stay back as Izuku works, waiting for his signal or whatever he's got planned. A few moments later, one of the press crew's cameramans reaches up to their earpiece with a look of confusion before shouting, What dash? They're saying our equipment is down. His reporter also shrieks in shock before more join in, each proclaiming that they'd completely lost signal for their cameras and microphones. Izuku tucks his phone away. Go. Now. That's only set to last for a few minutes. The three take off. They run through the disoriented crew and into the school. They see a couple of others coming in behind them, also taking advantage of the chaos the press are experiencing. Izuku and Himiko share a giggle at the scene of the distraught media crews. Even Hitoshi lets out a small chuckle at the sight. Izuku takes it as a sign in the right direction for finally getting him off the set off at Izuku train. They get into school and part ways with a wave. The rest of the morning is fairly quiet. Well, as quiet as it can be being a part of this year's Class 1A. There was the obvious chatter from most of his classmates filling the room. But it was more of a white noise sound to Izuku at this point. No one was actively trying to talk in an overly loud way so they weren't distracting. Just enjoying company. It was nice. When the bell rang, they all quieted down quickly with Aizawa's approving nod. Right. Homeroom today will be selecting class representatives. I don't care how you do it, just get me the selections for your rep and vice rep before the end of the PRD. With that, their esteemed teacher went into his signature yellow sleeping bag and fell asleep against the wall behind the podium. A moment of silence passes before words finally start flying around the room. Oh, me. I want to be the class rep. Denki, as he insisted on being called by their class, shouted. What? No way. I want to be the rep. Uraraka countered. But, it sounds like so much fun. I think I'd be a good rep, don't you guys? Mina, as she also insisted on being called, added in. The voices just keep rising over one another. Izuku and Hitoshi both, in a moment of pure sibling solidarity, reach up to cover their ears to block all the noise. After another few moments of pure cacophony, Ida slams his hand down on his desk and stands up shouting, This is getting us nowhere. We'll take a vote like civilized class members. That won't get us anywhere though. We'll all just vote for ourselves. Hagakure points out. Then we'll make a stipulation that you can't vote for yourself. You have to pick another class member, Yaoyorozu calmly suggests, then, whoever has the most votes will be our rep and the second most is our vice rep. Everyone mumbles out an agreement while Yaoyorozu makes a hat and small slips of paper for the votes. Each of the slips are passed out. Izuku taps his pen against his face before writing Ida's name down for rep. He likes how he came up with an easy solution amongst all the chaos. Plus, he's a nice friend. He folds the paper up and puts it into the hat when it comes around. He goes back to the notes he was making before this all occurred. He wasn't paying much attention when the hat finally got back around to Yaoyorozu and she started counting and writing down the votes on the board. He didn't tune back in until he heard her voice, "Okay. So that means, Midoriya-kun will be our rep." "Huh?" he cried in shock. "Oh. That makes perfect sense." Mina cried. He WHPS around to her, "Huh? Yeah. Midoriya's so organized. He'll be so good at it." Zero add. He WHPS his head back to him now, "HUH? I feel as though we've made the most auspicious choice in selecting the leader of our dark flock," Tokoyami adds. Wait. He cried out, pushing himself to his feet frantically. "I really appreciate the votes and the confidence, but I don't want the position of rep." "Ah, come on, Midori babe. You would be great at it for reals." Mina tries to convince him. "No. I dash." He takes a deep breath. "Look, again I really appreciate it, but that's a lot of pressure when I'm still getting used to being a part of an in-person classroom that doesn't automatically hate me just for the quirk I don't have. I don't want to be in a position of being the class rep, I'm sorry." It's quiet for a moment before Hagakure coos out an, "Don't apologize. We really didn't think about it like that, Midoriya. If you don't want to be class rep, we'll respect that and you." Azui agrees. He sighs in relief as they finally get it. "Thanks Azui-chan." "Tsu. Call me Tsu, Midoriya." "Right." He smiles sheepishly at her correction. He settles back into his seat as Yaoyorozu erases his name off the board. "Okay, so that leaves myself as rep and Idaku as vice rep. Is everyone okay with that?" Yaoyorozu asks. Everyone voices their agreement and Yaoyorozu passes on the information to Aizawa once homeroom is over. Before the man leaves the room for their first class, he calls out, "Midoriya." "Huh? Yes?" he asks with a slight tilt of his head. "During lunch PRD, bring your food and come to my office. There's some things I wanted to discuss with you that can't wait until the end of the day." Izuku blinks. What could he want to discuss? Regardless, he'll have to go. "Yes sir." The morning passes by without incident. According to the teachers, the press are still pressed tightly to the gate, apparently demanding an interview with All Might. In Izuku's most humble opinion, what a waste of their time. All Might's not even considered a teacher anymore. Though it was, apparently, still up in the air if he would even be considered a teacher's assistant or if he would be leaving UA entirely. Seems the outside world hadn't caught wind of that situation yet. For the best, probably. When lunch comes around, he gathers up his food and heads for the faculty lounge to meet with Aizawa, per his teacher's request. Hitoshi mentions when he goes that he'll let Himiko know where he's gone. He could have sworn he saw a bit of worried hesitance in his gaze though. No matter for right now. He gets to the faculty office with his boxed lunch in hand and knocks. Mike-sensei is the one to open the door. "We've been waiting on you, little listener. Come on in. Aizawa's just getting something together, then he'll take you to his office." "Thank you very much, Mike-sensei." He replies kindly with a genuine smile. The blonde teacher has been nothing but wonderful to him, both in and out of class. Izuku doesn't see any reason to not respond in the same manner. He steps in and waits patiently for his homeroom teacher to finish up whatever he was doing. When he is finished, the man gestures for him to follow him. Izuku does so without complaint. They each take a seat in the man's office. "Feel free to eat as we talk. I don't know how long this will take and I don't want you to miss lunch," Aizawa tells him. "Ah, thank you then sir." He opens the box and snaps his chopsticks apart. "Will you be eating too, Aizawa-sensei?" Aizawa shakes his head. "I'll eat later." "Alright. Doesn't seem very healthy though," he mumbles but takes a few bites of food. Aizawa lets him eat for a bit before speaking again. "I wanted to speak with you again about the Bakugo incident." It should come as a surprise to him that that's the reason Aizawa wanted to speak to him. But for some strange reason, it doesn't. He nods in understanding and waits for Aizawa to ask whatever questions he has. "I just wanted to confirm, once and for all, to really clear the record, you truly want to advocate for Bakugo to not be expelled from UA?" the man asks first. "Yes that's right," he replies without hesitation. "And we can opt for any other punishment so long as it's not expulsion?" Preferably. Preferably? Izuku hums in response to that question while taking another bite of his lunch. I know that you'll be having a meeting amongst all the staff to fully decide on the selected punishment. I, as the victim of the whole ordeal, put in my 2 cents on the matter, but that doesn't mean that I'll argue if you decide differently. If you, the rest of the staff, and Nezu-sama decide that expulsion is the only route of action in this matter, then I will defer to that judgment. You all are the teachers, after all. Please don't call him Nezu-sama to his face. His ego is already way too big, Aizawa gripes before sighing. May I ask the true reason why you opted to advocate for Bakugo? Izuku pauses with his chopsticks resting on his lips. He knew this would also come up eventually. He sighs, placing them down on top of his lunch and pushing the box away a bit. This will require his full attention for the time being. He folds his hands together on top of the table. It's because of what I heard just after the accident occurred. Aizawa blinks in what Izuku believes is confusion but doesn't ask him to clarify, probably knowing that Izuku is about to do that on his own. Izuku turns his head away to not have to look him in the eyes right now. I know that Recovery Girl and the others said I was unconscious for 45 minutes after the accident. But that's not entirely true. Shortly after the rubble collapsed on me, but before I was freed from it, I regained consciousness for a short time. It was probably for no more than 3 to 5 minutes. When I did, I heard Bakugo speaking. Now he turns his eyes back to Aizawa, maintaining intense eye contact to stress the importance of what he was about to say. He was frantic. Panicked. He kept saying over and over, I never should have listened to her. Why did I listen to her? I'm so sorry, Zu. I promise I'll get you out. I thought at first I had dreamed it, but the memory of it was too clear even after I fully came back into being awake. While Bakugo mentioned being in contact with someone, he never mentioned any of that. Shock most likely, but it also got me thinking about some things. He places his fingers on his lips, a habit when he's deeply thinking. Firstly, Bakugo left me alone after I moved to homeschooling in middle school. Not once did he attempt to contact me or find me while on the streets. I never moved out of our prefecture even after moving to homeschooling, so we probably passed each other at some point at least once in the 4 years since that point, but just about a year is when he actively started seeking me out again to bully me. Why then? What changed? He got into contact with that person, Aizawa guesses. That's my thought too. I know it's my mother, by the way. You don't have to hide it. Now it's Aizawa's turn to be shocked. You know it's your mother? Yes. She's the only woman Bakugo would have had contact with about me in a negative manner. Bakugo's parents actually like me, oddly enough. They were more protective of me than my own mother after my diagnosis when Bakugo and I were considered friends. There was no way it was Bakugo Mitsuki. It had to be her and no one else. That does match up quite well. The Bakugos even admitted to cutting contact with your mother after discovering her treatment of you and wanted you to know that they always thought of you fondly. Izuku smiles. Aside from their son, no, that's a lie. Sometimes even with their son, I thought of them fondly too. So yes, I figured out the her Bakugo spoke of was my mother. But why would she contact him? After so many years? What was her gain? Just to have him bully me again? For what reason? Aizawa hums in agreement. Good, that means he's listening. Secondly, he continued, he called me Zu. He hasn't called me that since we were 4, before that awful diagnosis of quirklessness. It really drove home to me that he was scared. For me. Not only that, but he promised to get me out. He promised. You know what was the last promise he made to me? What was it? Aizawa asks, truly curious. That we'd be friends forever. When you were 4, his teacher guesses. Exactly. He's bringing up nicknames from when we were kids and using promises again like when we were kids. I'm not sure what's fully going on, but for some reason it's making me think that there's more to what's going on than what we see on the surface. Something's happening and Bakugo was just a pawn into whatever plan my mother has cooked up. And somehow I don't think she's alone in her planning. Who she's planning with and what that plan is, I have no idea. I do know that Bakugo is a victim of it too, however. And I think that needs to be remembered when selecting a punishment for him. I agree, Aizawa says with a nod. I'll bring up everything you've told me to Nedu as well. He should be able to at least pull the messages and calls from your mother to Bakugo to see if there's some kind of clue there. He gives his teacher a grateful smile. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. I really appreciate you taking all my concerns into consideration about this, especially with you knowing a bit about my past with Bakugo. Again, I'll defer to whatever judgment you and the other teachers make about Bakugo's punishment, but I really just wanted to make my thoughts known. I'm glad you're taking me seriously. A small return smile slips onto Aizawa's face before dropping as an alarm starts ringing out loudly. Izuku looks around in a panic. What's that? What's happening? I don't know. Stay here, Midoriya. The man jumps up and races out of the room, closing the door behind him. Izuku waits until he's fully gone before whipping out his phone and wireless earbud. He places it in his ear and asks, "Catra, what's happening?" She appears on his screen in a moment, also pulling video footage of the front gate of the building where the press are swarming in. It seems someone let the press into UA by destroying the gate. Based on visual analysis, the gate has been turned to some substance similar to dust or ash. Disintegration is likely the cause. Staff is currently en route to try and handle the rabble. Couldn't have been one of the press members. They would have done it long before now if that was the case. Search the hallways for anyone standing out. That will be a bit difficult. The students are in quite the uproar right now from the alarm. She moves the cameras to the hallways to show that several gaggles of students are running about as if chickens with their heads cut off. Ugh. And some of these are supposed to be hero students. Izuku sighs, text Hitoshi and Himiko. Maybe they can figure out a situation to calm the panicked masses. Then look for someone who's remaining too calm amongst the crowd. He watches intently as the screens zip by with various identifier boxes passing over faces. It eventually stops on a hooded figure, calmly walking in the opposite direction of all the panicking teenagers. Catra purrs proudly, "Excellent idea, Izuku-kun." He smiles and focuses on the person. "Do we know who that is?" "Negative. They seem to be male in stature, but I can't find anything in facial recognitions even from what I can see. I know they're not a student here, but I don't know who they are beyond that." He hums and continues watching. The person slips into the faculty lounge, which makes Izuku tense a bit. He was in an office off the lounge. What if the person was looking for something from Aizawa's office? He could be in danger. Luckily, it seems Aizawa's office wasn't the target. The person walks to the desk of one of the other teachers, a horribly messy one, and starts rifling around on it. He squints. Whose desk is that? As if reading his thoughts, Catra informs him, that desk was All Might's. All Might's? He watches entranced as the person finally picks something up off of it. It's a piece of paper, but he can't tell what was written on it from the angle. He notes that the person's pinky is raised from the sheet. 5-finger point connection quirk, just like Uraraka's. He carefully slips his notebook and pen out of his bag, and starts scribbling notes about the person. He even includes a small sketch of the person's stature, stance, and the hand with raised pinky. The person leaves after a moment with the sheet still in their grasp. He watches them on the cameras until they reach a closet in a hallway and go in. He squints in confusion. Any cameras in that closet? None, the cat avatar answers. It's one of the only blind spots in the whole of UA. And this person clearly knew that somehow. Keep an eye on the closet. Let me know if they leave. I have a feeling they won't, for whatever reason. He tucks his phone and earbud away after getting a confirmation purr from Catra. He quickly finishes his lunch and tucks his lunchbox away. Then he waits with bated breath for either Aizawa to return or for Catra to let him know that person had left and was on the move. Somewhat sadly, Aizawa returned first instead of the latter. He perks and jumps up. "Aizawa-sensei. You're still here, Midoriya? I'm surprised you didn't go back to your friends. That took a while. I thought about it, but then someone came into the faculty lounge, so I thought it was safer to stay here." The man's dry eyes widened at that. "What?" "I heard someone coming in, so I peeked out the door because I didn't hear any talking from the other teachers." He takes his notebook and passes it over. "I couldn't really see their face, but this is what I did see. I think whatever they've got in their hand came from All Might's old desk." Aizawa's eyes scan the page intensely before he motions to it. "Can I tear this page out to take with me?" "Of course." Izuku agrees immediately. Aizawa quickly follows that by tearing the page out. Then he ushers the boy out of his office, telling him to return to class. "Thanks for being so attentive in what you saw. I'll get this information to Nedu and hopefully we can use it to figure out who this is and what they took. I wouldn't panic over this just yet, but be alert just in case." Izuku nods in understanding and heads out of the lounge just as Mike comes up to ask Aizawa about what was going on. He did head back to class, but with an idea in mind. He has his own research to do later this evening. Dabi paces restlessly back and forth across the floor of the high-rise office. Rumi and Kigo watch him in minor concern. The two best friends exchange a quick glance before Rumi decides to speak up. "Come on, Dabs, I'm sure your little sibs are fine." "No." He shakes his head and stops pacing with his hands up. "I mean, I know that. He walks over and plops down on the couch in between them. God, so much has happened already to them in that school. Well, mainly Izuku, but still. Discrimination by a staff member, injured by another student who was already his former bully, and now a break-in that he just so happened to see the perpetrator of. What's next? Are villains going to attack them at a school outing? Sorry, I just feel like I can't relax every single time they leave for school these days." Rumi smacks his shoulder with a hand. "Don't apologize for cussing, dumbass. You're stressed, it's fine to cuss when you're stressed. Right, Kay? I agree in this situation. As long as you're not doing it while you're representing me or Rumi out in public, it's fine. We're friends first and foremost, Dabi. I'm glad you're feeling safe enough to cuss around us to express your worries and frustrations, especially about your family. Kigo gives him a smile. Not like the ones he gives during his publicity stunts, but a soft, gentle one reserved just for him and Rumi. His heart feels like it does a weird little backflip at it. That's new. And mildly concerning in his opinion. Regardless, he can't even really tell him his more major concerns about Izuku's latest school escapades. How he spends longer and longer in that little office of his. How he's worried about what exactly Binary is getting up to after all these. He just knows it's something on the not very good side with the way he works for hours and hours on end typing away in there. He's been going to school exhausted too, which is just another thing for him to be concerned about. Not to mention that Catra won't tell him anything either. He's tried to ask, but she just gets this weird look on her cat face and apologizes. He's so FING worried he can barely think straight. Binary's already towing a very dangerous line, and he's so afraid that he'll eventually step over it and put himself in real danger. He doesn't think there would be anyone to get him out of it either. It's already been established that Tsukachi doesn't really care for Binary, so he's out of the question. Eraserhead, while a little bit more empathetic to Binary's case and care, wouldn't stick up for him very much when he finds out that his student is the rogue hacker. Present Mike is a bit of a wild card, what with him being a do-gooder that's married to Eraserhead. Nedu would surely be the most understanding, but the rat god of UA doesn't really do empathy well. Dabi has no doubt that Nedu would blackmail Binary into working with him if he had his identity on lock. That's something that Dabi doesn't want either, considering it would probably warp the high sense of justice that Izuku already has. Rumi must still see he's stressing over it because she reaches out to take a hold of his shoulder this time. Hey. He'll be okay. If anything, we'll be there to help out too. You know we will. Your family is our family, Dabs. We won't let anything happen to him. The confident grin from her also makes his heart do a backflip. What the F dash? Why is that his luck? He rubs his hands over his face to try and cool his thoughts away from all the worrying. Rumi and Kigo are right. It'll be fine, and if not, he knows that he'll have their support in whatever happens next. He takes a deep breath and stands back up again. Right. Okay. I'm good. Let's get back to work for a bit, shall we? Rumi lets out a loud groan, flopping her ears all the way back in displeasure. Kigo laughs a bit at his friends dramaticness as Dabi heads over to his official desk in the office to pick up the most recent stack of papers. Alright, so, he flips through them. Rumi, your next press conference will be held in front of the agency detailing your ongoing rights for the Less Fortunate campaign. That'll be on Thursday at 4 p.m. sharp, so don't miss it. She opens her mouth, but he cuts her off before she can speak. Yes, I will be spamming your phone with reminder texts an hour and a half before. I haven't forgotten to do that. She closes her mouth with a thankful nod. He flips a few pages over. Now Kigo. You're doing meet and greets with chronically ill kids in the hospital next Tuesday, so try to look your best that day. It's at 10 a.m. I know I won't have to text you to remind you beyond the one the night before, but please don't forget. You'll be there with Gang Orca, the Wild Pussycats, and Kamui Woods, so play nice. It'll be a piece of cake with those guys. Kigo replies with a smile. At least it's not All Might that he has to work with. I might have turned the appearance opportunity down with the stipulation that we wouldn't deal with anything All Might was involved in. Dabi quickly thinks before turning back to the paper. Next dash, he pauses as his cell phone rings on the table. Izuku set it to where it only does that when someone important is calling him during work. Caller ID says UA. It's the school, he says with trepidation before picking it up and answering it. Hello? Yes, this is Dabi. He listens for a moment before his eyes widen. What do you mean by, there was a villain attack? This is unfortunately not an update. Today I had been made aware that someone had taken Binary, my work, my pride and joy, and did an AI voiceover reading of it to post to YouTube. This had not been discussed with me in advance, and no credit was even given to me without extreme pressure from commenters who recognized that the work was not their own. This is highly disrespectful to both myself as well as other writers of the fanfic community. I am working to get both videos they've made taken down as soon as possible, but it may be a slow process with YouTube's violation guidelines and the content creator's complete disregard for the passion of the actual author. I am very grateful to the community of readers I have that do respect all the time and effort that goes into this kind of writing, knowing that there's no kind of reward or compensation in return to us. I am also very grateful for the commenters who brought it to my attention. Thank you all so much for all the love and compassion you give to my work. Izuku sits quietly in his hospital bed. That's not to say he's alone in this room. His brothers and sister are all there as well. Hitoshi is sitting on his right side, watching a cat video. Himiko is on his left, napping against the side of his bed with her head resting on her arms. Dabi is sitting in a chair across the room, not talking and doing what seems to be a bit of meditation. Izuku can imagine the amount of stress he was put under to get yet another call from the school about him being injured. He supposes it was probably worse this time since it was from a villain attack and not just training. Hawks and Miruko are here too. Apparently when Dabi got the call while he was at work, the two pros insisted on coming with him to see Izuku and Hitoshi. Hitoshi was completely fine aside from a couple of scrapes, bruises, and some mild quirk exhaustion. He, himself, was suffering a few battle wounds and a broken ankle. Now granted the broken ankle wasn't the fault of villains. It was his own fault for deciding to try and land on his feet when Azui, Tsu, as she kept insisting, jumped from the ship in the aptly named shipwreck zone with him and Hitoshi wrapped in her tongue, and Izuku decided it was taking too long for them to land. Which was, obviously, very stupid of him. The reason he's sitting so quietly though is because he's doing his best to recall everything about what happened at the USJ. He wasn't claiming memory loss. Of course he wasn't. There were a couple of gaps during the fighting parts of it all. Probably because he was running on pure adrenaline and survival instinct. But no, that wasn't what he was trying to recall. He knows, almost for certain, that it started on the bus ride to the USJ. He hadn't really been paying attention once the bus ride started. He was mostly tapping away at his phone, thankfully hidden just from sight thanks to Hitoshi's slightly larger form. He thinks the others were talking about their families and home lives. At least that was the topic when Tsu inevitably asked him, "What about your parents, Midoriya Izuku?" His head shot up from staring at his phone. What? What about them? What are your parents like, Midori? Mina took over, I bet they're, like, super great. I mean they let you go to hero school even though you're quirkless. Not that that's a bad thing. I just mean that they must be super supportive. Oh, he gets what they mean now and turns his gaze back to his phone before nonchalantly replying, yeah, no. I don't have parents. He swears he hears Aizawa-sensei choke in shock for a second. Little did he know that the man was choking by how nonchalantly Izuku was saying it. Like how someone says their fridge was out of milk, before the entire bus erupts in questions. One sticks out as the majority. What does he mean by that? He huffs a quick sigh through his nose before explaining, look. Dad left when it came to light that I would never have a quirk and Mom stopped caring after about a year. I basically raised myself from the time I was 6 years old since, according to Mom, I could now drag a stool over and reach the stove to cook for myself. When I was 10 I filed with the courts that, as a quirkless child, I was safer by myself than with a foster home or orphanage that couldn't be monitored 24/7 for discrimination against me, and have basically been American emancipated since then. It's been no different for me than the rest of my life. How do you pay for things? Like a place to live or food to eat? Shiro asks. His ability to play the stock market. But Izuku isn't going to tell them that. Government stipend, he lies. Wait. But you said Shinso is your adopted brother. And that Toga and Dabi are your adopted siblings too. When did that happen? Hagakure asks, a gloved finger resting on what Izuku guesses is her chin. A little over a year ago, he says with uncertainty, glancing at Hitoshi for some help. Hitoshi nods, yeah. I think we're at like 14 months of living together now. The purple-haired teen throws a thumb up to point at Izuku. This one found me on the streets after a bullying session and basically adopted me on the spot. Hime and Dabi came about a month later. We're all in the same, technically American emancipated, situation as him. Well, except for Dabi since he's an adult. The rest of the class sits in shocked silence. That's when it happens. You were right. He's perfect, a man's voice says. Izuku jolts at the sound of it and looks around. That wasn't the voice of any of his classmates, for sure. Hitoshi notices and asks him what's up. He doesn't hear the voice again so he shakes his head, both in response to Hitoshi's question and to clear his head, and chalks it up to some kind of hallucination. Exhaustion related? Maybe he should go to bed earlier tonight just in case? That voice. That's the reason he's reanalyzing everything that happened that day. Where did it come from? Who was it? And what did it mean? Who was right? Who was perfect for what? That's not even the strangest part. The strangest part was that the voice came back. Except there were more of them. He remembers being so excited about being in the USJ as 13 was explaining what they would be doing. Then the voice came again. Here they come. Be careful, kid. The voice was the same male voice as before. It had jolted him out of his excitement and inadvertently caused him to focus on the center of the large facility where an inky purple substance was slowly spreading. He called attention to it with a shout of his teacher's name, and that's when all hell had broken loose. It was nothing short of insanity. The black inky substance turned out to be a portal that villains started pouring out of. Aizawa managed to convince Ida to get out of the building to run back to the main campus for help once it was clear to their teachers that sending out an SOS wasn't working. Izuku had suspected it was some kind of electronic interference from a quirk of some kind, which would later turn out to be correct. Aizawa then raced off into the fray even though Izuku tried to dissuade him. Regardless of if heroes aren't one-trick ponies or not, Izuku knew that he would struggle to take down everyone. Especially if he didn't know what all the quirks that the villains had. And it just got worse after he was gone. 13 had been attacked by the villain that made the portals. Kirishima had managed to subdue him for a few moments before losing focus and his hold of him. The explanation the guy had made no sense either. They were there to kill All Might? Izuku might not like the guy, but that seems like a terrible plan. What did they expect would happen? Also, didn't they know that All Might was put on leave from teaching at UA? It was then that he realized that the guy who came through the warp portal was the same one that he saw at UA when the gate was disintegrated. He shouts this out to Aizawa in the plaza, who gives him a barely perceptible nod in understanding. That was the last thing he was able to relay to their teacher before the warp portal guy sent them all away to different sections of the USJ at the command of the, he guesses, main guy. Also side note, why was he covered in severed hands? What the F dash? He remembers being dropped in water and swimming away from the various villains that were lying in wait in said water. He remembers being picked up by Tsu's tongue and set on the ship's deck with a soaking wet Hitoshi coughing a few feet away. He remembers the realization that the villains didn't know anything about the students they were attacking, as they dropped Tsu, who has a frog quirk in a watery zone compared to someone like Ojiro, whose tail would cause a bit of extra weight when swimming if he hadn't trained for it specifically. With a bit of finagling, they managed to trick all the villains in the water to fall under Hitoshi's brainwashing. That's when the jump from Tsu with him and Hitoshi as tongue passengers, okay, no that sounds weird now that Izuku is thinking about it, occurred. It was also when he broke off from them to land awkwardly on his foot in an attempt to land faster. Oh, he hears a hissed voice near him, it's a different voice from before, that had to hurt. This time the voice that he hears is female. Which is even stranger. He ignores it though and sprints for the back wall of the massive dome-like structure. When Hitoshi asks where he's going, he relays a quick plan to find the inner processes of the place. He knows for a fact that it has to be a room along the back wall based on the size and area of the whole thing. He's also certain that their interference quirk is somewhere in there, needing access to the whole place in order to hit such a wide range. His foot really hurts from sprinting, but it's a dull pain in all comparison to the torment he got from bullies when he was younger. The voices he was hearing continued to make quips here and there. They were actually quite helpful all things considered, since they would tell him whenever a villain was getting too close or even what they were doing so Izuku could counteract it. When he busts into the control room, he's well prepared for the villain on the other side. It helps that the villain wasn't prepared for a kid to bust in on him. Izuku is quick to subdue him thanks to both quick thinking and help from the voices. He connects Catra to the control panel for the entire USJ and, in mere moments, he's in complete control of everything in the whole building. He uses it to his advantage, helping his classmates subdue villains or escape, as well as helping Aizawa gain some extra ground against everyone he was up against. He wants to scream as the hand villain guy manages to distract Aizawa enough into blinking and proceeds to grab onto his arm with all 5 fingers. And Aizawa's arm starts to disintegrate. Aizawa does manage to throw him off and gain some distance from him, but it does little to settle Izuku's nerves. It does help that Hitoshi decides to try and intervene with a quirk-filled question at hand guy. It works, but Izuku is still going to throttle him later. Aizawa probably is too, based on the look the man shoots his brother. Good news though is that the big monster that was apparently brought in by the villains collapses in a heap, like a puppet whose strings have been cut. Izuku doesn't think it's dead, just inactive due to its MSTR being down for the count. Izuku manages to get the electrical lockdown lifted just as the rest of the teachers get to the USJ. Warp villain manages to grab hand villain with a quick word to Aizawa before both are through a portal a second later. He stifles a snort as Aizawa yells at Snipe Sensei to put a bullet in this thing's brain, please. Snipe does as he's requested and puts the behemoth down. Izuku doesn't really like the idea of killing, but that thing is an exception he's gladly willing to make. As the rest of the teachers are gathering up the villains and taking stock for all the students that have now reconvened at the center, Izuku leaves the control room after slipping his phone back into his pocket. Just in time, as well as Midnight Sensei starts frantically looking around and calling for him. I'm here, Midnight Sensei, he calls back as he stumbles his way down the stairs to the center. I'm okay. My ankle is probably sprained though. She sighs in relief at the sight of him. Hitoshi, the traitor that he is, glares in his direction as he informs their teachers, don't believe him. He jumped while we were in the air getting out of the shipwreck zone. I guarantee you it's broken, not sprained. His comment is what results in him being loaded up in the back of an ambulance, pouting the entire time because really, Hitoshi. He was fine. For monitoring and to get proper healing for said ankle. Hitoshi rides in the ambulance with him, quietly only after smacking his shoulder for trying to play off his injuries as nothing but a sprain, as he needs to be checked for quirk exhaustion anyway. Himiko joins them later after a ride to the hospital from Vlad-sensei. Dabi is last to arrive, with Mirko and Hawks, after he receives a call from the school. Izuku didn't hear the voices after that at all. He's still not sure what they were or who they were. Or where they came from. Something to ponder more later, he guesses. For now he'll just rest and focus on getting out of here as soon as possible. Oh good. Everyone's here who needs to be. Everyone jumps at the sound of the voice from the doorway. Izuku blinks at the stoat standing in the doorway. Principal-san. How can we help you? The grin Nedu gives is not comforting in the slightest. I have something important to speak to you about. You and your family, Midoriya-kun. Or maybe not. Izuku does his best to not show a reaction to Nezu's statement. Internally, he's freaking out. There's no way Nedu doesn't know if he's wording it like that. He's the smartest creature in the world. There's no way he's dodging the rat god of UA for any longer. He takes a deep breath to keep his composure. This could be the last free moment he has, after all. Better to handle it with as much grace as he possibly can. What do we need to speak about, Nezu-san? He asks calmly. Nezu giggles with a sadistic sparkle in his eyes. Oh, I think you know. Don't you, Midoriya-kun? Perhaps we do. But you should clarify. Just to make sure we're on the same page before we say anything. Izuku shifts a bit to get a bit comfortable in the hospital bed. He knows this is about to be a long and grueling conversation. He also knows that Hitoshi is looking at him like he's crazy and Himiko is probably biting on her nails in nervousness. He should remind Dabi before he's locked up to get her some of that anti-biting nail polish. Nezu doesn't answer him right away. Instead, the stoat moves over to the only other chair in the hospital room to hop up into it. He guesses that Nezu also realizes this will be a long conversation and would rather not be standing for it. I'm here to discuss the fact that you are, indeed, Binary the hacker, Nezu says bluntly. Dabi seks in a harsh breath as Mirko and Hawks both shout in shock. Himiko whimpers softly at his side, chewing harsher on one of her nails. Izuku reaches over without breaking eye contact with Nezu to gently pull her hand away from her mouth and hold it between his own to comfort her. And how have you come to that conclusion? He questions levelly. He will admit to nothing until he knows what kind of proof Nezu holds. Oh, many things really. Many, many things. The fact that you were spotted nearby the police station when the first binary box appeared. The fact that the second binary box appeared right after Shinso-kun was taken into your home. The fact that the news crew that invaded UA grounds reported all of their connections dying just when your family was set to enter next. The fact that only you saw the main intruder that day. The fact that every single time an incident has occurred at UA, we staff members have been notified by an outside source that, for the longest time, we only knew as Catra. Himiko squeezes Izuku's hand tighter. Izuku shows no outward difference and focuses on keeping his heart rate and breathing steady. Nezu either doesn't notice these things or doesn't comment on them. Instead, he just continues, now, these could all just be marked as coincidences. Very strange ones but coincidences nonetheless. Until today, that is. Izuku raises his chin a bit as he stares at Nezu. He's not trying to establish dems. He knows he wouldn't get very far with that. He's mainly trying to create a facade of indifference and confidence. Whether it does anything for him or not, he doesn't care. At least they can't paint him as resistant or cowardly this way. What happened today? He asks just as calmly. Nezu's smirk widens sharply. I finally tracked Binary's IP address. I'm guessing because you are here and not at your computer setup to block me. And your little companion, Catra, has been here with you. Izuku closes his eyes. It truly is the nail in the coffin. And Nezu is right, the only reason the IP address could be tracked was because no one was monitoring his firewalls right now. All Nezu would have had to do was pick away at it until it gave. He lets out a sigh and nods. So that's that, he says quietly. Nezu just hums in agreement. No. Hitoshi suddenly screams, jumping up, no, no. That's not that. You don't get it. That can't be it. Hitoshi? Izuku asks, confused. Nezu blinks, obviously not anticipating such a deep objection. Especially from Hitoshi. Shinso-kun, what's the matter? Do you have some objections to our accusation? If so, I can assure you that we've already had Tsukachi confirm with Iwai-san. You were very clever in attempting to get him to redirect when questioned. No. I'm not dash. That's not dash. Hitoshi groans loudly, running his hands through his hair in frustration. What happens now? You have to tell us what happens with Izuku now. Pardon? I don't understand why that has to be discussed right now. Stop stalling. You know what Catra is, right? Nedu nods at the frantic question, trying to determine what exactly Hitoshi was trying to get at. Then you know what she's capable of. Trust me when I say, right now, you have to tell us what happens with Izuku now that you know he's binary. We have to know now before it goes any further. Nothing will happen to him, Nedu says certainly, well, aside from becoming my personal student so his hacking profile can become more above board. Nothing at all besides that? No jail time? No fines? No taking him away and locking him up somewhere? Nothing? No, of course not. He's a minor and, even though hacking is a highly illegal thing, he only did it when assisting to capture criminals or those criminally aligned. We're writing it off as a dumb teenager doing dumb teenager things, so to speak. Hitoshi sighs in relief, slumping back down in the chair before pulling out his cell phone. See Catra? Abandon the order. Please. Izuku WHPs his head around to him. Order? What order? Even Nedu seems extremely confused. Hitoshi puts his phone away after a moment. A beeping sound comes from his vitals monitor. Everyone turns to his monitor screen to see a familiar, well, at least to Izuku and his family, cat displayed on it. She bows to the room, calling out, "Greetings. I am a computer and technical real-time assistant. Catra for simplicity." Izuku can see Hawk's jaw drop at her introduction. Nedu stares for a moment before starting to cackle in what is clearly glee. "My goodness!" he exclaims, "I knew you were AI, but to be this intelligent is nothing short of incredible." Catra bows again in thanks at his praise. Nezu's hand then moves to his chin as he questions, "I am curious at Hitoshi's insistence of me telling him what Izuku's punishment would be. Which, as I stated before, is nothing beyond becoming my personal student." Catra glances at Izuku before her head turns away, ears folding down to her virtual skull in what seems to be shame. Hitoshi whispers to her quietly, "It's okay. They should know. Izuku should know. Especially now that we know nothing will happen." The sound that comes from the monitor sounds like a long meow, but Izuku knows it as a sigh. This doesn't seem good. She turns her face back to Nezu's direction and says with conviction, "When it was discovered that you were actively attempting to trace Izuku down, I enacted a plan. Should it come to light that you knew of Binary's true existence and were planning to place extreme punishments on him, all files that existed within Binary's mainframe would be deleted. Forever." Himiko, Dabi, Hawks, and Mirko don't react to that with anything more than confusion. Nezu's eyebrows? Does a stoat even have eyebrows? Eye ridges, maybe, raise in response to that. Izuku, on the other hand, scrambles to fully face the monitor without dislodging his leg from its propped position. "Catra, why would you do that? Do you know what would have happened if you had? You would have been completely deleted as well." Himiko gasps with a stricken look on her face. Dabi's hands come up to cover his face, but he doesn't say anything in response to that. Catra refuses to look at Izuku. "I know, Izuku-kun. I knew from the beginning what would happen if Project 00 ever came to pass. As I told Hitoshi, it would have been worth it, even if you were angry at me afterward. Your safety and well-being are worth more to me than my existence ever would be." Izuku lays back heavily, his mind blank. He doesn't know what to say. He knew she had developed some form of caring for them, but he didn't think it would be that deep. He thinks the others and Nedu are talking around him, but he can't focus on their voices. His AI mom basically just said she'd rather die than risk him being in jail. It's a hard thing to swallow. Especially knowing in the back of his mind that she cares for him more than his actual biological mother did. Himiko must somehow be sensing his internal dilemma as she takes him into her arms and tucks her face into his curls. He appreciates the comfort. For some reason, the mental reminder of his biological mother makes something in his head focus. He sits up a bit straighter, placing a hand on Himiko's arm as a way to say that he's not trying to escape her hug. He starts coming to several conclusions that he hadn't thought of before. His breath hitches a bit at the ideas now swimming in his head. If he's right, then... "Nezu-san," he exclaims, interrupting Nezu's conversation with Catra, "I would like to request assistance from UA in the form of a UA guardian." Dabi sputters before shouting out, "What? Not a permanent one." He reassures his older brother, "Just a temporary UA guardian for us. Preferable Eraserhead and present mic." "May I ask why?" Nedu asks. He levels his most serious look at the stoat. "I have reasons to believe that my family and I are in a lot of danger."
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.